Ya Baraka Kum Yahweh Bashem Shah. It is official. Ya Baraka Kum Yahweh Bashem Shah. It's your brother Krak Zayabani Yashala, and we are officially at it. So we're going to look at this week's Torah portion. If anybody would like to, I would like to share with you live now. If anybody would like to, I would like to share with you some things that you may not have known. It's possible you may have known it, you may not have known it. Pretty cool, though. I really like it. Whenever it comes to the Shabbat, whenever it comes to the Torah, and especially the holy instruments, I get super excited. I get excited when it comes to the holy instruments of the Most High, or the furniture as it's also known, because, you know, it's something that we as a people, when I say a people, I mean Hayaladim Yasharala, the children of Israel, something that we have not seen. It's a mass amount of wealth that you own. The scripture says, ye are rich. All right, ye are rich. And we don't think about it. We don't consider it. All right. We just don't. And I think the reason being is because we haven't seen it. But when you look at the tabernacle of the Most High, the intricacy of it. All right, let's start a screen share real quick. When you look at the tabernacle of the Most High, when you look at the intricacy of the tabernacle of the Most High and what the Father gave to the children of Israel and to the Levites specifically. If anybody is a Levite, where's Levi? That's what I want to know. Where's Levi? Who are the Levites? That's what I want to know. Who are the Levites? You know, we got certain brothers that are in our community, that are in our nation, all right, and they go by they go by the terminology of being Levi. Levi is a heavy responsibility. Lawya is a heavy responsibility. And I think that's why a lot of people that talk about the 12 tribes of Israel, you know, and it's so crazy. You have so many people that will either, you know, profess that they Levi, Lawya, or they will, you know, go up under the moniker of being Lawya, Levi, Haitian. I certainly believe that I'm Judah. This is where the fun part comes in, to where people start talking about the 12 tribes and the 12 tribes chart and etc. And just understanding that, you know, and not only understanding it, but also, you know, because I sincerely don't believe that we get to a place where we have total comprehension. I 100% don't believe we will have total comprehension of anything until we get to the time of 1 Corinthians chapter 13, when Yahweh Shai gets here. When 1 Corinthians chapter 13, it eludes us, it shows us Yahweh Shai HaMashiach, you know, and he's used in a very light, you know, terminology. He used very lightly. All right. And the way that it's broken down or described as HaMashiach, when he comes, we will know even as we are known. We will be known even as we are known. Let's read that real quick. Let's just pull it up. All right. Let's go to that real quick. 1 Corinthians chapter 13, KJV, Blue Letter Bible. All right. 1 Corinthians chapter 13, Blue Letter Bible. Let's go down. This one really just blessed me so much, man. Why is that? That's a study. I don't want that. We want the actual chapter. My bad. Careful what you click on. 1 Corinthians chapter 13, verse 11. When I was a child, I spake as a child, I understood as a child, I thought as a child. But when I became a man, I put away childish things. For now we see through a glass darkly. We kind of understand. We don't really. We get it. We see through a glass darkly. If you held up a clear glass, but the glass was a little bit murky, right? And you were looking at me, you would be able to see me, but you wouldn't be able to see me fully transfixedly. All right. You'll be able to see me murkily or darkly, right? So for now, we see through, and this same thing with these prophecies. It's the same thing with these understandings. Prophecies, we come into the knowledge of who we are. The Jeffrey Epstein files, we see through a glass darkly. There's like 3,000 pages that still haven't been produced. You know what I'm saying? And the crazy part of that is you can go to the Department of Justice. You can go to the Department of Justice. You can go to the websites and you can read these things. You can see these images, the pictures, the files, or whatever that's been redacted. You know what I'm saying? Here's what the website look like. If nobody's interested in these things, you know what I'm saying, then, you know, okay, cool, you know, don't be. But for those of us who actually like to learn, study, research, you know what I'm saying, I have a zeal, I have a passion for learning things. Outside from being, you know, a person who has a lot of things that I'm still, you know, being healed from, working through. You know, my zeal, my love for the Lord and his law, statutes, commandments, judgments, prophecies, it's just out. It's crazy. So this is the website that you can actually go to. It's just the Department of Justice. Then you can type in, you know, UFO files, you know what I'm saying, stuff like that. You can look, watch this. All right. Oops. All right. So within the Department of Justice, you know what I'm saying, when you get to this website, you can. I was talking to a brother, and he was talking to me about, you know, these files. And I think he was just capping. He was just talking crap, trying to talk about things that was of common interest to me when you really had no specific real interest in diving into them. That's sincerely how I feel. You can go to, and so we share this information so people can look and see for themselves. Type in Jeffrey Epstein right here, you'll have it. Type in AEPs, right? You know what AEPs are? All right. Here. All right. So you can look up chariots, so-called UFOs, the phrase AEP. You can look up Hebrew Israelites. You can look up whatever. Just come to the Department of Justice, get the information, whatever. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to save Esau. I'm trying to save the Gentiles. So, you know what I'm saying? I use all of the information that they have to help other people learn. All right. Because it's our information from the beginning. That's the realest thing ever. All right. Realest words I ever spoke. All right. Not necessarily. I've spoken some real words. All right. So let's do this real quick. We're going to go to FACE Book Worlds. We're going to go to Facebook Worlds. All right. And I haven't been on Facebook, man. Unfortunately, my page got hacked. So I can't even get on, man. That sucks, man. That sucks. I'm trying to give I can't get my page back. Anywho, point of saying all that is to say is that with oh wow, I just found one of my old accounts. Oh, it's going down. I just found one of my old accounts. Man, get out of here, man. These cats are so fake, man. All right, so anywho, let me look at this real quick. Oh, I got a lot of messages. So point of saying it all, saying such is to say, as we look at not only this week's Torah portion, but we look at the past portions. All right, there's so much information that's there to learn. One of the things that you'll learn, one of the things that you'll see is that when we're looking at the furniture of the Most High, let's get back to that. Looking at the furniture of the Most High, what you will see is you'll see that it represents so much more than what you thought it did. The furniture of the Most High is not just, you know, oh, hey, we're gonna put, you know, some chairs and some tables and things like that here. No, let's get this real quick. Let's get a visual, because I'm a very visual person. I like visuals. All right, so first things first, I want to show you this, okay? Let's turn this volume down and let's get to this. I got to do this for got whatever amount of time we got on. Turn it down just a little bit. Right there. So salute to the Mashpachayim and to everybody that's ministering and building throughout, for all the people that's been financially and emotionally, mentally, spiritually supportive of each other. You know, I just want to tell you thank you for being who you are to each other. Diamonds and teal, lucky days. That's an amazing song. All right, check this out. Total lunar eclipse over tri-state. All right, with the Cincinnati Observatory. Cincinnati Observatory, I had the honor of going, and here we go.
All right, let's talk about this, though. So next Tuesday, early risers are going to have the opportunity to see a lunar eclipse. Very exciting stuff here. So astronomer Wes Ryle is here this morning from the Cincinnati Observatory to tell us a little bit more about what you guys are doing, what the observatory is doing to mark this event, and kind of explaining what kind of event this is.
That's right. So we've got a total lunar eclipse.
Yeah.
That's when the Earth is passing in between the moon and the sun, and the Earth casts a shadow on the moon.
Okay.
So if you're watching, you'll see a full moon, and then as the moon gradually passes into the Earth's shadow, more and more darkness will start to kind of creep over the moon's surface.
Yeah.
And it also is the blood moon. Sometimes people refer to it, and it sounds very dramatic.
Yes.
But when the moon goes completely into the Earth's shadow, it gets a kind of reddish hue to it.
Interesting.
That's basically kind of light from all the sunrises and sunsets on the Earth being kind of bent back onto the moon's surface by the Earth's atmosphere. It's a really cool effect.
Absolutely.
It's a really cool effect. Here goes another thing. The Earth is not flat. I just had to say that. I haven't heard from any flat earthers in a minute. But I haven't heard from anybody in a minute. But anyway, outside from that, what we're witnessing here, and this right here, this is not what a lunar eclipse is. I'll just pause the video. This is called waxing crescent. This will be probably 2-day-old waxing crescent. All right. So here's our chart as we see, our graph, our visual as we see, right? Courtesy of NASA. The word NASA does not mean deceive in Hebrew. So for those that's saying that, please don't believe that. All right. NASA does not mean deceive in Hebrew. Okay. All right. So as you can see, the Earth it would be center stage. And then, of course, you have the sun illuminating its rays in all directions. And at the same time,
so how long does this?
And at the same time as the Earth is spinning, brother said to me, he didn't believe the Earth was spinning. I said, you don't believe the Earth is spinning? He was like, no, we can't feel it. I was like, if you're driving in a car and you're going 60 miles an hour, you feel the inertia. You just don't feel like you're moving fast. You know what I'm saying? So anywho, but as we go through our lunar phases, we see it's because the Earth and the moon and the sun's all interaction.
Absolutely. And so how long does this take place over? I mean, in terms of like when it's the most dramatic, right? How long does that last? Is it a couple of minutes?
So actually, unlike a solar eclipse, right,
Yeah.
where we've had a couple of those in the past a few years, those are pretty quick. Lunar eclipse is going to last over a couple of hours.
Wow.
This one, you'll start to see the noticeable effects around 4:50. That's when the moon will start to pass into the darkest part of the shadow.
Okay.
And then at 6:04 a.m. is when it will be completely in the Earth's shadow, and that's when it'll turn that deep red color.
I love that. And I also love the fact that it really takes that long for it to happen as opposed to just, 2.5 minutes or whatever. And the Cincinnati Observatory is doing something really cool to mark this event. What do you guys have going on?
That's right. So important to note that for a lunar eclipse, you don't need special equipment. You can always just step outside, look towards the west to be able to see this.
Yeah.
But if you wanted to join a group of like-minded folks that enjoy astronomical events, we will have the observatory open from 4:30 to 7 a.m.
Very cool.
We'll have our telescopes trained on the eclipse, which will give you kind of a different view than what you can just get with the eye.
Yeah.
But it is a clear-only event. And so if we do have clouds forecasted, please check the Cincinnati Observatory website, cincinnatiobservatory.org, or our social media the day before, just to see whether we're actually going to go ahead with the event or not.
Okay, gotcha. Good call there. And in terms of people, let's say that it's clear, that it clears up and there's perfect viewing for it. Should people know anything? Should they bring anything for this particular event?
No, so if they come to the observatory, maybe you're on your way to work on that Tuesday morning, we'll have some coffee, we'll have some pastries and things like that available for folks, but really it's just a kind of stop in, take a look, enjoy the site, and then go about the rest of your day.
Love it.
And get out.
Been up to the observatory.
And get out. Here's our whole point. Outside from what they're saying, I need you to know that this is what's going on within this time frame. We have about 3 more days. Then we'll be having a total lunar eclipse. But the part about it is not just the total lunar eclipse. The total lunar eclipse is coming after what's called a planetary parade. So we're having you think about the phrase of the word parade, whatever, you have everything lined up, right? So with that being said, you have a planetary parade being lined up, right? Which means the planets that are outside of our atmosphere, which I don't understand why that's so hard for brothers to understand, because the way that they read the Bible, if you go into more details, what you'll find out is that the menorah actually represented the planets. We're going to read that.
And sky gazers could get a rare treat tonight. 6 planets are lining up in the sky in what astronomers call a planetary parade. Now, NASA says Mercury, Venus, Saturn, and Jupiter should be visible to the naked eye, while Uranus and Neptune will require binoculars or a telescope. The best views will be right after sunset or just before sunrise, with clear skies and away from city lights.
We are in for a celestial treat.
That's what I had to do last night. Unfortunately, last night in Cincinnati, Ohio, there was a lot of not only light pollution to where I had to get outside of Cincinnati, but there was also a lot of it was very cloudy here. So it was very cloudy here. So last night I'm riding around, stargazing, etc. finding different places because they were hosting events last night. They were hosting events for the planetary parade and I don't know why this doesn't matter. Why is it not important to the people? You know what I'm saying? Hamashiach, tells us you can see the signs of heaven, you can tell the weather, etc. But you can't see, I speak as a man, he didn't say etc. But you can't see the signs of the coming of man. We are in civil unrest. There are signs going on in the heavens and the earth. And, the biggest thing that some people have to talk about is other people's sex lives. That's ridiculous. Or other people's, just whatever. Being able to see and to, being able to foresee or have projection is very important in my opinion, because what's happening right now is biblically prophesied. So let's see what this is.
Saturday night across the Pacific Northwest. It's called the Planetary Parade.
Yeah, it's so funny. We've been repeating this stuff and saying this stuff, and when it gets to the news broadcasters, I believe a lot of them do their homework, but I don't really think that people receive how great this information is. I also know that these cats, they be repeating stuff, they be going off scripts, man. We be freestyling in the spirit, and the Most High gives information. I think he does that with everybody. But let's see what's going on real quick. Planetary parade. Now this is still happening. Don't think that this is over with. We're currently in a time frame where a planetary parade is lined up. Okay.
We are in for a celestial treat on this Saturday night across the Pacific Northwest. It's called the Planetary Parade. It's when multiple planets simultaneously are above the horizon. And this Saturday will be super special because we'll have 6 of them: Mercury, Venus, Neptune, Saturn, Uranus, and Jupiter. Mercury will quickly disappear around sunset, but looking to the west, you should be able to see Venus, Jupiter, and possibly Saturn. But you really need binoculars to see Neptune and Uranus. And unfortunately, there's not going to be a lot of opportunity to see it here in the metro area, but could be places along the northern Oregon coast where the clouds break up a little bit overnight and early tomorrow morning, and a little bit just south of Newport that could get a chance to see.
Happy
All
Saturday.
right.
Happy last day of February.
Last day of so-called February, last day of the Shabbat. We're out of the Shabbat. We're in the first day of the week, and everybody's saying the same thing. Planetary parade. Who's not saying it? Hebrew Israelites. Not saying it. The people that's supposed to know the law, statutes, commandments, the judgment, supposed to be able to know the constellations, the signs of heaven. The people that's supposed to know the zodiac have no idea. No idea. They're too busy arguing about colors of people.
Happy Parade of Planets Day. It is going to be a very, very fun night to go stargazing because something that is relatively rare is going to be occurring. It happens every couple of years. It's known as the Parade of Planets, where either 5 or 6 planets are visible in the sky. Tonight, there will be 6 in an arc low on the western horizon. What I would suggest you do is to get someplace that you can actually see the western horizon, because it's just going to be above it. So if you're near tall buildings or trees, that's definitely going to obscure your view. 30 to 60 minutes after sunset, again, go somewhere that you have a clear view of the western horizon. You'll be able to very clearly see Mercury, Venus, Jupiter, and Saturn. The naked eye easily is going to see that, but maybe
easily. All right. And so from where I was last night, of course, like I said, it was cloudy. So there was a bit of an issue of me being able to see. But I want to get to this Torah portion reading. I had a bit of an issue being able to see because it was so cloudy. But I will say this. I will say that while I was out when it wasn't cloudy, yes, I was able to see the parts of the planetary parade, not whole parts. All right, but parts of it. So it's pretty cool. It's still happening right now. All right, just because it's light outside, just because you can't see, doesn't mean that these things aren't actually happening, because they are. Okay. All right. So let's get this real quick. They say, but if you I love that. All right, let's get to it. All right, so this week's Torah portion, we're going to share this screen instead. And why are we going to share this screen? We're going to share this screen because this screen right here actually has, what we're teaching from. All right, so this website is called First Fruits of Zion. So if you would like to, you can go to this website yourself. You can get the information yourself. You can look it up yourself. If you don't have it, then what you can do is you can get a book, and these Sapar called, you can get you a sefer, All right, you get you a Tanakh, and a lot of times the Tanakh, from the ones I've seen, they actually have the Torah portions in them. They have the Torah portions in them. So the part that's cool to me is that whenever you're looking at the Torah portion, all right, whenever you're looking at the Torah portion, you can project and see into the future by understanding what the Most High is saying, what's happening right now in real life. What's happening right now in real life, right? Hey, let me see if I can get this pulled up real quick. Let's do it. Boom. What is on my mind? Thank you for asking. Thank you for asking. I appreciate you. All right. So let's get it. All right. So with this week's Torah portion, or this was actually last week's Torah portion. Last week's Torah portion was boom. All right. Tetzaveh. Tetzaveh. All right. Ha. That's not a ha. That's a ta. Ta-za-wa. All right. Tetzaveh. All right. Fa. You. Tetzaveh. Command. Ta-tetzaveh. You tell them what to do. These are my commandments that the Most High said. Now, last week's Torah portion, this week's Torah portion is actually a new Torah portion, but last week's Torah portion was Exodus chapter 27, 28, 29, 30. Just that easy. 27, 28, 29, 30. Fourth second. I'm sorry. 27, 28, 29, 30. All right. But the part about it is that it's lengthy. This week's Torah portion is very lengthy and it's full of details. So you might have someone that doesn't understand it, or someone who doesn't know how to break it down, or somebody who don't know how to, they just might not be comfortable with it. Or it just might be too much detail. Now, I will say this. If you are a Levite, okay? If you are a Levite, you should be reading the Torah portion. If you're a Levite, you should be reading the Torah portion. Right? All right. Let me put this in here, man. Tawada, I appreciate that. All right. Hey, I really appreciate you putting that in there at the water for always making sure everybody stays on point. We're teaching the Torah portion right now from last week's Torah portion. All right. So if anybody would like to join in, then they can. All right. That's all sincerity. I really appreciate it. All right. So let's get to this real quick. Let's start with saying Tawada Abanawa Yahweh Bahasham Hamashak Yahweh Bakushan Nathan Lanawa Atad the Badiam Wa Ata Yadayam La Amar Kal Atad the Badi Lanawa Balabnawa La Kal Aliam Kal Ha'aratza of all to all the earth. All right. We ask that the Most High gives us his law, statutes, commandments, his wisdom, his understanding to be able to give his word to the people of all the earth. Bahasham Hamashiach Yahushai, the water. Yad, the water from Yad, the water from Yad. All right. So let's go ahead and get to this real quick. By showing my Mashiach Yahushua. All right. Open that up. And then let's go to, we're going to minimize this window. I want to show you all something. Let's go back to the screen.
So beautiful.
So beautiful. So beautiful. She writes, so beautiful.
All right, let's talk about this, though.
All right.
So next Tuesday, early risers are...
All right, so let's talk about this, though. 3D artifacts of the temple of God, Exodus chapter 27. Yay! Let's get it. So I really like this link because it's very helpful. Excuse me. It's very helpful because, it's this specific group of people, they did a very, very good job. You can find anything on YouTube. All right, ask me, man. So I've searched a lot of things on YouTube. This page right here is super cool. This video right here is super cool. Their channel is what I was looking for. Super cool. And the reason being is because what they do is they actually take time to go into the instruments of the Most High. All right, to go into the brazen altar that was built with shittim wood, that had horns on it, that had wood that was made out of non-putrefying properties. All right, the wood itself would not. This is why one of the reasons I believe the Most High said use shittim wood was because it wouldn't rot and animals couldn't eat it. It had a limey taste to it. Well, this item was covered in bronze. This bronze has a name. It's called electrium. All right, electrium is not a regular penny, a regular copper. It actually has a beautiful shine to it. But outside of this, what we're seeing, which is the brazen altar, We'll talk about that more. There were instruments that had to go to it. Now, these instruments were used for picking up, gathering the meat, the flesh, all right, at the bottom of the brazen altar. As we see, there was netted grates. The netted grates were on the sides, but they were also in the bottom. Now, these rings that are right here are for the staves. The staves are to carry the poles. Now, as we see on the inside of the altar of the Most High, where the sacrifices of him himself were offered, right? We offered the sacrifice to the Most High, and also Gentiles brought their offerings, and then the Levites or somebody else would, like, you know, they would. I would take the Gentiles' offering, or bring a Gentile, take them to the Levite. The Levite would be able to do that. All right, and that's happened in the past. Some people don't understand, and they say, well, Gentiles can't bring offerings because their sin is in them, which is true. That's what the scripture says. That's why they couldn't bring themselves. Somebody else would have to bring it for them. All right. So there's plenty of examples throughout history of Gentiles bringing oblations to the altar of the Most High. All right. Paying for conquerors who have brought offerings themselves to give tribute to Yahweh. So we see the grate on the outside, the grate on the inside. If anybody would like to know more about the information, just ask me. We can talk about it. These are supposed to be the hooks, and the hooks are actually to grab the meat, flip it, turn it around. All right. The staves or the staffs of the same being made of shittim wood. Now, these artifacts are still around. You think the Epstein files or something? Try looking up, where are these artifacts, okay? Try looking up the tabernacle of the Most High files, okay? And the reason being why I say that is because that these artifacts, you know, I personally don't believe that they were all destroyed and broken down and stuff like that. I don't believe that. I believe that, you know, that the world powers that be, you know, it will save it be for the, what do you call it, the the Ark of the Covenant. Save it be for the Ark of the Covenant. Ark of the Covenant is currently hidden by the prophet, I believe, Jeremiah. I think it's Jeremiah that went and took, and him and his men, while they were going to minister, they went to bury it, or not bury it, but cover it in a cave. And while they covered it in the cave, what happened was they lost the route of way to get to it. And what was told was that this happened because of the will of the Most High, and that it will be revealed when Yahweh Shai comes back, as we see in 1 Corinthians chapter 13, which is why we read that earlier. Okay, 1 Corinthians chapter 13. All right, so let's look at this. I'm going to get into some good reading. All right. So again, every time you go to one of these, you're going to see a different type. I don't own the rights to any of these videos. So let me say that I don't own the rights to the music or to the videos. We're just trying to minister. Facebook, don't hate on me. I have enough Israelite haters, including, you know, a bunch of others that are just awesome at what they do. So we have the altar of burnt offering, Exodus chapter 27. Visuals are helpful because some people are not as artistic as others. And since I am not a mathematician, but you might be a scientist in a different degree, you'll see things differently. I'll see things differently. You'll explain things to me, brother. I'll explain things to you, sister, and we'll see that we all come together, go together again. So the visuals will be different, but the schematics, the setup, it's all the same. Okay. So I'm going to stop that right there. We'll come back to it in a moment. Let's get to our Torah portion reading, which we're going to go to the book of Exodus chapter 27. Exodus chapter 27, verse, let me see, with this week's Torah portion, I do believe we're starting at verse 1. All right, but I just want to make sure. All right, I want to make sure. We're going to start at verse 1. Exodus chapter 27, verse 1, and it reads, "And thou shalt make an altar of shittim wood." And that's what's so important about seeing the display of the videos. Why are they so important? Outside from, we know there's some type of wood. Shittim wood is very important for the reason purpose of it being. Reason purpose, you like that? You can say that. Well, use the reason purpose. Shittim wood is very important for the purpose of understanding the reasoning of knowing that the Most High has specific details. It wasn't oak. It wasn't this. What, you know. I don't know what geneos, what family shittim wood is in, but I feel like I want to look it up right now. All right. I want to look it up right now. Like what family is it in cedar? Is it in oak? Is it in, what family is the cedar wood? I mean, is shittim wood actually from? Okay. So boom, very good. We need that first because we have to see the visual. All right. So, and then Most High tells us the height and the width of this altar, right? Now watch this. This altar, the bronze altar, was not an altar that was made for eating food off of. It wasn't made for, just anything. It was made to give the sacrifices of the children of Israel to the Most High for our sins. For our sins. Now we don't have to do that. We have Yahweh Shai Mashiach, and we're covered in his blood. Okay, let's hold that thought real quick. What happened was the children of Israel, we started giving pointless apologies. And I hate pointless apologies because it doesn't resolve anything. It leaves, open doors and more problems. Isaiah chapter 1, KJV, Blue Letter Bible. So Isaiah chapter 1, the Most High is fed up with Yad Eladim of Yasha Allah, with the children of Israel. Why? Why? Because our arrogancy, our haughtiness, our puffed upness, our whoredoms, our vanities. The Most High says, Isaiah chapter 1, verse 2, he says, "Hear, O heavens, and give ear, O earth, for Yahweh hath spoken. I have nourished and brought up children, and they have rebelled against me." Everybody knows this part. They're familiar with it. At least they were. Let me refamiliarize you with it. The ox knoweth this owner, which is not a dumb animal. I can't stand the way some people teach because they just repeat what other people say. They say oxes are not dumb. They're not dumb. When I say I like to research, I like to study. So I will go and learn about the family structure of bison, of oxes. I'll watch the documentaries on them. Oh, yeah, go and do the read. They're not dumb, but I get what people are saying. Why Yasharim say that? Because they're trying to say that Israelites, we are saying that the children of Israel, Yasharim, not just they, them, but we are saying that it's an animal. It's dumb in the sense of it doesn't have the facilities of being able to operate as a living, rational, thinking man, but as a beast. But it knows its owner, doesn't it? And then the ass, right? Everybody knows about the donkey. Everybody knows about the ass, about the mule. What does the mule do? It sniffs at the wind. It follows wherever it wants to go. It's very proud. It's very arrogant. And if you do something, you fall. I don't know how it does this, but he made it to where donkeys will laugh at you. Donkeys have a sense of humor. But if a donkey is also in its season, in heat, you can't stop a donkey from operating. All right, that's just one part of that. A donkey will wander and go wherever it wants to go, and just like my beautiful friend Yaya, will come right back home to its master's crib. See, oxes can do this. Mules can do this. And then the Most High says, but Israel does not know. My people do not consider. All right. So I'm going to scroll down just a little bit, and we're going to go to verse 19, specifically 18. And this is a verse that broke my heart. I remember reading it in tears, and it's just so sad, man. Well, it's not sad. It was me and the Most High. It was nobody around me, and it was just me and the Most High. And I'm going through the scripture, and I'm enjoying, what I'm saying? But this is what I seen him say. The Most High said to me, he said, "Come now, let us reason together." Yes, Lord. You talking to me now, Master? You talking to me now? Because I can't look at groups of people no more. Lord, you talking to me? He tells me to come now. He says to me, he says, "Let us reason together. Saith the Lord, though your sins be as scarlet, though my sins be as red as blood, as the blood is Hamashiach is blood, is red, it'll be as scarlet, deep, right? They shall be what? As white as snow." So Yahweh tells me he's capable, he's willing to reason with me. He says, "Come now, let us reason together." That's ridiculous. He's requesting that I come and reason with him so he don't be upset at me, don't hurt me, don't whatever. If my Abba or my Amma call to me and say, "Hey, let's read," they don't have to. They can backlash you. Your parents can reprimand you without asking you for any permission of you. But the Most High says, "Come now, let us reason together." I gotta see that word. See, I don't got no penny here right now, so I don't think I'll, praise Yahweh for them being safe, man. For what, so much I can outside. All right. Most High says, "Come now, let us reason together." All right. Yakah, 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 yakah. All right, yakah. All right, come now, let us yakah. All right, let us decide together. Let us judge together. Let us judge. Let us appoint. Let us show what is to be right. Yahweh, please get that to the men and the women who need it. Let us convince together. Let us convict, reprove. Let us chide together. That's a good one. Chide. Wow. Maybe that's also. Let me correct you. Let me rebuke you to be chastened together. We know that the Most High chastises those who he loves. Let us argue together. I like that. One of my other favorite things I like to do is go down to the Jacinius Hebrew Chaldean Lexicon, and you'll see it right here. It's photo scan. Yakach. That's ya. That's ka. And this last one, how it's closed, that's the cha. So it's yakach, yakach. Those are the three sounds. Yakach. All right, yakach. To be in the sunshine, to be clear, to manifest, to appear. Yakach. To argue, to show, to prove anything. Yakach. Yet I will argue before him. I will declare, I will defend. Prove against me my reproach. Show me that I have acted basely. Yeah, man. Yakach. 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 The Most High says, let us yakach together. Okay? Let's go back to our verse. Come now, let us yakach together. Though your sins be as scarlet, they shall be as white as snow. Though they be like crimson, they shall be as wool. If you be willing and be obedient and eat the good of the land. But if you refuse and rebel, ye shall be devoured with the sword, for the mouth of Yahweh has spoken it. The Most High tells us, bring no more vain oblations to him. Look at what he says. A lot of people get confused with this, and they say that we shouldn't do holy convocations. The Most High says, let's read. Isaiah chapter 1, verse 11. So what is the purpose of their multitude of sacrifices unto me? Isn't that a strange question? That's a very strange question. That's a very peculiar question. Why is that peculiar? Because it was Yahweh himself who commanded us to actually bring the sacrifices, to actually bring the offerings. It was him himself. We didn't make this up. We didn't know the specs of how to build what Moses seen in heaven. So he commands us how to build these things, how to make these things, what items to use, how much, what length, all of that. And then he turns around and says to us, so what is the purpose of the multitude of your sacrifices to me? I've heard people say the most ridiculous statements to say, well, is the Most High schizophrenic? And they usually say stuff like that to try to trick you, trap you up, to make you think that you don't know, or to challenge your confidence in your God. No, my God is not schizophrenic. Punk. I'll go and look up where that phrase come from. I say, well, that was coined by so-and-so when Yahweh made them. So how could Yahweh be schizophrenic if the phrase was, shut up. They'll try to do that because it's called the doctrine of doubt. All right? It's called the doctrine of doubt. No, Yahweh isn't schizophrenic. When he says, so what is the purpose of your multitude of sacrifices unto me? Why do you keep coming up and apologizing to me pointlessly? Why do you keep doing this? Why do you keep sacrificing these animals for no real cause, just, and reason? You sinned on purpose and then you apologize. I did. Maybe you all haven't. I have. I've sinned accidentally, and I've sinned knowingly. When you say on purpose, it's called presumptuous sin. I've presumptuously sinned, and I've sinned accidentally in ignorance. Imagine the whole nation of Yasharallah having a regular pattern of sinning, everybody in their own ways, and bringing sacrifice to the Most High. This is what he says. He says, I am full of the burnt offerings of ram and of the beast and of the fat of fed beasts. I delight not in the blood of bullocks or of lambs or of he-goats. The simple-minded Israelites, including some of the other ones from back in the day, like Malachi Maccabee and the ones who followed him, Yaki Hickman, try to use this verse. You guys try to use this verse as a vegan verse. See, you're not supposed to be eating meat. You're not supposed to be eating blood. And when you cook the meat, the blood is still in it. And now you all are blood-sucking vampires. The Most High took them out the picture real quick because they were speaking against his law, statutes, commandments. Not because of their personal lives, I'll say, but because they was coming against the word of Yahweh. Most High moved them out the way real quick. This is about fake apologizing. This is about fake insincerity to the Most High. To what is the purpose of the multitude of your sacrifices unto me, saith Yahweh? I am full of burnt offerings of rams and of fat, the fat of fed beasts. These things are delicious. If you never had crispy fried lamb fat, scrumptious. The Most High says, I delight not in the blood of bullocks or of lambs or of he-goats. He gave us this ordinance for us to be able to be rectified for our sins, because that should have been our blood on the ground. That should have been my neck that was slit. That should have been my chest cavity that was opened up and my liver taken out and looked at. You know what? This is ridiculous. People, if you learn something, you'll be called a diviner. I was called a diviner times by, you know what I'm saying? I don't even want to bring them up, man. But I was called a diviner times because I like to learn. I like to study. I like to research, whether it's constellations or whether it's, you know, animals or whether it's the physical body parts. Don't you all know that each one of our internal organs have spiritual attributes to them, like your livers, your kidney, your heart? I just name off just 3. Don't you know that in early church fathers' writings, they would refer to the liver as being like a mirror? And they'll be able to look and say, well, hey, man, this person, they didn't live with much guile inside of them. Look at their kidneys. Not just based off what we ate and what we drank, but how we live on the outside affects our inside also. Now, for those of you know me, I partake in cannabis. I don't hide the fact that I process cannabis. If you need some drinks, I will make you cannabis tincture drinks. You know, all kind of cool things, just stuff. Those things affect our bodies, absolutely. But not so much as your own mouth, your own mind, your mouth, your words you say, your mind, the things you project, put inside, take out, etc. These things all affect you. So our early church fathers knew this. So then when you get into the more recent times to where people were doing witchcraft and they would open up a bird's chest and they would look at the heart or something like that, they didn't make that up for themselves. They learned that because that's an actual attribute. That's an actual attribute. That's an actual knowledgeable thing to know. You got people that can look into your eyes and say, oh, well, your retinas are like this, or the iris of your eyes, or the stems of your eyes like this. So you need to drink more water. You need to eat more calcium, or you need to partake more calories. You need to, et cetera, et cetera. That's a real science. That's a real science. So no, if anybody needs to, we can read about it later. We're on a time restraint right now. We're only in verse 12. Wow. When you come to appear before me, who hath required this at your hands to tread my courts? Bring no more vain oblations. Incense is an abomination unto me. The new moons and the Shabbats and the calling of assemblies. He says, what? Yahweh says, I cannot away with. He says, I can't put away my holy convocations. I can't put away the seasons and the times. But you know what he can do? He says, I bet y'all won't bring me no more sacrifices. So the Most High cut off the ability of us to be able to bring him not only the oblations, but to be able to wear the high priest garments. I can't wait to get into the high priest garments reading part, because there's something really cool I want to show you. And that something really cool is way over here in my tabs list. All right. It's way over here in my other tabs list. And the problem with it is that, you know, I hear about all these beautiful things, and they just make my mind explode in purple, you know, and red and blue and green, and it just makes all of these questions come up, and then Yahweh gives all of these answers. So these are the things that I want to share. Hopefully you had a chance to observe my screen. All right. I don't share things. I mean, I don't hide anything. I do very public. All right. So anyway, with that being said, this page is an absolute blessing. This website is an absolute blessing. I want to share it with you. It's one of my favorite research. It's easily becoming one of my favorite. Let me say, easily becoming one of my favorite research and search tools. All right. So let me share this with you real quick. And the reason being is because if you do decide to go research, look up any details pertaining to the scriptures, you'll be able to find a lot. Baba Kwar, Shalom, Baba Kwar. Since the two of you are watching, Shalom, we have Akwaf, Kanai Wakanwan, Havia, Yahweh Shema Lathan, we have Akwaf, Ro, yeah, Khan. Shalom, Baba Kwar. If you're watching, please, obedience over sacrifice all day. Baba Kushab, Khan, please share out the water for your love and your community, man. That's so beautiful. All praise the Most High. Shalom to my 2 subscribers right now, my 2 viewers. I love the 2 of my subscribers and viewers who are, right? I'm just saying because we got 2 people watching. Man, that's a blessing, you know what I'm saying? All right. I don't need 2,000. I just need myself, right? And then salute to my Yaladium children. I don't have the camera on because my room is not clean and I'm using the big TV, but my camera is across the room and it looks so terrible if I turn it on. Maybe I can try it. I don't know. I'll try. But Shalom Yaladium Anya Blakam Shalom Khan Baba Kwar Tawab Boker Tov Khan Baba Kwar Tawab's going through Khan Profile pictures, beautiful. All praise. Obedience over sacrifice. Hallelujah. All praise. Yeah. And then here's where you can find the link. So if you are here and you're on the page, since I know that you are, why don't you just take a second and share our Bible shop, and then that could be something that would be maybe show some helpful for others if they would like to. All right, if they would like to participate. And let's get back to this. So I came to this part of the screen so I can see because I had to share that. So if anybody would like to, this is where you can get the link to this page from. Now, why are we on this page specifically? Because we're learning about the time frames that we're in. We're learning about the menorah. We will be learning about the menorah, but there's a word that's going to come up when we learn about the menorah, and I like to know things. It's called hyperberetos. Maybe some of you Latin speakers can do that a little better than me. Hyperberetos, all right? Hyperberetos is mentioned because it's the same time frame that we're supposed to be keeping Passover. This stuff is not as hard as people make it out to be. If you have the right tools, you can get any job done. I personally believe in. All right. 12th month of the ancient Macedonian calendar. It's the 12th month of the ancient Macedonian calendar, but it's the first month for the Hebrew Israelites, or for the world as the Most High put it now, because that's the calendar we're supposed to be following. Here's a link to where you can find the different places to where it's mentioned and how many times it's mentioned. So now you're actually looking at Macedonian calendars. But guess what? You can also purchase a book. All right. And I have so many windows that's open. I don't want to close them, but I can't jam up my camera. I mean, my computer. But watch this. Let's come here real quick, everybody. Check this out with us. All right. I want to go into the calendars and months, but it's not time to. All right. It's not time to. The Most High tells us that his time frames are what we should keep. All right. That's Leviticus chapter 23. For those who haven't read it, Leviticus chapter 23 is absolutely the coldest. But once you get to the other books like Josephus, which that's what we're going to read, I'm so eager to get there. So maybe I should start talking and start reading more. All right. So once we get to Flavius Josephus, we're going to see the details of not only the instruments, but the furniture. Right. You're going to see so much more. So I really love that. So let's get to it. All right. No more videos for now. Let's go. All right. So we are in the book of Exodus chapter 27 and verse 1. Wow. And thou shalt make an altar of shittim wood, 5 cubits long and 5 cubits broad. The altar shall be 4 square, and the height thereof shall be 3 cubits. And thou shalt make the horns of it upon the 4 corners thereof. His horns shall be the same, and thou shalt overlay it with brass. We're going to go through this kind of slowly. Here's our imagery. We already seen this, all right, but we're going to show it again, okay? We're going to pull up our imagery of, start screen share. My bad, screen share stop. Oh, I closed the screen share. Sorry about that. All right, here we go. So as we read, the scripture says what? The scriptures from Yahweh says, and thou shalt make the horns of it upon the 4 corners thereof. I want everybody to point to the horns. All right. I want my children to point to the horns. Where are the horns of the altar? Where are the horns? It's important to know because we had to touch this. This had to be touched. Imagine, so where are the horns of the altar of? All right. All 4 of them. Right. And this also shows us, so much more detail. So let's read on. So, and thou shalt overlay it with brass. Now, right here, you see the word brass. And remember, this is a Torah portion recap, so bear with me. So you see the word overlay it with brass. And how we've been taught is we have been taught, well, hey, just take a penny, because a penny is a derivative of copper, and that's brass, and that's what it looked. No, that's not true. That's not accurate. Right? Wow, look at this. I didn't know that. All right. So I just learned something new. Nachash. Nachash. All right. Wow. Nachash. Nachash is copper, bronze, copper. It's ore, bronze, or copper alloy. We're going to look at that because it's copper alloy. All right. Fetters of copper or bronze. Copper as a value. It says lust or harlotry also. I didn't know that. Nachash. I thought zanah. All right. We'll have to find nachash in some other ways. All right. Maybe because it tarnishes. Maybe that's why. Nachash. All right, we see it. Look, anything that is made of brass, look, money. All right, feather bond. Okay, so there's that. All right, let's go back, and I want to show you all something else. Let's use the same page, and we're going to look up a new word that you may have or may have not known. This word is called electrium. I may have spelled that incorrectly. I did not. We're looking for electrium. This is electrium. If you've never heard of electrium, this is what the temple was made with. You had gold, you had silver, and when it says bronze, it wasn't just Genji pennies. It was electrium. Now we have to learn more about electrium. Have you ever heard that word? Did you know this is part of periodical table? The part that it can be made. Comes in two ways. It can be made or it comes naturally. I like tungsten jewelry because tungsten jewelry doesn't break very easy. Tungsten jewelry is super hard. It's and the way it fits on me, the way it drapes on my body. I love tungsten. I love you how it's lost that command. But electrium is my second. Electrium is my second. Y'all know I'm about to get this book right here. This is what's next. All right. Let's put this window down. I don't know if you all could. I hope you all could see that. Oh, you couldn't see it. I did a whole nother window here. Let's go to this one. I apologize. So I'm scrolling down. You guys gotta let me know if you can't see what I'm sharing. Okay, I apologize about that. Let me know. All right. If you need to, call me because I can't see the screen. All right. So this is electrium. Look, you can buy a nugget of electrium. That's crazy. Electrium jewelry, electrium artifacts. All right. You have electrium rings, electrium coins. Did you know? Is that electrium pin? Is that electrium ring? Whoa. This is some beautiful material. So when you read the scriptures and you learning about, I want to also encourage something too before we go too far. When you're reading the scriptures, and I want to encourage this book, this Ephod, all right? So take a second, take a gander at it. If you are a apocryphile like me, if you're an apocryphile like me, then you will very much enjoy this production part, this holy book, or this your dice part, this knowing book, this book of knowledge. All right. All right. So we can find electrium not just in the writings of, let me see, Pliny the Elder. But you can find electrium just all throughout history. Just people don't know about it. Are generally harder. Electrium is generally harder than pure gold, and this is what people don't know. So when we're thinking about the bronze, and it's a lot of stuff that I don't know, but these are things I take time to research study because I like to know things. Right? It's a regular alloy. It's an alloy. You can take gold and silver and mix it together. Did you know that? Did you know that you can mix gold and silver? And that you can actually make it's not a new metal, but it'll be a new metal to you. It'll be a more compromised metal. All right. So it's primarily made out of gold and silver. All right. And the majority of electrum, it has to have copper in it. All right. So electrum, if you take those priceless metals and you mix them together. All right. Another powerful part about electrium is that it's an excellent conduit for what? For heat and for electricity. So you have the altar of the Most High. It's not just, you think these things were just broken down and the Gentiles just was like, oh, that's nothing. No, these things were stored. So they conduce electricity and fire, and it's highly reflective. You know what that means? It bounces light off of it. It also absorbs light and then pushes it back out. Highly reflective. Water resistant. It don't rust. I want to share this apart with y'all because I like to know things, and when I'm not reading books, which I like to play games, so I play video games. I like to play video games. That's my decompression. I'm saying I can listen to books while I'm playing games, all that good stuff. But when I'm not, I like to listen to supply. I like to listen to books. So let me share this with you all so you all can have it in your personal library. Now, if it's not for you, then cool. But if you're a person that likes to research and you're like, oh, wow, what is this? Because watch, let me show you. I'm almost, dang it. That's the beautiful part about it is It's so much wisdom, so much joy, and you can't get it all out at once. You can't. But we can get to reading this word and get that done at once. Exodus chapter 23, and I want to put a couple notes in this. So let's do the Torah portion, read, do the recap, and come back. All right. And thou shalt make the 4 horns, all right, upon the corners thereof. His horns shall be the same, or the same length, the same height, the same width, not one longer, not one shorter, not a different shape. And thou shalt make his pans to receive his ashes and his shovels. Okay. His pans, his ashes, his shovels. I'm going to play this while I read that. Hopefully it'll be a help to our visual friends and family. And thou shalt make pans to receive his ashes and his shovels, because we had to clean up the bones and the dead bodies of the animals that we offer to the Most High, and his basins and his flesh hooks and his fire pans. So look for these items, and all the vessels whereof thou shalt make it of brass. That's how we got there, that election. And thou shalt make it for a great work. All right, make it for a net work of brass. And upon the nets thou shalt make 4 brazen rings in the corners thereof. Okay, so we see our initial parts absolutely had to be made of shittim wood. Outside of being made of shittim wood, absolutely have the same diameter. Now here's an image of our flesh. This is okay. This ain't, this ain't bad, but it's good. It's a good imagination. So our pans, our flesh hooks, our shovels, these are the things used for the animals in the operation of giving the sacrifice. Let's get back to it. And thou shalt put it under the compass of the altar beneath, that the net may be even in the midst of the altar. And thou shalt make the staves for the altar, staves of shittim wood, and shall overlay them with brass, electric. And the staves shall be put into the rings of the staves, and they shall be, and the staves shall be put into the 2 sides of the altar to bear it. Hollow with boards shalt thou make it, as it were shown to thee in the mount shalt thou make it. Now, I love that phrase right there. I got to pause just for the cause, just for that, just for a moment. And the reason being is because we're told the same way as you were shown it in the mount is the same way as you make it. Remember, there's been revelation that the forefathers have seen of the temple of heaven, of Yahweh in heaven. This means the altar that Moses made is a copy of what already exists in Yahweh's heavenly courts. How could this not be important to somebody? I'm not saying that to just say, I'm telling you, it has to be, because you expect to be into the kingdom of Yahweh also. Brother, if you expect yourself to go, you need to learn these artifacts, because these are things that you're going to see. They're going to be a part of the praise and worship. You have to know the importance, the power, the magnitude of them, which I still don't. Right? The stage shall be put into the ring. This is Exodus chapter 27, verse 7. If you read with me, the stage shall be put into the rings, and the stage shall be upon the 2 sides of the altar to bear it. Hollow with boards shalt thou make it, as it was shown thee. Look at this, in the mount. Now, I want to go to the precept to where the furniture of Most High is seen in Revelations, but just know that it's there. These things don't go away. Every single pen, every single ring, every single hook, everything, all of it. We're going to read about that. So shall they make it. All right. Okay. Go ahead and read that. Exodus chapter 27, verse 9. And thou shalt make the court of the tabernacle for the south side of for the south side southward. There shall be hangings for the court. My bad, my mouse just hit me. There shall be hangings for the court. Let's go back up. Where we at? 9. There shall be hangings for the court. Here we go. Of fine twined linen of 100 cubits long for one side. That's very long. And 20 pillars thereof, and their 20 sockets shall be of brass. This is the same electrium. This is not just regular brass. This is the same shiny electrium. Okay? It's the same shiny material. None of this stuff was trash, tarnished. Listen, Yahweh had his house clean. Let's see. I want to pull up a different visual for the court. All right, let's pull up a different visual for the court. See if we can find the one that corresponds or one that resonates good with us. All right. This one right here. This is good. Now we actually use this last tour portion to help present imagery. So let's see. All right. So you should be able to see the screen right here. All right. And while you see the screen, what we're looking at is the makings of the curtains. All right. 20 curtains, 10 on one side, 10 on the other side, equally brought together. And in the process of what you see is that there's 5 over here, 5 over here. It looks far back. It's lifted up off the ground. You know what I'm saying? That's how it's supposed to be. Let me zoom in. It's supposed to be lifted up off the ground so you can see the shadow down here. All right. So moreover, thou shalt make the tabernacle with 10 curtains of fine twined linen of blue, purple, scarlet. These are the 3 holy colors. I love these colors. Rock them every day. Verse 11, and likewise the north side in length there shall be hangings of 100 cubits long, and his 20 pillars and their 20 sockets of brass electrum, the hooks of the pillars and their fillets of silver. And for the breadth of the court on the west side shall be hangings of 50 cubits, their pillars 10 and their sockets 10. And the breadth of the court on the east side eastward shall be 50 cubits. The hanging of one side of the gate shall be 15 cubits, their pillars 3 and their sockets 3. And on the other side, we are in Exodus chapter 27, verse 15. And on the other side, there shall be hangings of 15 cubits, their pillars shall be 3 and their sockets 3. And for the gate of the court shall be hangings of 20 cubits of blue, purple, scarlet, and fine twined linen, wrought with needlework, and their pillars shall be 4 and their sockets 4. And all the pillars round about the court shall be filled with silver, their hooks shall be silver, their sockets of electrum brass. And the length of the court shall be 100 cubits, and the breadth 50 everywhere, and the height 5 cubits, and of fine twined linen, and their sockets of electrum brass. All the vessels of the tabernacle and all the vessels of the tabernacle in all the service thereof, and all the pins thereof, and all the pins of the court shall be of electrum brass. We are currently in the book of Exodus. Levites should be on here reading. A Levite should be reading this. Exodus 27, verse 20. And thou shalt command the children of Israel that they bring pure olive oil beaten for the light, to cause the lamp to burn always. And the tabernacle, right? And the tabernacle, verse 27, Exodus chapter 27, verse 1. In the tabernacle of the congregation without the veil, which is before the testimony of Aaron and his sons, shall order it from even to morning before Yahweh. It shall be a statute forever unto their generations on behalf of the children of Yasharallah. Repeat after me. Kal Asherah, the body Yahweh, Na Aisha, Wa Na Shemai, all that Yahweh has said, will we do and hear. Put a 7 in the room if you can hear me okay. Put a 3 in the room if you can't hear me. It's telling me that I've lost connection. So if I've lost connection, put a 7. Put a 3 in the room. If you can hear me fine, put a 7 in the room. Babu Kusha. All right. I don't want to continue if I don't see confirmation that you all can hear me. All right. Put a 7 in the room if you can hear me. Put a 3 in the room if you cannot hear me. All right. Babu Kusha. Real quick. Come on. Help me out. Real quick. Private chat. No, thank you. That's pretty cool. We can go over to the private chat. All right. 7 in the room if you can hear me okay. 3 in the room if you cannot hear me. All right, Bible Bashar 7, excellent. Appreciate that. All praise. Didn't want to keep going if I ain't prophesying to the wind. We're prophesying to the wind. We'll speak because we're supposed to. You know what I'm saying? That's what Yahweh commands us to do, right? But it's just so much fun when somebody's learning. All right, so I think that this visual is a really good visual. I like it. We said our call out the body Yahweh Nai Shah Wa Shemai. All that the Lord has said, what we do in here, we've seen that given to us from the book of Exodus chapter 19 and in other places in the scriptures, to where the children of Israel said that all that Yahweh has said, what we do in here. Don't y'all know that this is a commandment? Look at this. So let's go through this. This is looking at the curtain wall that surrounded the tabernacle of the Most High. Now, this wall was to protect the tabernacle and the people. Israelites, we were not allowed to come beyond this. You weren't allowed to walk past beyond this. You know what I'm saying? You can't peek up under there. Nah, this is to protect the privacy of Yahweh's room where his Levites were operating in order to be able to get not only appease Yahweh, because he told us to do certain things. There's nothing wrong with saying that. We appease our God by being obedient to him, giving him oblations, and then not only that, but also high holy convocations, we did extra portions. I really like this because we're looking at what's called the east. This is the east side of the tabernacle. How do we know that this is the east side of the tabernacle? Because this is the south side, this is the east side. Over here on the screen, that'll be the north side. Back there will be the west side. How do we know that this is the east side? Because the curtains of the tabernacle of the three holy colors were always in the front. Wherever we went, wherever we set up, we knew to set up the house of the Most High towards the front. When we're reading about the sockets and the fillets and the hooks and the silver and the electrium, this is what we're talking about. What we just read, we're reading about, oh, here's another one, towards the sunrise. That's a good clue. That's a good tip, right? Towards the sunrise, right in the scripture. So the sun rises in the east and sets in the west. So toward the sunrise, keep that in mind. The tabernacle and the temple of the Most High always face the east. And whenever the sun rises, you would be able to see the beauty of the tabernacle of the Most High with all its gold, with all of its silver, with all of its electrium. Because I don't want to just call it brass. That keeps you in a base state if you just keep thinking brass. All right. It's another view of the east facing wall, all right, of the tabernacle of the Most High, with its curtains. All right. Now these again, not only to protect the children of Israel from the presence of the Most High, but to protect the Levites from the outside world. They have to stay focused, do their ministry. All right. This is a very good representation because it does show you those boundaries. The Most High set bounds. See, remember when he came down to visit us, all right, at Mount Sinai. When he came down to visit us at Mount Sinai, he set bounds around the mountain and said, "Don't nobody come close. Don't touch it. If you touch the mountain, you'll surely die." And he did the same thing when he gave Moses the instructions to set up his tabernacle. So I like this. I want you all to keep this in mind. This wall right here, I don't know if my mouse can be seen. I hope my mouse can be seen. This would be the east. I'm sorry, this would be the north wall. So the sun would be rising in the east. And look at the shadow. The shadow is actually interesting. So if the shadow is cast, right, to the left side of the curtains, then where would the sun be facing? If the shadow right now is on this dune, if the shadow is facing this dune and the shadow of the line, which direction, where would the sun be right now? Right? This is the east. All right, this is high noon. That means the sun would be setting in the west, which actually means more shadow should be cast this way. So the sun would be from this direction in the west, starting to, maybe high. I would say high west, you know what I'm saying? Because it's not even yet based off this picture, which is just an artist's rendition. But just looking at the shadows, we can tell. And that's how you can know also the tabernacle of the Most High always face the east. So all you have to do is remember your cardinal directions, north, south, east, west, right? What's that say? Never, north, south, never, south. I don't know, never eat soggy noodles or something like that. But north, south, east, west. So the north wall, the southern wall would be right behind it. You have the eastern wall, which is the entrance of the tabernacle. The western wall will be the backside. Now, why is all of that important? Because based off of the direction of the tabernacle is where the furniture is going to sit. This is where the furniture is going to sit. You're going to have furniture sitting along. Imagine this just being a house. This is just the foundation, and you ain't moved everything in yet. Furniture, pop quiz for those that's watching. All right. If I see you don't comment, but I know that you're on here, I'm gonna be like, I ain't gonna say that, man. I'm in my own. So on this wall right here, here's pop quiz. What? Don't Google it. Don't Google it. Take a guess. What furniture of the Most High was on the south wall? Take a guess. And then take another guess and ask what furniture was on the north wall of the tabernacle. You have furniture on this wall, and you have furniture on this wall. But it didn't go all the way across. The furniture was only about back in this section, about from right here to about, let's take this pillar on back to that pillar, to this pillar, all right? What furniture was in there? Do you know the answer? So, knowing which direction the sun faced, which direction the sun rise, which direction the tabernacle faced, is very important to us. As this renderation, you can see that the shadow is cast behind the tabernacle of the Most High. This means the sun is setting in the west, even though the pictures face a different direction. The shadow is still cast this way, and the tabernacle of the Most High is always facing east, right? The doors. Now, imagine this. Imagine the tabernacle of the Most High was higher than the borders and the walls going around. The sun rises in the east and sets in the west. When the sun was rising, the gold would shine from the sun's rays. On nice days and on holy convocations, the tabernacle curtains would be open, like on new moon. The tabernacle curtains would be open, so you would be able to, finally, we can see into what the Levites is doing. We can see the altar. We can see the laver. And this laver right here, this was made of electrium also. And all of this was electrium. If it wasn't gold and silver, it was electrium. We didn't come up with our own metals. We had gold, we had silver, we had brass. Now, for the gold, I want you to use that specifically for this. The silver specifically, the gold specifically for this, for the altars, etc., for the pillars. The silver specifically for this, for the circle, the eyelets, the rings that you put hooks in, and then I want you to take the gold and silver, and I want you to melt them together. Melt the gold and silver together with brass. I want you to make a new metal. It's not really new. You can find it around the earth, inside the earth, buried in the earth. It looks like gold. People call it fool's gold. Some kind of, it's electrium. So the beauty of the temple of the Most High is ridiculous. It was ridiculous. Seeing all the lustrous metals. Oh, come on, man. Seeing all the illustrious metals? Come on, man. So the scripture says, but thou art rich. And you are. You always have been. We always have been. We just didn't know it. Let's share this tab instead. Tabernacle construction. I like this one. All right, let's look at it real quick. Oh, it's the same one. Okay. Yeah, okay, it's the same one from earlier. So, all right, so the curtains, we're going to read about the curtains. The curtains were so well mingled together that they actually matched the color of the sky. This image right here, this is a picture of my ox. That shouldn't be on there. So whoever did this, they did good, but they couldn't think of nothing to do for a cherubim, so they put Egyptian pictures on it. All right, I guess. All right. So the construction of the curtain being completely covered. This is really good. I like this. Let's see the visual on this. So we're going to pull up our next Torah portion chapter. We're going to watch this visual, and hopefully this will give you some positive representation of the construction of the Most High stuff. All right, while we do that, I'll get our next question right up. All right, bear with me. You know what I should do? I should learn how to put two screens on one. I should do that real quick. And I think if I put two screens on one, it will be able to. I forgot how to do it though. It's like there's an option to where you can make one window, multiple windows. I just don't remember how to do it at this time. How did I do that? It was pretty cool. I was like, yo, how did I do that? I made multiple windows. Anyway, so very tedious work. So now we have the image of the hooks. These are the fillets. All right, the fillets, a representation of the fillets and hook, because they had to join the tabernacle together. Look at how beautifully that just draped down on it. Just fell straight right on there, right? So this tabernacle and the tabernacle of the Most High, the only tabernacle, the tabernacle of the Most High, also its material was made, as we've seen, from goat hair, from camel's hair. All right. Now remember, camel is not lawful to eat. It does not have a split hoof. It has a camel toe, right, as they call it. But it has a split. It does not have a split hoof. But that doesn't mean we can't use the parts of it, the byproduct from it. Don't mean we can't use the skin from the camel. It just means we can't eat it. It don't mean we can't use the bones from the camel. It just means we can't eat the camel. Okay? So camels are weather resistant, and the Most High knew what he was doing when he made the tabernacle of the Most High. He used animals that were weather resistant. He gave us the right material. Those animals was happy. They sacrificed themselves. They laid down themselves. All right. So right here where we see the tashes, and I remember when I was younger, when I was reading this, I didn't know what tashes mean. It just means to attach. A tash attaches something. So you might have seen these. This is old school. This is the S tash, the S tash. You might have seen that in your grandparents' house or in your house. You might have some today, even with your curtains. All right. If you hang up your curtains in the house, you have those hooks. That's all those tashes, right? So again, which direction is the tabernacle face? The tabernacle is facing east. As golden pillars upon the sockets of silver, so is a good wife in the ordering of her home. All right. So as the tabernacle is related to the beauty of a virtuous or a chaste woman, I think that women, my opinion, it's okay for me to say I think that women should try to adorn themselves and make themselves beautifully covered up. Because the tabernacle of the Most High was gorgeous. Imagine it being naked. People just want to come and rob it. You know what I'm saying? So cover yourselves up. I'm going to use that real quick analogy. All right, so boom, 1, 2, 3. We got 4 layers. All right, the back layer of the curtain was the drape or cover over. Now, this is one of my favorite parts. These are like Lego blocks. And I said this on the last video. I shared this video last time. The tabernacle wall of the Most High was like Lego blocks. It clicked together so perfectly, you couldn't even tell that there were seams. So check it out. Outside from it clicking together perfectly, fit into the ground, and also fitting next to itself when it was covered. I'm going to fast forward just a little bit. All right, those are the boards to help hold it together, right? Now watch this. Let's go back just a little bit. So this is it in its shit'em wood state. This thing was huge. Look at that, man. This thing is huge, man. So the boards slid into the side. How did we get all the way up there? I just thought about that. How these things were, I wonder how much did one wall of the tabernacle of the Most High weigh? Made out of one piece of shit'em wood, one entire piece covered, overlaid in gold. How much did one piece weigh? So anyway, one wall, the wall of the tabernacle of the Most High, it was so perfectly seamed together that you couldn't see any lines in it. It just looked like it was one wall. So it was the most beautiful, and I loved playing with Legos when I was little. When I was a picnic, I'd get on the floor now and still play with toys with my children, man. All right, let's look at this real quick. This is where I like to have fun at. This is Flavius Josephus' Antiquities of the Jews, and we are in book 3. All right. Now look at this. This is going to go into Passover, but I just want you to see this so you'll be able to, say, hey, at least I know it for myself. Flavius Josephus' Antiquities of the Jews, on book number 3. All right, and it reads, the law requires that out of the public expense, a lamb of the first year be killed every day, at the beginning and at the end of the day. But on the 7th day, which is the Shabbat, which was yesterday, which is called the Shabbat, they killed 2 and sacrificed them in the same manner. At the new moon, they both perform the daily sacrifices and slay 2 bulls with 7 lambs of the first year and a kid of the goats also. You see that? So when we talking about new moon is a high holy day. I don't agree with your elder. I don't agree with him. You don't have to agree with me. I agree with Josephus. His name was Mathathawa. I agree with Zaquan Mathathawa. This is the Mathathawa that I'll listen to. I agree with him. For those of you who don't know, Flavius Josephus' name was Mathathawa. It was Matthew. All right. So before he was he wasn't colonized. Before he was captured, kidnapped, and taken to the hands of his oppressors. All right, which was the white man. The Romans captured him because he was a military tactician. He was a genius. He was a beast. And they found out, oh, you're not a normal dude. You're a high-level Levite. Oh, so you were the elder of the Sakari. Flavius Josephus was the real high chief priest. Hamashiach is the high chief priest. Flavius Josephus was the real chief priest of the Sakari. The real one, of the real Sakari. The law also requires that out of the public expense, a lamb of the first year be killed every day. Every day. Barbecue culture. I should make a shirt like that. Barbecue culture and put the altar of the Most High on it. Barbecue culture. That's fire. No pun intended. So for the expiation or the expiation of sins, all right, that is if they had sinned through ignorance. So once a month, we would have a double portion. Once a month, you had the cleansing process of not only our people, but spiritually cleansing process. All right. This is where you'll get the Leviticus chapter 23. When I was talking earlier, I was like, yeah, Leviticus 23 is where it's the holy days and most highest fire. You got to read it. Da, 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 da. People don't read. They don't listen to. They only go off what other people say. They only go off what other people say and actually don't look for themselves. And it's so heartbreaking because we have to study to show ourselves approved. So on the new moon and on the Shabbat day, we gave oblations, offerings to the Most High. We gave sacrifices, right? But specifically on the new moon, we gave like a double portion. So, everybody was eating, including the Gentiles that lived in the houses of the Israelites. I don't know why, including the Gentiles that lived with the Levites. The Gentiles that lived with the Levites, they got to eat of the sacrifice. They couldn't touch it, but if they was their servants, and if I had it, if my father was a Levite, and then if I was doing the duties, when I brought it home, the Gentiles lived in my community, my family, they was able to eat from that. Ain't that a blessing? They weren't restricted from eating of it. They were restricted from touching it, from being involved with the oblations. But when they was at home in their household, all of their household of the Levites could eat of it. You think Yahweh was that greedy? No, you don't think that. We know the Most High ain't like that. When you finish your daily duties, you may eat of your meal, but no Gentiles. No. Nowhere in the Bible. Watch this. On the 10th day of the same lunar month, they fast until the evening. And this day, they sacrifice a bull. So it goes into the sacrifice. So do you know what that day is? It's the Day of Atonement, right? Let's read on. Upon the 15th day of the same month, when the season of the year is changing for winter, the law enjoins us to pitch tabernacles in every one of our houses. So you know what that is? That's a Feast of Tabernacles. But you didn't hear this part the last time you read it in the Bible. When the season of the year is changing for winter. I love my elders. I even love my elders my elders that don't have the best perspective for me, that don't have the best view of me. I still love them. One of my elders tried to tell me and my family to turn off our electricity in the wintertime. On the Shabbat, during the Feast of Tabernacles. That is not rational thinking. When I read Flavius Josephus and it tells me upon the 15th day, when the season of the year is changing for winter, the law enjoins us to pitch tabernacles. Look at this. But this is the part that people miss because they didn't go and do their math. You didn't go and research what the elder said. Pitch tabernacles in every one of our houses so that we preserve ourselves from the cold of that time of year. Pretty interesting. So Feast of Tabernacles, all right. Burnt off. So the reason why I'm skipping is because I only want to show you the parts where it's the holy convocation that you can precept with Leviticus chapter 23. Okay, because after that is details on the offerings and etc. So I just want to get the scriptures and the feast convocation parts. On the 8th day, all work is to be laid aside. Then, as we said before, they sacrifice to Yahweh a bullock, a ram, and 7 lambs with the kid of the goats for expiation of sins. And this is the custom solemnity of the Hebrews when they pitch their tabernacles. I said, Zaquan, me and my family can't afford a generator right now. No, me and my family won't be doing that right now. I took a stand for myself, for my family, and was exiled because of it. I took a stand to protect my younger children, my ribs, their sanity. You know what? Going 10 years plus in the truth, and then be told overnight to turn off your electricity in the winter. know how long the Feast of Tabernacles is? How long is the Feast of Tabernacles? The scripture says, study to show yourself approved. I love my elders, but I'm not going to do everything somebody says. That's ridiculous. I was exiled because I chose to stand up for my family, myself, study to show myself approved. If somebody would have came to me with this, if they would have shared this with me, maybe a year in advance, but then we had to turn around and share it with our elders and our peers. And say, no. Wait a minute. The Feast of Unleavened Bread succeeds the Passover, falls the 15th day of the month and continues 15 days therein. We had to go back and be like, and this is why I salute Genesis Camp. Like, I don't agree with everything of everybody. I salute Genesis Camp. I salute Deacon. I salute Hassad. One of my brothers said he don't F with me. He wish he would have never put me on his video. Because I took a conscious stand to say those brothers are saying what's right. I don't agree with you. In the 15th day of the same month, when the season of the year is changing for winter, the law enjoins us to pitch tabernacles everyone in our house, so that we are preserved from the cold of that time of the year. As we go forward in our Torah portions, we find out that there's a specific word that's here, and it's Josephus and his wonderful writings. What he does is he teaches us things that we just, he left records for us, and the world knows this. They know this. It's time for us to know it, right? It's time for you all to know, us to know it. In the month of Xanthicus, which is called Nisan, and is in the beginning of our year. Do you see it says our year? So let's reverse engineer. Let's go back. I want to give this to you and I want you to copy it. I want you to look up two things. I'm not going to do it right now. I want you to look up three things, which I already did. It was a weariness. It was hard. I probably didn't do the best. Forgive me. But if you could do it, you would help us out a long way as a nation. If we all study and research together and bring the information back to each other, we will find out so much more. These cats is probably parroting saying the same thing and wearing big hats like they, it's weird to me. It's weird, Xanthicus, which is by us called Nisan, and is the beginning of the year, on the 14th day of the lunar month when the sun is in Aries. I'm going to copy that as I just did. I'm going to go back to StreamYard. I'm going to paste this right here at the water for that 7. Appreciate that. I'm going to put this right here. And the reason being is because you adults are intelligent enough, and you youth men, you youth woman, you youth, y'all smart enough to be able to do this for yourself. Xanthicus, Nisan, on the 15th day, lunar month, sun in Aries. My sister taught me how to read like that. My Aquaf taught me read the points, read what's specific, and then go and fill in the filler words later. The point is Xanthicus, month, beginning of our year, 14th day, lunar month, sun is in Aries. I don't need, if I read what Elder Mathathawa said right here, Flavius Josephus, then me being a layman, me being a child, I can find out when Passover is this year. All I got to do is reverse engineer. I ask myself, 2026, going into springtime, fat self, when will the sun be in Aries? That's what I ask myself. When will we be coming into springtime and the sun will be at the beginning of Aries? I know we're going to be counting our lunar month on the 14th day. Now, Nisan and Xanthicus might be two things I have to go and research. Xanthicus, because some of these things we don't know, we're not aware of, but that's the point. The point is to say, if you just take time to research and look at it, you'll fulfill yourself. You'll be more fulfilled, all right? And just a quick update, I still got a lot of Torah portion reading to do. So if you're gonna hang in there with me. I'm used to people leaving me, so shalom if you leave. Bye. I'm used to it. So I'm gonna continue reading this for myself, for my spiritual growth, because just like right now, ain't nobody around me, ain't nobody around to help me spiritually. They ain't around to help, they're not around to help, they're not around to help. So I gotta help myself. You have to help yourself, because nobody's gonna feed you the word. You can go and ask people questions, but you're not really gonna get the answer. You get a point of it, but you won't really get the answer until you look for yourself. Let me share this screen with you real quick. This screen is Farmer's Almanac. I like the Farmer's Almanac. When is the next eclipse? The old Farmer's Almanac. When is the next solar or lunar eclipse? And the crazy part about it is you might see it in a couple, if Yahweh Shai don't destroy anything, or if you don't come, you're probably going to see this on social media in a couple days. You know what I'm saying? They'd be like, lunar eclipse happened 2026. And it's like, y'all wait. And then put it with no scripture, nothing. But I want to be able to help you all, just to give you the website, the resources, the place to be able to see that these things are happening, are coming. You want to be able to use your Farmer's Almanac. You want to know about your Farmer's Almanac. The old Farmer's Almanac is what they call it, but the actual Farmer's Almanac was written by a man, made by a man whose name is Benjamin Banneker. Okay? Benjamin Banneker was a Hebrew Israelite. He was a Negro. He was a black man. He was a descendant of the slaves. His mother was a Hebrew. She was a Hebrew. She was a slave. She got her freedom. She had a son. Her son was a genius. The Most High used him to make the Farmer's Almanac. And the white man been selling it for themselves ever since. Here, let's get this real quick. Go on. See if we can get this to pull up real quick. All right. And here you have it. This is Benjamin Banneker. White House Historical Association. The black tobacco farmer who the president couldn't ignore. You know why? Because Benjamin Banneker was always writing letters to the president, scolding him, rebuking him. Benjamin Banneker is also the man responsible for the architecture and the setup of the streets of Washington, D.C., for the surveying of the land and for the plotting out of which way the streets go. That was done by a black man, Benjamin Banneker. If you don't know about Benjamin Banneker, here's the Benjamin Banneker's Pennsylvania, Delaware, Maryland, and Virginia. What does that word say? Almanac, 1792. The Farmer's Almanac was based off of Benjamin Banneker. We can read down this. I think, is this the letter that he wrote President Jefferson? He was getting on Jefferson's head. Yeah, that's the letter that he wrote to Thomas Jefferson. He was cutting him. This man was street teaching to Thomas Jefferson by letter, and Thomas Jefferson couldn't shake him. This is the original Farmer's Almanac. So when people talk to me about constellation stars and all this other stuff, Negro called me a goodness gracious diviner of times. Y'all know what a diviner of times is? That's a witch. That's a warlock. And and I couldn't say, bro, do you know about Benjamin Banneker? Point is saying such as to say, as we look at this week's Torah portion and the almanac, and if you ever look at what's called an ephemeris, these are knowledge and sciences that the Most High gave us from the beginning. They're not new. It might be new to you, but you have to familiarize yourself with it. Okay? Let's go back to this real quick. Let's go back to StreamYard for your viewing pleasures. All right. Read. Read. All right. Well, so for your viewing pleasures, let's go back to Exodus chapter 28. I heard that. Read. That's what I'm talking about. Exodus chapter 28, verse 1. And take thou unto thee Aaron thy brother and his sons with him, and among the children of Israel, that they may minister unto me in the priest's office, even Aaron, Nadab, Abihu, and Eleazar, and Ithamar, Aaron's sons. Exodus chapter 28, verse 2. And thou shalt make holy garments for Aaron thy brother, for glory and for beauty. This is the part I was waiting for. Exodus chapter 28, verse 3. We are going to have some fun with this when we finish this. Exodus chapter 28, verse 3. Here, let me zoom that back in. All right. These are the garments which they shall make: a breastplate and an ephod and a robe and a broidered coat, a mitre, a girdle. And they shall make holy garments for Aaron thy brother and his sons, that they may minister unto me in the priest's office. And they shall take gold and blue and purple and scarlet and fine linen. Here we go. 3 holy colors. Kwam Yashar Allah Bahasham Hamashiach Yahushai. The 3 holy colors. This is everywhere in the scriptures. Blue, purple, gold, purple, blue, scarlet. And they shall make the ephod of gold, of blue, and of purple and scarlet, of fine twined linen with cunning work. And they shall have 2 shoulder pieces thereof, joined at the 2 edges thereof, and it shall be joined together. And the curious girdle of the ephod, which is upon it, shall be the same, according to the work thereof, even gold and blue and purple and scarlet with fine twined linen. And thou shalt take 2 onyx stones and grave them with the names of the children of Israel. Real quick, to engrave on a stone is ridiculous. That's ridiculous. To take a stone and grave, that's laughable. You want me to write what? On a rock? Now, check this out. Not just on a rock, but on a precious, priceless gemstone. I don't want you just to write. I want you to, on an emerald, on a ligure, on a diamond. I want you to write in Paleo Hebrew the name Naphtaliah. Shashakar. I want you to write these names. My question is, how do you cut glass? You cut glass with a diamond. Glass is a pretty cool hard stone, whatever rock, but it's not a rock. I'm sorry to say. The name escapes me at the time. Element, I'll say. Not element, excuse me. Name escapes me. But glass is a pretty hard material, we'll say. Can be broken. It's not the sturdiest. But in order to write on it, you have to have something stronger than glass, which is a diamond. In order to write on a diamond, what's stronger than a diamond? What's stronger than an emerald to write on an emerald? Engravings of the names of the 12 tribes of Israel on the high priest's breastplate. Let's share your screen. Now, I do and I don't like this. And the reason being is because this has brought back a flood of memories. I remember being younger in the truth when things was bright and pretty, and Israelites, we used to wear these. We still pretty much do, I guess. You know, we would sell these, et cetera, et cetera. You know, a lot of brothers would wear these and sell these, which, you know, I thought it was a great idea. You know what I'm saying? The little stones fall out and stuff like that. I was like, yeah, nah, it's not really good. But these are images of representations of what the priest wore. These are doo-doo, poo-poo, caca in comparison to the real one. Now, this one I am going to open up because I like to use this one. I like to use this one before I like to use it. So the reason why we're going to use it is because as we read in deeper detail, you're going to see that, oh, this ain't that. Oh, this ain't that. Oh, these images, oh, it wasn't that. Oh, these images, oh, yeah, that's pretty lame in comparison to the real images or to the real explanations. So we have 12 tribes, 4 set up in 3 rows, all right? Or 3 going across in 4 rows, right? So we have the names of the 12 tribes embedded in them. But I think I want to look at this image different because that one just shows you what the crystals, you know, what their attributes look like, right? What a diamond looks like, what a ligure looks like, what a gate looks like, jasper, etc. Emerald, esmeralda, all right? What a sardonyx, what a topaz, sapphire, amethyst, beryl, I say topaz, carbuncle, onyx. So these, I think I just named off all 12. So imagine this. Imagine this. This breastplate, it wasn't like this image. This is the image because it's an image of the types of stones or what the stones could have had represented. Because This isn't the only color of sapphire. This isn't the only color of beryl at all. You got beryl that's like this beautiful brown beryl, brownish. It actually changes colors. That's what they're not putting in here too. A lot of these stones that I've seen, like when I was in Turkey, a lot of these stones that I've seen, they had different colors inside of them. Like it'll be emerald, but it'll be emerald and have green streaks inside of it. It'll be carbuncle, but it would have purple carbuncle streak. Ligure, like ligure, it would have different color streak. And I sent back a whole bunch of pictures to my mashkah at the time. Man, I'm so sorry, man. I lost my ring, man. And I think I should have took that as I should have just, man, that hurt me so bad. I had a mashkah ring, man. But anyway, it can be got again. But that one can't. Point of saying such to say, let's get to this real quick. So let's look at the priest image breastplate. First issue, he's white. All right. First issue that he's white. The Levites that he would have not been able to be a Levite because he's considered a clean leopard. He's a clean leopard. He is a clean leopard. He wouldn't have been allowed to be a Levite. That's the first problem. All right. That's the only one I'm really going to deal with right now. So the point of saying such and say outside of that, we're going to look at these artifacts. Like what is, let me see if we can. Oh, I just keep doing that to me. Okay, this is a better one. Okay, let's use this instead. So, ooh, I like this one. Yeah, let's use this one instead. All right, and then let's visit this page. I don't know. There we go. Wow, there we go. I like that. That's the dahlia pot. That's greatly beautiful. I'm not learning nothing. Sucker face. All right, so this is what I was saying. Right. This is what I was saying. All right, so you have the different color streaks of the stones in them, the different colors in them. Now, this is a problem because it wouldn't have been written in modern Hebrew. Zion Lex would agree with this, but I wouldn't. All right, somebody else would agree with this, but I wouldn't. These characters would have been written in Paleo Hebrew, which is called Lashon Kodesh. Modern Jewish people call it Lashon Kodesh. All right. No, that's pretty cool. I appreciate that, but not right now. I want to scroll down. Oh wait, Hebrew. I wonder if this is a Yasharalim page. I'm gonna have to come back and check them out later. I wonder if this is Yasharalim page. Now, this is what we're gonna use. I'm not gonna read all of these over here because we have our own things to read. But we'll be paying attention to this imagery. This imagery is grossly inaccurate, but it's close enough to help us get a perspective. It's not grossly inaccurate. I'm sorry, I should have said that. This is really good. This is actually really good. But imagine this, but it's more beefed up. It's more beefier. It is not this. This is a small spectrum in comparison to what we're going to read. All right. But you're going to see these things. You're going to see like, oh, it really was like that. And y'all see me dressed like this. Like I'll wear a layer. I'll wear a garment and it'll be long at the bottom, a layer, and then I'll put layers on over it. It's just cultural. I do not try to dress and represent like a Levite. But once I seen it in the scriptures, I was like, oh, that's how we're supposed to be dressed. And I've never stopped dressed like this since. You know what I'm saying? Save the times when I don't have garments or somebody make me garments, you know what I'm saying? Stuff like that. It just breaks my heart because Hebrew Israelite men, women, and children should be covered at all times. Not only in modest apparel, but in holy apparel. Even if you don't feel your holiest, you should still be wearing your apparel. Because once everything is stripped off, that's really the real you. When you put on your real garments, when you put on your attire, that's the you that you are. You know what I'm saying? And I can say that from experience of being a person who wore clothes that represented different things. You know? So anyway, we see a few things here. All right. So the garment that goes up under, my rib, Kanaya Wakanawan, she used to make garments, and she made this garment. Well, I don't care. So anyway, people should have garments up under their clothes, like long garments that'll keep them warm. And you'll see that go up under, and you can have the garments go on top of it. But there's a book that is called Pliny the Elder. And Pliny the Elder and I pray the name comes to me by Shamash Yagasha. Pliny the Elder and another contemporary, what they did was they both described dress code for other cultures. All right. Isidore of Seville's etymology, he goes into the priest clothes. And it's, so we haven't got to the menorah part. I want to get to that. We will. All right. So let's do it. All right. Exodus chapter 28, verse 12. All right. Exodus chapter 28. Now, let's start at verse 9. And thou shalt take 2 onyx stones and engrave them with the names of the children of Israel, which is why I said I really like this. I really like this because to take 12 stones and to engrave them with the names. That's why I say, what do you use to cut a diamond with? Diamond is used to cut glass. You need something stronger and harder, or something that's more, I don't know. We weren't allowed to lift up iron tools. I don't know if you all have read the Bible, but in the building of the tabernacle of the Most High, we weren't allowed to use certain tools. What did Moses use to write the names of the 12 tribes in Paleo Hebrew in stones? That don't boggle your mind? Exodus chapter 28, verse 10. 6 of their names on one stone, the other 6 names rest on the other stone according to their birth. Okay? So when we're looking at that, what we have is the breastplate has the 12 tribes' name on it. But the high priest wore the onyx stones, which they were called onyx stones in contemporary, but we'll see more details. This shoulder was supposed to have 6 names of the 12 tribes, 6 names of the 12 tribes according to their birth. All right, Reuben, Simeon, Levi, etc. Going down. I don't have the birth order memorized at this moment. But imagine how big that have to be, or how small it have to be. So if the 12 tribes, 6 ones on this shoulder, 6 on this shoulder, to write them, you have to do that very small. If this was the actual. Now I say this because I do like this. I like it very much. But there's another part to it to where it's not grand. It's not grandioso enough. It's not gaudy enough. It's not hunky enough. It's too small. And some people might say, well, it's supposed to be small. It's a priest. This crown, it's cool, but it's too small. This crown, it's cool. It says Holy of Holies on the name of it. It's what it's supposed to say. The name of Yahweh. But it doesn't fit the descriptions that I've read. That's okay. Keep this in mind. 2 breastplates, 1 breastplate and 2 shoulder pieces, right? Talk about a gold necklace. This is why Hebrews, this is why you Israelites wearing all that big jewelry, that gaudy, big chains. Yeah. We grew up in it. Yeah, it's a part of my culture. Verse 11. With the work of the engraver in stone, like the engravings of his signet, thou shalt engrave the 2 stones with the names of the children of Israel. When it says stones, don't be confused. It's talking about 2 shoulder pieces. With the names of the children of Israel, thou shalt make them to be set in what? In ouches of gold. If you just put a P on there, it's a pouch of gold. It's an ouch of gold. It's a small container. If you take your earring, if you look at your earring, take out your ear, it usually has a clasp that holds around that your earring, or if it's a jewel, it's sitting inside of an ouch. That ouch holds that jewel safe so it doesn't fall out. I'm not going to explain any more of this. I'll wait till we get to Josephus. So let's just read on. Exodus chapter 28, verse 12. And thou shalt put the 2 stones upon the shoulders of the ephod, 4 stones for a memorial. This is the word Zakar. Shalom Zakar is Zakar. Yeah, I doubt I doubt they're watching, but I still like to say shalom to my children. I miss them so much. So shalom Zakar, I miss you. Here's your name in Hebrew right here. Memorial. Zakar. Zakar, Yah. Memorial of Yah. Remember the Yah. And thou shalt put 2 stones upon the shoulders of the ephod, 4 stones of memorial of the children of Israel, and Aaron shall bear their names before Yahweh upon his 2 shoulders for a memorial. And thou shalt make ouches of gold, and 2 chains of pure gold at the ends of the wreathen work. Thou shalt make them, and fasten the wreathen chains to the ouches. The high priest Levi wore gold chains. He did it. That's what the ephod was. The ephod was a huge gold chain that had, and the 2 pieces on his shoulders that had to be supported. It was so big, they had to tie it to his body. How you think that thing just hung there around his neck? No, it had to be tied around his waist and tied around his shoulder straps so it would sit up on his chest. And it was stones and it was gold, so it was heavy. So do you think a weak little wimp, a weakling? Do you think a weak little non-athletic trained man could be able to wear the high priest breastplate? Absolutely not. And thou shalt make the breastplate of judgment with cunning work. Now, why is it called the breastplate of judgment? I've never heard nobody break that down. breastplate of judgment. Okay. Well, real quick. So the Levites' breastplate would shine when the Most High would respond to them. The two shoulder pieces would shine when the Most High would communicate with them. It was like a Simon Says. Y'all remember that game, Simon Says? I said this before. It's the first time. It's like a Simon Says breastplate. I mean, you gotta think about that. The beauty of that, like that's pretty fire. So check this out. So let's go to this image right here, and I don't want to use this one for our allegory. I want to use this one. So the Levite has this on his chest, and each one of these stones light up in different lights. You think these things didn't reflect lights? You think they didn't shine? When the Most High communicated with us, he made the breastplate to shine in patterns. We'll close that page real quick. Let's get back to this real quick. Whatever. So anywho, let's get back to this real quick. Share our Torah portion. We'll get back to our Torah portion. We're going to share our screen. And let's go to screen share. Get back to our reading. All right, so we're at Exodus chapter 28, 29, 30, two more chapters left. If you can hang in there, hang in there. If you can't, Shalom is out. All right. And thou shalt make the breastplate of judgment with cunning work. After the work of the ephod, thou shalt make it of gold, of blue, of purple, and of scarlet, and of fine twine linen shalt thou make it. 4 square it shall be, being doubled. A span shall be the length thereof, a span the breadth thereof, and a span, and thou shalt set in it settings of stones, even 4 rows of stones. And the first shall be a sardius, the second a what? The second a topaz, and carbuncle. And this shall be the first row, just the first row itself. So these huge stones, we're going to read more about these huge stones, are the visualization that I want to give you. And not just because of their colors, but I want to give them to you because I want you to see that these things are gargantuan. I like the size of this other thing. I like the color scheme of it. I like the way it looks. That's just my perspective. I like the way it looks. For Ra'aban, For Ra'aban, this is Reuben. All right. For Ra'aban, that color is beautiful. But let's get back to reading. The second row shall be an emerald. The third, a sapphire and a diamond. Let's do the first row again. See what y'all see. Even 4 rows. The first shall be a sardius, a topaz, a carbuncle. This is the first row. The second shall be an emerald, a sapphire, and a diamond. And the third row, a ligure, and a gate, and an amethyst. The fourth row, a beryl, an onyx, and a jasper. And they shall be set in gold in their enclosures. And the stones shall be with the names of the children of Israel, 12, according to their names, like the engravings of a signet. Every one with his name shall they be according to the 12 tribes. And thou shalt make upon the breastplate chains at the end of a wreathing work of gold, because the breastplate has to be held up. And thou shalt make upon the breastplate 2 rings of gold, and shall put 2 rings on the 2 ends of the breastplate. And thou shalt put the 2 wreathen chains of gold in the 2 rings which are in the ends of the breastplate. And the other 2 ends of the wreathen chains thou shalt fasten in the 2 ouches, and put them on the shoulder piece of the ephod before it. And thou shalt take 2 rings of gold, and shalt put them upon the 2 ends of the breastplate in the border thereof, which is in the side of the ephod inward. And this right here is what I was saying. So it didn't just hang down from a neck piece, from necklace. No, it had to be attached. It had to be attached to the sides and around the back of the Levite, of the priest. And the reason being was so it could hold up, so it could support the weight from the breastplate. Okay. So this is pretty cool. I like this. That's all right. We're going to see two different types. Now, we're only reading about currently one type of breastplate, well, one type of garment. But the Levites actually, this is pretty cool. The Levites had two garments, all right? So you had the one that was, that would do the oblations, the sacrifices. This would be like a representation of the garment style, right? All right, just the white garment style of the one that was doing the oblation or taking the sacrifice, but not of the high priest. The high priest, Levi, easily stood out, you know what I'm saying? And this really isn't all that good because it just has a sash going around their waist, all right? And we're gonna see, and that's not accurate. It's supposed to be a sash going around their cross around their back too. So, man, this is really fun, man. And the reason being is because we're studying it, you can see so much different. And that's really what I enjoy. I enjoy being able to see more. I just want to be able to see more, understand more. All right. But the rings, again, let's go to it. But the rings, thou shalt make 2 gold rings, put them upon the end of the breastplate, the border thereof, and the sides thereof, of the ephod inwardly. Of the ephod inwardly. Okay. Boom. Let's close that window down. Back to our reading. Exodus chapter 28, verse 7. And the other 2 rings of gold thou shalt make, and shalt put them on the 2 sides of the ephod, underneath the inward forepart thereof, over against the other coupling thereof, above the curious girdle of the ephod. And they shall bind the breastplate by the rings thereof unto the rings of the ephod with a lace of blue. And it shall be, and it may be above the curious girdle of the ephod, and the breastplate, that the breastplate be not loosed from the ephod. And Aaron shall bear the names of the children of Israel in the breastplate of judgment upon his heart, when he goeth into the holy place for the memorial before Yahweh continually. Now keep this in mind. It says, when he goeth into the holy place. We're going to read this, and I really love this. We read about the curtain of the Most High, and remember, the Levites crawled under the curtain. They didn't just bust open the curtain and be like, I'm here, Lord. What you want me to do? Nah, they crawled under the curtain so that they wouldn't die, face to the ground. Imagine it. There's a movie that I've seen, and I don't remember. I think it's called The Kingdom. Movie scene, Kingdom crawls under curtain to go see the emperor. I think that's it. I hope so. We need some AI. That wasn't even a full sentence. All right. That wasn't even a full sentence. All right. But we can pull that up. Let me see. Such great scene. The guy. Let me see. Emperor, Memorial Cash, Son of Python, Holy Grail, or many child and Nigeria. All right. Let me see. Chinese zombie series Kingdom, the emperor is dying and the priests crawl under the curtain. Did I find it? Oh, I found it in the South Korean Netflix series The Kingdom. Yo, okay, y'all gotta see this. Yo, all right. It's not the Shabbat. Shabbat is over. We're in the Shabbat time frame. We're in a planetary parade. You know what I'm saying? I think it's some type of Shabbat. I just don't know how to explain it all the way just yet. But there is some type of Shabbat we're in. All right. You don't believe me? Fine. I don't care. All right. Whatever. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, just bye. Just deuces, man. So long story short, this movie, The Kingdom, is phenomenal. All right. This movie, The Kingdom, is phenomenal. Now, if you don't like gory horror, if you don't like stuff like that, but if you're into a really good story, this is phenomenal. So it's in feudal, what is it, Japan or China? And of course, there's a zombie outbreak. I'm not going to tell you or show you anything. This movie is amazing. As a matter of fact, I think I'm going to go back and watch it later. But there's a scene where the priest, where the king, the emperor, there you go. Is that him? I think that was him. I ain't going to stunt. This was my movie, man. Yeah, there you go. So here's the scene. So in the scene, the emperor is dying. So while he's dying, I don't want to tell y'all. So the emperor is dying. And if you play Where Winds Meet, You should watch this movie. You should watch the show. It's super good. All right. The Kingdom season 3 theories. I'm about to go back and watch it. Okay. So since the emperor is dying, air quotes, his priest to go to minister to him, and it's not in this scene. This isn't it. This is not the scene. His priests, when they go in to see him, they have him enclosed in a curtain, but they have to crawl under the curtain in order to get to, in order to even come and perceive him, in order to come and see him, they gotta crawl under the curtain. And it's so fire because I remember, I said, I read that. As soon as I seen it, I said, yo, I read that. Here it is right here. Here's the movie. It's called The Emperor. All right. Spoiler alert. All right. Heavy spoiler alert, but I'm not gonna give any spoilers. Okay. So here's the Emperor in the movie. All right. If you ever want to check it out. All right. The Emperor is a major key player. He's a crazy key player, and the zombies in this movie are terrible. All right, there's a new zombie movie coming out. I want to see it. It looks like it's going to be pretty bad. And when I say bad, the reason why I want to see it, and the reason I say it looks like it's going to be pretty bad, is because Revelation chapter 9 talks about a time that's coming to where people won't be able to die and they will seek death. Well, that sounds like to me. So, but in the movie, you know what I'm saying, they have to actually crawl under the curtain. And I'm like, yo, I read that in the scriptures. You know what I'm saying? I went back to the Temple of the Most High, you know what I'm saying, and seeing Josephus, like, oh, okay, the priest with the curtain where the priest actually crawled up. So, but let's look at that in a moment. All right, so let's get back to our wonderful reading. I'm going to share this page instead, and as we share this page, we're just going to zoom on in. All right, and as we zoom in, we're going to get to our reading about TORAH. All right, so we're in Exodus chapter 28, verse 29. And Aaron shall bear the names of the children of Israel in the breastplate of judgment upon his heart, when he goeth in the holy place for a memorial before Yahweh continually. And thou shalt put the breastplate of judgment, and thou shalt put in the breastplate of judgment the Urim and the Thummim, the Urim and the Thummim. Now let me talk to you all about this real quick, not too long. The Urim and the Thummim, the Jehovah's Witness organization, say that they currently have this. They tell you that at their headquarters that they have the high priest breastplate with the stones in it, and I just 1200% don't believe them. I just want to say that. So so they teach that they actually have that, and they do not. They don't. But that's a crazy doctrine to say, huh? Right? And thou shalt put in the breast. Because the question is like, how did you all get them out of the breastplate? How did Joseph Smith get the Urim and the Thummim out of the high priest breastplate? And then if Joseph Smith did that, where's the rest of it at? But the narrative goes that Joseph Smith found it in a box. He found the Urim and the Thummim in a box, and that's what was used to help translate the writings in Hebrew. And you got some Israelites that believe that. I don't. So Exodus chapter 28, verse 30. And thou shalt put in the breastplate of judgment the Urim and the Thummim, and they shall be upon Aaron's heart. When he goeth forth before Yahweh, and Aaron shall bear the judgment of the children of Israel upon his heart before Yahweh continually. And thou shalt make a robe of an ephod, all of blue. And there shall be a hole in the top of it, in the midst thereof. And it shall have a binding of woven work round about the whole of it, as there were a hole of an harbigan, and that it be not rent. So in other words, this garment was to be one full garment, just one. That's it, just one full garment. And beneath and upon the hem of it thereof shall be pomegranates of blue and of purple. Above and below you have pomegranates of what? Of blue, purple, scarlet. Now the pomegranate is a sacred plant, a sacred fruit to the Most High. It's also a sacred fruit to us. And men, if you want to have a very, very powerful sex drive, eat and drink a lot of pomegranates. Have your wife, or wives plural, to give you foods that will help with the properties that pomegranate helps with. But outside from that, pomegranates are great for heart. They promote it for great because for the heart, but it does great for everything. All right. So outside from that, it's the holy fruit, and at the bottom of the pomegranate, a lot of times you can see it has 6 points, which people don't pay attention to, but we should. All right. So let's see if we. Bottom of pomegranate bud opening. I said blood. I didn't mean to say blood. I meant to say bud opening. I didn't mean to say blood opening. All right. So when you open a pomegranate, or when you look into a pomegranate, the majority of the time you'll see this very same, geometric structure. You'll see this same, you know, the same parting in 6 ways. You know what I'm saying? So people, I like to refer the so-called Star of David or the Magen David, as they call it, which is never found in the Bible. You won't find the Star of David in the Bible. You find the Star of Molech, you find the Star of Remphan, but you will find such phrases like the shield. You'll find such phrases like a buckler. You'll find those phrases as bars. And these go into the 6 points of not only the pomegranate, but what people teach as far as the so-called Star of David. I believe it was the image of the pomegranate, the bottom budding of the pomegranate also. Because you'll see it 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 5, 6. Like there'll be one that broke off, something like that. But they'll primarily have 7 or 6 openings at the bottom of them. So you have to ask yourself, why did the Most High? How do I tell if pomegranate is bad? Man, I just be smashing them. Most High, he is amazingly made with pomegranates. And they're right here in front of us, man. They're right here in front of us. I need a regular pomegranate diet. Anywho, you can get pomegranates, Kroger's, Walmart's, your local store, etc. All right, but let's get back to it. So when we're looking at the Torah portion, we have Exodus chapter 28, and we're at verse 33. All right, right here, Exodus chapter 28, we're at verse 33, pomegranates. All right, starting to get hungry. All right. So let's get back to this. Exodus chapter 33, verse 28, verse 33. Pomegranates of blue and of purple of scarlet round about the hem thereof, and bells of gold between them round about. A golden bell in the pomegranate, a golden bell in the pomegranate. A golden bell in the pomegranate. Upon the hem of the robe round about. And it shall be upon Aaron to minister, and his sound shall be heard when he goeth into the holy place before Yahweh, when he cometh out, that he die not. So we've heard the Lord that there was a rope tied onto the Levite's foot when he went in case he sinned and he died, his body could be dragged out. If there was some sin or some wickedness found him, or if he didn't do the oblations the right way. I don't know if that's true. I just heard it when I was a child. I think it's been dispelled, but that would make sense to me to have a rope or something tied around his foot. So, he didn't make it. Drag him out of here. All right. And thou shalt make a gold plate of pure gold and engrave upon it like the engravings of a signet, holiness to Yahweh. Where it says a gold plate, that is not talking about a plate that you eat off of. It's talking about a flat surface of gold that will be engraved and made into a crown. All right, so that's what a flat plate is. It's a crown. And thou shalt put upon it a blue lace, that it may be upon a mitre, upon the forehead of the mitre shall it be. And it shall be upon Aaron's forehead, and Aaron may bear the iniquity of the holy things, which the children of Israel shall hallow in all their holy gifts, and it shall be always upon the forehead, that may be accepted before Yahweh. Verse 39, Exodus chapter 38. And thou shalt embroider the coat of the fine linen, and shall make the mitre of fine linen, and thou shalt make the girdle of needlework. And for Aaron's sons, thou shalt make coats, and thou shalt make them for girdles and bonnets, and shall make them for glory and for beauty, and shall put upon them, and thou shalt put them upon Aaron thy brother and his sons with him, and thou shalt anoint him and consecrate him and sanctify them. And thou shalt, let me read that again. We're in Exodus chapter 28, verse 41. And thou shalt put them, the garments, upon thy brother and his sons with him, and thou shalt anoint them and consecrate them and sanctify them, and that they may be my minister unto me in the priest's office. Now, keep in mind, we've only read one description of the garment. The one description that we read of the garment was the high priest garments. We're going to go to Flavius Josephus, Antiquities of the Jews. We're going to go to the section where we read about the priest garments, and you're going to see more details, okay? I'm looking forward to getting to the part about reading about the menorah, too. That's going to be fun. So the Levite, the high priest, he had his own garment, his own special garment. And then the priest that was up under him, they had their own special garment, which was not like his. It was similar, but he had more upgraded, added things. All right, let's read on. And thou shalt make them linen breeches. I heard a brother say to me, pants was nowhere in the Bible. Shut up. Linen breeches, so we wore pants, to cover their nakedness from their loins even unto the thigh shall they reach. And they shall be upon Aaron and his sons, and they shall come when they come into the tabernacle of the congregation, or when they come near the altar of ministry, come unto the altar to minister in the holy place, that they bear not iniquity and die. It shall be a statute for how long? Forever, unto him and to his seeds after him. Repeat after me. Allah Shara, everybody, Allah, Aisha, Wana Shamai, all Yahweh has said, will we do and hear. Let's fast forward and skip this video to, I like this video. I ain't gonna stunt. You know, I'm gonna stunt. Like, everybody white, everybody white. I mean, because a white person made it. All right, that's why. So the reality of it is this is a very good visual. This is a very good visual to help people to see the work, the architecture, you know what I'm saying, the processes of actually making the tabernacle, the temple of God. I think it's wonderful. I like it. If somebody else don't like it, then I'll tell you what, you go make something better. All right. Until then, you guys is like that one Hebrew, right? You know, they just having a problem with something, not producing nothing. That's bogus, right? So anyway, I want y'all to see this real quick. First of all, none of them got on borders of blue. None of them got on borders of purple. All right, that's crazy. All right, I don't know how they would have did in that hot sun in the hot desert. This dude right here ain't hitting nothing. All right, Slavish line, he ain't hitting nothing. Look, his job is just to cut at the dirt. He is the, you know, the scripture says if there even be an imbecile, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, there's imbecile. There's a person that's a simpleton. Yeah, simpleton. He's the simpleton, right? Not trying to be funny. You out here doing it with us. Keep cutting. Cut the little wood, bro. You're doing good. Great job. Keep hitting it. Hit it harder. You're gonna get it. All right. So let's look at this real quick. Let's go to Flavius Josephus. All right, and we're going to talk about some of the most beautiful things that I have ever read. I want to talk about some of the most beautiful things that I have ever read within the writings of Flavius Josephus. It totally blew my mind. It just blessed me so much. All right, so I want to be able to bless you with it. All right, so we're going to be reading from Flavius Josephus, and let me get it for you. All right, this is where we're going to be reading from. For those of you who have your Josephus, I want you to be able to go to this and go and look it up, study. Some people, they have it and they just don't care. Some people care and they just don't have it. So if you don't, then let me share it with you here. All right, booyah, here you go. It looks like the audio disconnected. Your browser is disconnecting the audio. Try sharing your screen again. Push restart on your browser if this continues the problem. If you cannot see or hear my screen, put a 7 in the room. Please put a 7 in the room. I'm sorry, put a 7 in the room if you can hear. I mean, put 3 in the room if you cannot. Oh, the sound went out? Okay, we're still here to read. Okay, sound went out. Okay. Oh, hold on, wait. We're at the boys' swim lessons now. I didn't bring my ear pods. Get back on later. Shalom. All right. Shalom, Banyan. Keep y'all. Swim well. All right. Stay strong. Swimming is a great workout. All right. So this is what we're reading from, okay? Antiquities of the Jews. Okay. Look at that. Look at that. The shit of wood that was brought, that was layered. Remember, I was like, I wonder how much would that weigh? Like, how much would that weigh? That's crazy. Right? So we're going to read right here from Josephus. All right, so I just shared the link to where we're reading. If you want to see for yourself, then you can also pick it up for yourself and read with them. All right, at least you'll have it. Okay. All right, so let's get here. Boom. Week Passover sacrifices. All right. Okay, here we are. Now let's see if we hear anything new today. See if we hear anything that's cool, anything that stands out to us. All right. Flavius Josephus, Antiquities of the Jews, book number 3, paragraph 102, line number 1. Hereupon the Israelites rejoiced that what they had seen and heard of their conductor, and were not wanting in diligence according to their ability. So you know what that means? This means according to what we could do, that's what we did do. And we worked very hard to build the tabernacle of the Most High. I want to be able to show this to you. All right, I know that visual is pretty cool and helpful, but I want to be able to show this to you all also. According to their ability, for they brought silver and gold and brass and the best sorts of wood and such as would not decay by putrefaction. Camel's hair also and sheepskin. Some of them dyed blue, some of them dyed scarlet, and some brought the flower for the purple, and others for white. With wool dyed by the flowers aforementioned, a fine linen and a fine line and precious stones, which those that use costly ornaments set in ouches of gold, they brought also a great quantity of spices. For of these materials did Moses build the tabernacle, which did not at all differ from a movable ambulatory temple. This means we can construct it and deconstruct it and move it around. Now, when these things were brought together with great diligence, this means everybody was happy to work together. For everyone was ambitious to further the work, even beyond their ability. He set architects over their works, and this by commandment of Yahweh, and indeed the very same which the people themselves would have chosen had the election been allowed to them. So the same then Aholiab and Bezalel is what his name is pronounced here. All right, Bezalel, all right, and Ahisamach, all right, Aholiab, right? These are the men that were regarded as wise men who were there to make all of the artifacts and the engravings. All y'all got to do is cut the wood and bring it to me. Just cut the wood and bring it to me. I'll overlay it with gold. Just bring it to me. All right, when I get done, Aholiab, he's gonna put the engravings on it. Him and his tribe of Dan crew is gonna do that. Me, I'm from the tribe of Judah. My mother's Levi. What's my name? My name is Betzalel, Batzalel. My mother is Miriam. It's my grandmother. My grandmother is Miriam. My mother's Miriam. My son is Hur. You know, Ben-Hur. You ever see the movie Ben-Hur? Yeah, that's supposed to be son of, which was the son of Miriam. All right, let's get back to this. Anywho, so I really don't want you all to see this. So let's read down, and I don't want you to get lost in the explanation. All right. This was last week's Torah portion. All right, female fastened at the joints, the other side of Moses' length. Wool here, I think this is it. Ground line, triangular front, B spread temple. All right. Also, ark was made, holy place over against the tabernacle, between the candlestick. There go the candlestick. All right. Now, between the candlestick and the table, which we said, between the sanctuary, altar, and incense. All right. So we're going to look at that. Not going to look at it just yet. All right. Let's do one at a time. Let's do one at a time. So earlier we read about the altar of sacrifice. Okay. So we read about the altar of sacrifice. All right, let's go up. All right, boom, boom, boom. Fix the ground, brazen, brass, brass, brass. He set up brazen pillars, 5 cubits high. All right, this is to the tabernacle, to the temple. All right, let's scroll down a bit, and we're gonna go to. One second. All right, so boom, boom. 102. All right, so here we are. I want to copy paste and give this to you because you're going to enjoy it, you know. And as much as I really want to go into all of the details and zippity bap, you know, as much as I really want to do that, I want you to see it for yourselves because that's really where the wisdom is. All right, the wisdom is when you see it for yourself. Now, watch how dope this is. I got to use the phrase dope. I just have to. It's just I'm compelled to use the phrase dope. All right. So this is the link for this website. Now this says Antiquities of the Jews, book number 3, paragraph 100 and I'm sorry, line 151, paragraph number 1. That's how you read that. Now, this is pertaining to the priest garments. Listen and see if you hear anything new, because I know you will. Right? So check this out. Okay, go back to that screen. Now, there were peculiar garments appointed to the priests, and for all the rest, which they call the Kohaneni, or the priests. We call them Kahanim. All right, yo, what up, Kahan? See, this is the modern way of saying it. This is the Jewish way of saying it. People don't like to say, I don't care if you don't like it. If I say it's Yiddish, and Yiddish is not Paleo Hebrew, there's a different pronunciation. Or if I call it modern Hebrew or biblical Hebrew, it's a different pronunciation. The Paleo Hebrew for Kahanim is Kahoniani. Kahaniani in modern Hebrew, right? Priestly garments. As also for the high priest. Now, if you remember in the Torah, in the Bible, it actually read it differently. In the Torah, it mentioned the high priest garments first. And then it mentioned very lightly, it mentioned the rest of the Kahanim, or the Kohanini, Kahanini. It mentioned the rest of their priests very lightly in Torah. But Josephus does it differently. The way Josephus does it is he explains the regular Kahanim garments first, and then he goes into the grandeur of the high priest garment, and that's what I want to show you. All right. So let's read about the priest garments first, the Kahanim. Also, and I will be saying Kahanim because I don't like pronouncing Kahonini just yet right now, because it just doesn't roll right. So I'm gonna say Kahanim so you can know it. All right. Which they call Kahanim Rabbi, and denote the high priest garment, such was therefore the habit of the rest. But when the priests approach the sacrifice, he purifies himself. When the priest approaches the sacrifice, he purifies himself with the purification which the law prescribes. And in the first place, he puts on that which is called machanesi, which means somewhat that is fast tied. It is a girdle composed of fine twined linen, and it is put between the privy parts, the feet beginning and to be inserted into them, and the nature of breeches. But above half of it is cut off, and it ends at the thigh, and there it is fast tied. Okay, so that would be relating to what? That would be relating to pants and the short style pants that the Levites wore. Okay. Over this, he wore a linen vestment made of fine flax, doubled. It is called the kohethon, and it denotes linen. For we call linen by the name kohethon. This vestment reaches down to the feet. This is the type of garments that I like to wear. Reaches down to the feet and sits close to the body, and has sleeves that are tied fast to the arms. It is girded to the breast, a little above the elbows, by a girdle often going round 4 fingers broad, but so loosely woven But let me rewind now. I want you all to see that. I like that part. This is the tabernacle actually being put together. Let me go back on that. I like that. I want y'all to be able to see that. All right. Man, I think that's so beautiful, man. I think it's a beautiful visual. I absolutely do. That's a beautiful visual. All right. This vestment reaches down to the feet and sits close to the body and has sleeves that are tied fast to the arms. It is girded to the breast a little above the elbows, and is girded by a girdle often going round 4 fingers broad, but so loosely woven that you would think that it were the skin of a serpent. It is embroidered with flowers of scarlet. And what does that mean? It means it's breathable, right? So it's so loosely woven, it's breathable. It is embroidered with flowers of scarlet and purple and blue and fine twined linen. We see those three holy colors everywhere. But the warp was nothing but fine linen. And the beginning of its circumvolution, all right, is at the breast. And when it has gone often round, it is there tied. It hangs loosely. It hangs loosely down to the ankles. I mean this, all the time that the priest is not about the laborious service, for it is proposition, it appears to be most agreeable, to be in the most agreeable manner to the spectators. But when he is obliged to assist at an offering sacrifices and to do the appointed service, that he may not be hindered in his operations by his motion, he throws it over to the left and bears it on his shoulder. So in other words, there was a scarf, an embroidered flower, blue, purple, scarlet scarf that the Levites wore, fine twined linen, and as they wore it, it went around. The beginning of the circumvolution is at the breast, and when it has gone around often, it is tied and hangs loosely down by the ankles. Now I can see what that looks like. It's a long scarf, it's a long scarf or garment that wraps around their waist and it goes over their body. When I'm working, I throw it over my shoulder. But when I'm not working, I wear it representatively so everybody can see it. Oh, yes, a Levite. Oh, you can tell when a Levite was turned on or turned off or not based off how his garments was, based off his dress code, based off of what did he have on? Did he have on his priestly garment? And when he had on his priestly garment, was he in relaxed mode or was he in hustle mode? Moses indeed calls the belt albanath. This is the name of the garment that went around the Levites who just wore the straight white down. Albanath. All right. But operations by its motion, but we have learned that the Babylonians call it Emia. Let me go to the screen real quick. I want y'all to see this. Look at how much beautiful information is here. Look at how much beautiful information is here. This vestment has no loose or hollow parts anywhere in it, but only a narrow aperture about the neck. And it is tied with certain strings hanging down from the cover edge, the breastplate and back, and is fastened above each shoulder. It is called masabanis. So it wasn't just a regular scarf that wrapped around their waist. It went long and they could put it over their shoulders on like an X and then wrap it around their waist again. And when they was in hustle mode, they would put it over the left shoulder. When it wasn't in hustle mode, they would put it in this regular wearing mode, right? Now watch this. Let's share this screen. Upon his head, he wears a cap, not brought to a conic from the encircling of the whole head, but still covering more than half of it, which is called masnaphanes. And its make, is such that seems to be a crown being made of thick swaths. This is why we wear mitres, all right? Miters, we wear mitres. It's a cloth of thick swaths, but its contexture is of linen and is doubled round many times and sewing together, besides which a piece of fine linen covers the whole cap from the upper part and reaches down to the forehead and hides the seams of the swaths, which would otherwise appear indecently. This adheres closely upon the solid part of the forehead and is thereto so firmly fixed that it may not fall off during the sacrifice service about the sacred services about the sacrifices. So we have now shown you what is the habit generally of the priests. Right there. That is the order, the dress code of how the Kahanim, not the Kahan Rabbah, the Zakwan Kahan, not the great high priest, not the Gadol Zakwan Kahan, but these are just the regular Levites that would do the ministry and the works. And it wasn't even a lot. Look at this. This is it. But there's so much jewels in it. there's words that are here that you've never heard of in Hebrew. Look at this. If I take this phrase, right? Belt Abanath. And if I just say Belt Abanath and I go do a, just not even a deep dive, right? Let's just do a surface dive. That's not even surface dive. Let's just put our foot in the water. Right? Let's just put our foot in the water. All right, see how it looks. What comfortable? Belt Albanath. All right. Let's see some images. I don't know. Let's take out the word belt. I want to see what Albanath is. Uh-oh. Oh man. I didn't do the right stuff there. What does that mean? Oh, it's a wraparound. So Albanath is a wraparound. So it's a belt that wraps around you. All right, I gotta see what that is. I don't know what that is. Shalom King. Dr. Alvin? I don't know. Like I said, I just want to do a surface. This ain't even a deep surface. This ain't even a deep search, okay? All right, I just want to see. Now, I am interested in what is this, but that would take me somewhere else. All right. Nope, I don't want none of that. Nope, and I don't want that. I don't want that. I just want this right here. Yeah, and I already feel like it's doing too much. Albanese, Italian, surname. Yeah, I'm not finding anything. Well, I found the scripture. Right? I found the scripture. All right. Antiquity to the Jews, book 2, Albanath Encyclopedia of the Albanate. All right. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe somebody else can help me with that. All right, help me with that. Find out what that means. All right. If anybody desires for studious out there in the words. All right, let's get back to it. Moses indeed called this belt Albanath. But we have learned from the Babylonians that they call it Emia. I wonder if I take that word and Albanath and look at what I find. But let's go forward. I want to show you all something else that I think is really cool. My sneeze. Let's go. Let's scroll down. The high priest. The beautiful, beautiful garments of the high priest. Wow. All right, so now let's see the difference and the contrast in between the high priest and the Kohanim, the Levites. Okay, let's see the difference and contrast in the garments. If you would like to read this, where we are, if you would like to mark it in your own Flavius Josephus, we are in Flavius Josephus, Antiquities of the Jews. We're in book number 3. All right, we're in book number 3. We are now in paragraph 162, and we're on line number 5. Book 3, 162, line 5. Besides these, the high priest put on a third garment, which was called the ephod, which resembles the epimis of the Greeks. What is that? The epimis of the Greeks. So it resembles the epimis of the Greeks. I think I want to go and learn about that sometime in life. Its make was after this manner. It was woven to the depth of a cubit of several colors, with gold intermixed and embroidered, but it left the middle and the breast part uncovered. It was made with sleeves also, nor did it appear at all to be differently made from a short coat. But in the void place of this garment, there was inserted a piece of, look at this, a piece of the bigness of a span embroidered with gold of the other colors of the ephod, and was called a sin, the breastplate, which in the Greek language signifies the oracle. So sometimes you'll hear me refer to the oracle. This is why. This piece exactly filled up the void space in the ephod and was united to it by golden rings at every corner, the like rings being annexed to the ephod, and a blue ribbon was made use of it to tie them together by those rings. And that space between the rings, and that the space between the rings might not appear empty, they contrived to fill it up with stitches of blue ribbons. There were also two sardonyxes. You notice this? It doesn't say onyxes, it says sardonyxes. Maybe somebody will say, well, maybe that's the real name of onyx stones. But if you look at sardonyx, that goes into a lot of different color stones. So people usually do one black and one white, but sardonyx stones are of all different type of varieties. Upon the ephod at the shoulders to fasten it with the nature of buttons, having each end running to the sardonyx of gold, that they might be buttoned by them. On these engravings, the names of the sons of Jacob, look at this, in our own country letters. It does not say in modern Hebrew. It don't say in, no, listen, look, I'm sorry. Let me show this to you right here. In there were two sardonyxes. Now, let me show you this real quick. We have to go past man's imagination, and we have to say, whatever the Most High is going to do is going to be greater than what I'm reading. Whatever the Most High is doing, whatever Yahweh, the God of the Word, whatever he's doing is going to be greater than my imagination, what I think, what I perceive. So if I think one black stone, one white stone, sorry, that's not how sardonyx works. That's not how it works at all. But you will see a beautiful. I wonder if the sardonyx stones, if they actually, like, you see how they all have this pattern of, I wonder if they move. I wonder if they like waves of water. But that's so much speculation, and there's just so much thoughts of my own. I can't say. But what I can say is this right here. What people showed us or what they talked to us about what the high priest breastplate garden. Nah, man, the cartoons don't work for me no more. Once I started learning how to not only read but investigate for myself, it just didn't. Stuff didn't. I was like, that don't line up. Sardonyx has the same color, the same properties, not the same color, but they have the same properties. There were also two sardonyxes upon the ephod at the shoulders to fasten it with the nature of buttons, having each end running to the sardonyxes of gold, that they might be a button for them. All right, that's where you get cufflinks from. You see cufflinks, how they have the stones inside them, and people, but yeah, that's where you get cufflinks, right? And these on these were engraven the names of the sons of Jacob in our country letters and in our own tongue. Before vowel points, 6 on each of the stones on the other side, and the elder sons' names were over the right shoulder. Let me do this because I love my language. I love my Lashon. I love the Lashon most, I guess. So we're gonna get, let's see, close down a few windows so we can. Let's leave you open because you're a good one. I like you. Let's leave you open. All right. Well, I just want to show you all a couple things. Let me close a few windows. My brain be moving, and I'll be like, oh, yeah, here you go, here you go, here you go. It's just a whole bunch of information, right? There's a whole bunch of information. All right, so this is, we'll get back to this, but I think I want to share this right now, and then we're going to come back to the priest garments. Now, please don't get thrown off too bad. All right, just stay with me. I have to share this with you now so I don't lose it. All right, so you can look this up for yourself. So planetary alignment. All right, for yourself, you can see the own news. So we've come from out of the Shabbat, planetary alignment. Oh man, I'm not screen sharing. Dang, pickle sticks and lollipops. I didn't know that. I was showing a whole bunch of stuff too. That's crazy. All right, breastplate, Jeff. Let's get back there. All right. So you can see for yourself the planetary alignment. I'll probably be going to the Cincinnati Observatory tonight and see what they got shaking out there. There's a couple other parks. It's only like 19 minutes from me. Cincinnati Observatory is like 15, 19 minutes towards me, going towards downtown, and it's beautiful. So, long story short, let's get back to this. So, reading on. On these were engraven the names of the sons of Jacob in our country letters and in our own tongue, 6 on each of the stones on either side, and the eldest son's names were on the right shoulder. Okay, so come over here with me real quick. And I'm doing this for me. All right. Abjad languages. Oh, my bad. I was looking for that. Abjad. Look at this screen with me real quick. What is an Abjad language? This is an Abjad language. You see this? This is Arabic. This is an Abjad language. What does Abjad mean? We're going to look at it and see. But let's do better than that. Let's do better than that. Let's do Now, this is really brief, and I apologize for using the AI Google overview, but I have to use it to show you. I don't agree with Zion Lex and a lot of other people. Now, I'm only using his name because he was so adamant in speaking against the Paleo Hebrew without the vowel points and making fun of Lashon Kodesh, which the Jewish people call Lashon Kodesh, Lashon Chodesh, right? You got one Negro and a few others, just run around talking crazy. But the reality is, antiquity Abjad languages, right? Abjad, that's the word you want to know. Lashon Kodesh is an Abjad language, right? What does that mean? All right, utilizes scripts representing only consonants, primarily used for Semitic languages in the Middle East and in Northern Africa. Let me explain that again. Utilize scripts representing only consonants. So we didn't need to have the oys and the vays and the yets and the chit and the keys we didn't need those because it's asserted that you know what you're talking about. Look at this over here. Phoenician alphabet. This is Lashon Kodesh. This is Paleo Hebrew. This is Da, Ha, Wa. This is Sa. This is Ai. This is Na. Paleo Hebrew is an Abjad language. Key antiquity Abjad and associated languages. This is why I said this. The reason why I'm reading this because it's not about any specific one person or proving them right or proving them wrong. This is about my own personal convictions. I've concludedly come to a solidified place to where it's important for me to say these things. On these were engraven the names of the 12 tribes of Jacob in our own country letters, not in modern Hebrew, not in, I'm going to say the word Yiddish, even though Yiddish is not written as a Hebrew character, it's pronunciation. You know what I'm saying? In Yiddish, not in any other language, in our own country letters and in our own tongue. Why did Josephus say this? Because I know that Josephus was a scholar, and he knew that the people that was around him was going to amalgamate. They were going to absorb our culture, our language. And yeah, I know that. Yeah, it said Jewish people preserved that our history, culture, antiquity. They did. Yashala, Most High used them as a jealous people to bring us back to him. But let me show you this real quick. Pertaining to our language, not their language, our language. You got Phoenician, Aramaic, Asian South Arabian, which is something funny because Arabic is a Abjad language. Man, that was terrible. Proto-Canaanite, Proto-Sinaitic. There you go. Look, boom, very bottom. Hebrew. Used for what? For early Hebrew text. But they won't tell you that they added the vowel points. The vowel points, but if you go look for it, you can find it. Consonant focus. These scripts focus on consonants as a Semitic language, often rooted meaning in consonant strings. Commonly written from right to left, as the Phoenician Aramaic scripts. So Lashon Kodesh, Paleo Hebrew, our own country language, which I love very much. I love our language. I speak other languages, but I love my own. Here you go, real quick. All right. Abjad language. Abjad. Look, first thing that popped up. Paleo Hebrew. Abjad, no vowels. Very few vowels. So we're on the breastplate, and I got something to show you, because this was something that really, and I could be wrong for this, and if I'm wrong, then I accept it, but I haven't seen nobody, I haven't seen nobody bring it to me, challenge me on it. I haven't seen nobody inquiry, ask me about it. I presented it to peers and elders and friends in the past, and oh, I've been looking for this garment. I love this garment. And I haven't heard them say anything on it. I think that the cannabis plant was on a high priest crown. I think that the so-called weed plant was on the high priest Levite crown. I'm bold enough to be able to say that because I study it. And if there's somebody else that's going to come along and say, no, it ain't, then just show me. Just show me. Now, I got to be careful. We all got to be careful. There's a gaggle of haters that are out there. There's a goo gaggle of haters that are out there. And they sometimes don't want you to learn or see. So they won't share. Or if you try to teach, they'll try to shut it down. But it's very important for you all yourselves to see what this word says, so you'll be edified in our own country letters, in our own language. 6 on each of the stones on either side, and the elders' sons' names were on the right shoulder. 12 stones also there were upon the breastplate, extraordinarily in largeness, beauty, and they were an ornament not to be purchased by men, because of the immense value of these stones. However, stood in 3 rows by 4 in a row, and were inserted into the breastplate itself. And they were set in ouches of gold, that they were themselves inserted in the breastplate, and were so made that they might not fall out. Look at this. When you go and look at them pictures of the breastplate, you got all these little scrawny dudes. First of all, you had to be diesel to be a Levite. You had to be healthy to be a Levite. You was not about to be a Levite out there doing sacrifices, out there doing oblations, carrying dead animals. Do you know what it takes to carry a dead animal, a dead calf? Don't you know that they're heavy when they're alive? You got blood everywhere, blood. Speaking of blood, we're going to have a blood moon again, in the next couple of days coming up. We're going to have a blood moon coming up, blood. And I'm going to share the information with you right now so you'll be able to research for yourself. All right. We might not see another one of these blood moons for a while. Some of us will die before another one comes about, et cetera and such. But outside from that, these celestial events are put in place for us to keep track of, to document, to watch, to observe. All right. And they're not for ignorance. They're not at all. All right. Here's our, all right, we're going to go here right now. We're going to share that. So we're going to get that screen out of here. All right. We actually have a couple screens that's up. All right, so this is the link that I just shared. All right, if you go back and click on this, you'll be able to see it. All right, that's a dope shower. I really like that shower. That's fire. All right, so total lunar eclipse, March the 3rd. All right, March the 3rd, total lunar eclipse. You're gonna see it slowly change to blood red. In some regions, you'll be able to see it better than others. All right, it's just depending on positioning, et cetera, and such. So in some places you'll be able to see it better than others. Some places you won't be able to at all. If you have a local observatory in your city, go to it. You go to other places, go to the observatory. You go to other places, go and learn something. All right, if you choose to. If not, if it's no big thing to you, then no big deal. At least you were shown, at least you were told. You can check it out for yourself later. All right, we're going to get back to the scripture, but I want to make sure I share these information with you. You might not like NASA. I do. You might go, oh, NASA means deceive. No, it don't. Learn how to read Hebrew. NASA does not mean deceive. Get ready for these upcoming eclipses. Solar eclipses, date. Lunar eclipses, dates. eclipse news, dates. Yes, this is what I study. This is what I like to read. This is what I like to be a part of. I had a person tell me that I was lost. They told me I was lost in the white man's science. You lost in the white man's understanding. And I'm like, brother, actually, it was a black woman. It was a Hebrew Israelite black woman in all of their righteous glory. So since I study or like to read and share these things, you know, I've been called a witch. I've been called a car thief. I've been called a bunch of things in Israel by Israelites. But what I have seen is this right here. If you actually look at this stuff and study it for yourself, you'll become more understanding. It's a science. The word science means natural philosophy. The original teachers of natural philosophy were such like Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Abraham looked at the sun. He said, that's not God, because the sun goes down every day and the moon comes up and rules every night. So he said, the moon is not God, because it goes down every night and the sun comes up every day. Flavius Josephus gives us so much wisdom on our forefather Abraham, on constellations. It's ridiculous not to go and learn it, but it's even more ridiculous to be scrutinized or demonized for learning it. Either they want you to be dumb, or they don't want you too dumb, they don't want you too smart. They just want you to be tag-alongs. Go along and get on. Fit in with them. I don't fit in with you. We're not the same. And I'm okay with that. So what I want to do is, for the people that's watching, viewing, that do like, they share it to where they can get this information for themselves. All right. This right here, WhiteHouseHistory.org, Benjamin Banneker. Go and get the information. It's right there. It's for you. It's for free. Baba Kushab. Why, why not? Why not? It's free. All right. I'm going to share this screen. I'm starting to minimize these windows as I get rid of these. All right. This next window right here, I want you all to get to this one. If you get a chance, come to this link and come do some homework. Just look up words. All right. If you don't know what to do, you're not sure, 513-348-5408. You can call me. I'm a public servant of the Most High. I'll show my check out, Shah. Let's see if we can get this link over to you. I want to get this link over to y'all so y'all can have it before I close this info down. Let's go ahead and copy all of this. All right, let's copy all of that. Come on, Big Ed. Come on, Big Ed. Copy all of that. Cut. Boom. All right, let's get back to our reading. We're going to switch windows. Oh, no. Connection issues. Oh, no. Okay, let's get back to Josephus. All right. We're going to read this screen while we close down the other ones. All right. I want you all to be able to please look at, research, check these things out. And what you'll find out for yourself is that, you didn't do nothing wrong. You just weren't taught. You just weren't shown. And the powers that be, especially in Yasharallah, a lot of people have their own motive or, whatever. And including me, I have my own motive. My motive is to edify, to show you stuff that I know, and then watch you go further. That's my motive. If you ask me, brother, sister, what do I want from you? I want you to learn what I know and then go further. 12 stones were also put in the breastplate, extraordinarily large in beauty. So they were great. They were large in beauty, and were ornament not to be purchased by men because of their immense value. So these weren't some little tiny stones. These stones, however, stood in 3 rows by 4 in a row and were inserted into the breastplate itself. And they were set in ouches of gold that were themselves inserted into the breastplate, and were so much that they might not fall out. Now, the first of these 3 stones were sardonyx, topaz, and emerald. The second contained a carbuncle, a jasper, a sapphire. The first of the 3rd row was a ligure, an amethyst, and the third an agate, being the 9th of the whole number. The first and the 4th row, the first of the 4th row was a chrysolite. The next and onyx. Or remember, it's sardonyx. Then beryl, which was last of all. Now the names of all the sons of Jacob were engraven on these stones, whom we esteem the heads of our tribes, each stone having the honor of a name in the order according to where they were born, which they were born. And whereas, let's get us a nice little visual. I'm gonna keep reading. If you all would like to read, let me know. All right, and I can do that. Let's get back to these stones. All right. And let me see. Okay, there we go. And whereas the rings were too weak of themselves to bear the weight of the stones, they made 2 other rings of larger size at the edge part of the breastplate, which reached to the neck and inserted into the very texture of the breastplate to receive chains finely wrought, which connected them with golden bands to the tops of the shoulders, whose extremity turned backwards and went into the ring on a prominent back part of the ephod. And this was for the security of the breastplate, that it might not fall out of its place. There was also a girdle. Sewed into the breastplate, which was of the aforementioned colors with the gold intermixed, which, when it had gone round about, was tied again upon the seam and hung down. There was also golden hoops that admitted its fringes at each extremity of the girdle and included them entirely. The high priest's mitre was the same as described before, but wrought like that of all the other priests above, which was another, with swathes of blue embroidered, and round it was a golden crown polished of 3 rows, not just 1 row. The high priest, let me tell you this, the high priest crown was a tiara. Crown of the Pope. This is what people don't know. The crown of the high priest of the Levite was a tiara. You had the main crown on. First of all, he had a swath, a metal swath going over it, and it said "Holy to Holiness." And then there was a 3-tier crown that was on top of it. Now, I personally believe that the Roman Catholic Church, that they wear the mitre or the mitri, the Pope's mitred hat or the Pope's mitred tiara, because they're actually worshiping Dagon. That's why I believe that they have their style. I believe that they took our style, and not only took our style, but also took the styles of the Babylonians and of the people of the land of Canaan. And what they did was they continued that custom. All right. But if you see this 3-tier crown they got the 2 swaths with the fringes hanging off the back. Look at the fringes. Look at the fringes on the Pope's crown. Where do you think they got this from? Look at the fringes. Where do you think they got this from? Pope Leo VIII, he was something else. First of all, Pope Leo VIII, he loved science. Pope Leo VIII loved astronomy. Pope Leo VIII, he actually opened up an astronomical, I'm not saying he was a good guy at all. So if anybody's like, oh, he's saying Pope Leo VIII, it's a lot of Hebrew haters, and y'all feet stink. I'm just going to say that right now. Y'all feet stink. It's a lot of Hebrew haters out there, so you got to be careful, man. You know what I'm saying? But Pope Leo, he was so cold. You know what I'm saying? He opened up the astronomical department, and then it was closed down. And then the new Pope, guess what he called himself? He called himself Pope Leo after this Pope Leo, because once all this stuff started happening with 3-Eye Atlas, with the constellations, with this planetary alignment, all this stuff started happening in the beginning of 2026, the end of 2025, that Pope that was brought in, he was like, I'm changing my name to Pope Leo, and I'm reopening the Roman Catholic Church astronomical department. That just happened. But people, it's us. We don't see. We don't pay attention. We don't hear. We only see what's directly in front of us. If something spills on the floor, that's what the biggest issue is. You know, the biggest issue is that, hey, something's still on the floor, and that's what everybody pays attention to, you know. But let's get back to this real quick. I want you all to see this. So this is Flavius Josephus' Antiquities of the Jews, right? So we're in book number 3, we're in paragraph 172, we're in line number 6. The high priest mitre was the same that we described before, and was wrought like that of all the other priests above, which was on the other, with swath of blue embroidered, and round about it was a gold crown polished of what? Of 3 rows. Look at this. Of 3 rows. Look at this. I'm not making this up. One above another. That should change your perspective of everything. You think Esau and the Roman Catholic Church, you think they took these artifacts? You think the Queen of England, you think they took these black people's artifacts, these Hebrew artifacts, and just melted them down? No. Some of the stuff, yeah, I believe they made carriages out of, you know what I'm saying, stuff like that. But the high priest crown, they dare not. They dare not. But watch this. Let's read what the high priest crown looked like. Shabar, you should have read this. Levi, you should have read it. Levi should have read this last week. All right. With swaths of blue embroidered, and rounded was a golden crown polished of 3 rows, one above another, out of which arose a cup of gold, which resembled the herb we call Sennacherib. But those Greeks that are skillful in botany call it the Hyoscyamus. Now, let's not, anyone that has seen this herb but has not been taught its name and is unacquainted with its nature, or having known its name, knows not the herb when he sees it. I shall give such as these are the description of it. The herb is oft-time in tallness above 3 spans. Okay, so that's about the 3-foot plant. Okay, I can see that. That's a tall plant. I done seen some tall bud plants. All right, I done seen some tall plants in general. The herb is often in tallness above 3 spans, but its root is like that of a turnip. For he that should compare it thereto will not be mistaken. But its leaves are like that of mint. If you all can see my face right now. So cannabis has roots that are like turnip. It has leaves that look like mint. I'm just throwing some stuff out here that's there. If you don't like it, sue me. I'm used to it. It's a lot of haters in Israel. Or come with a better understanding. All I'm doing is presenting information and saying what my thought is. Out of its branches, it sends out calyx, cleaving to the branch, and the coat of it encompasses it, which it naturally puts off when it is changing, in order to produce its fruit. I'm sorry. This sounds like, to me, a cannabis plant, a marijuana plant, budding and sprouting. The calyx is the little bud. It sticks to the branch, and as it grows, it slowly has a coating over it. It's its fruit. Its calyx is of the bigness of the bone of a little finger. Okay, that's about that big. Okay, I can see that. But its compass is of the aperture. Compass of its aperture is like a cup. This will I further describe for the use of those that are unacquainted with it. Suppose a sphere be divided into 2 parts, like the earth. The earth is a sphere. Suppose it be divided into 2 parts, round at the bottom and having the other segment that grows up to the circumference from the bottom. Suppose it becomes narrower by degrees, and that the cavity of that part grow decently smaller, and then gradually grow wider again at the brim, such as we see in the navel of a what? Of a pomegranate with its notches. Remember earlier, everybody, we talked about a bell and a pomegranate a bell, a bell and a pomegranate. Well, that's actually pomegranate bell, pomegranate bell, pomegranate bell. That's actually how it goes, pomegranate bell in order 3. So you see these threes, these patterns. You see these plants, this botany. Israelites should know botany. You know why they lame? Because they teachers is lames. And their teachers are lames. It's following the same pattern, the same structure, the same not going outside the box to actually see, like, hey, what does this mean? So we can come back and teach up. Everybody don't learn the same. And for people who are visual learners or audible learners, there's some people that are kinetic learners. You actually go out there, I touch something. If I touch something, I got it. Once I touch something, I memorize it. That's just how the Most High made my special ed brain. I remember when I was little, my brother, he used to walk past class, my older brother. He used to walk past class and he would, him and his friends, they would tease me. They would make fun and make funny face. Oh, he in LD, he in BD, he in special ed, ha, 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 ha. And he would go off with his gaggle of friends, and I would be sitting there in class, and my friends that were in special ed with me, they would be like, "Damn, your brother mean." I'd be like, "Man, don't talk about my brother. That's my brother, man. I beat you up, punk. Leave my brother alone." They used to be like, "Yeah, I don't think your brother like you though." Every day going to lunch, walk past and all this friend. Your brother retarded. Hey, that's your brother. Your brother in the retarded people class. Everybody learns differently. And I believe Israelites should learn botany. Israelites should learn botany. They should learn, agriculture. You should learn, anything that has to do with the well-being of herbiculture. You should learn culture. You should learn foraging, because we have to be able to know, are these plants lawful? Are they clean to eat? Excuse me, they're clean to eat. Are they helpful to eat? Are they good for you? We have to know, what is this plant right here? What is this Sennacher's plant? What is the name of it? What is that plant? What is the Hyoscyamus plant? Hyoscyamus plant. What is that plant? And then when you go and look it up, you're going to have a heck of a hard time, or a fun time. You're going to have a fun time researching it. This plant describes a plant that's closely related or resembles the cannabis or the marijuana plant. I'm not saying that based off of speculation. It either is, or it's a plant that's close to it. The Most High said he would give the children of Israel, he said he would give a plant of renown. Now, I believe that could be the pomegranate. It could be whatever. I don't believe it's poison ivy. I believe whatever this herb is, as Flavius Josephus calls it, is a specific herb, and a lot of people know about it. But let's keep reading. Tell me what you think. And indeed, such a coat grows over this plant as renders it a hemisphere. And that as one may say, turn accurately into a lathe, having its notches extend above it, which, as I said, grow like a pomegranate. They only are sharp and end, and nothing but prickles. Now the fruit is preserved by this coat of the calyx. This isn't a pomegranate plant. It's not a pomegranate plant. Now we're talking about the fruit that grows of this plant is preserved by a coat of the calyx, which fruit is like the seed of the herb, siderist, siderist, siderist. It sends out a flower that may seem to resemble that of a poppy. Of this was a crown made. You hear that? So whatever image you had in your head of the high priest's garments and of his crowns, etc., it's much greater than what you thought. Watch this. Of this was the crown made, and made as far as from the hinder part of the head to each of the temples. But this Aphelius, for so this calyx may be called, did not cover the forehead, but it was covered with a golden plate, the forehead, which had inscribed upon it the name of Yahweh in sacred characters. That's the Tetragrammaton. And such were the ornaments of the high priest. Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. I need to take this and do a deep dive, a deep search. Because every time I look at it, I see something new. I see people that are, I don't care what they do. I don't care what they do. It's so important to be able to read this and to be like, oh, wow, okay, let me stop right here. All right. Nature, acquainted, swathes, embroidered, herb. Let's start from now the main herbs, Nacris. From right here. From right here. This is all botany. This entire section right here is botany. What do y'all think I did next? I went and got a botany book. I got a big old botany book. I got to get it. It's on Grand. Oh, it ain't on Grand. All my stuff. Mine got nothing over there. All praise. But check out shot. So I have a botany book. And I went to study this botany book. And in the process of studying it, wow, it's a lot of information. It's a lot of beautiful information. I want you all to look at it and resemble for yourselves. You know what I'm saying? Or, excuse me, see if you see a resemblance for yourselves. All right. I'm going to read one more thing out of Flavius Josephus. All right. And then go back to the Torah. And I'm just going to read this so you can have it, because I can talk about this stuff, break it down all day, but that's one of our complaints that we get amongst our scholarly community, those that are trying to learn, is that, yeah, we read and we hear some good stuff, but man, sometimes we don't get through everything. Oh man, we ain't make it through all of that. Just read it straight through. See, I can understand that. So let's read through some more, then we'll get back to the Torah portion. I pray this is for your listening, understanding, pleasure. Flavius Josephus, Antiquities of the Jews, book number 3, paragraph 179, line number 7. Now here, one may wonder at the ill will which men bear towards us, for which they profess to bear on account of our despising that deity which they pretend to honor. For if anyone could but consider the fabric of the tabernacle and take a view of the garments of the high priest and of those vessels which we make use of in our sacred administration, he will find that our legislator was a divine man, and that we are unjustly reproached by others. And if anyone do without prejudice and with judgment look upon these things, he will find they were everyone made in way of imitation and representation of the universe. I can't sit here and talk to you because you don't make sense to me. You refuse to look up. You refuse to look higher. You refuse to look further. When I seen this, I said, the universe? When Moses distinguished the tabernacle into 3 parts and allowed 2 of them to the priest as a place accessible and common, he denoted the land and the sea, these being the general access to all. But he set apart the 3rd division for God, because heaven is inaccessible to men. And when he ordered the 12 loaves to be set on the table, he denoted the year. And when he set the 12 loaves on the table of showbread, he denoted the year as distinguished into so many months by branching out the candlestick into 70 parts. I'm sorry, I thought somebody said the menorah had 8 branches. Hold on, let me see something real quick. I hope this don't take too long. I'm going to close this window down. I'm going to leave that one open because I want to go back and research it later. Once we're done on here, I'm going to do my own study. Let me see something real quick. All right. Come to this page with me, everybody. Let's see what this says up here. Let's share this page instead. Menorah. One word, right? Let's see who's in control of the world. The goddamn pickle sticks and lollipops. I love good things. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. The menorah is an ancient 7-branched candelabrum So we know it's documented 8. It's documented. Excuse me. We documented 7, but we have antiquities of other cultures, which they try to. But this is my favorite. Y'all see, I use this one all the time. Right? But I want to show you all something, right? This one is one of my favorites, and this one is one of my favorites, and this one is one of my favorites. This one is not one of my favorites. This one is not one of my favorites. This one is not one of my favorites, and this one is really cool, but it's not one of my favorites. Not to look at, and to decipher, and to learn from specifically, because you can't do that with these images. You can't just go to the internet and say menorah. That's not going to work. You need to go deeper. We go deeper. I like this image right here. We're going to look at this. We're going to look at that later. What you need to be able to do is say, holy candlestick. Let's see what that comes up. Oh, whoa. We got a menorah came up. We got Hanukkah came up. Before Hanukkah, I'm not even talking about Hanukkah. I don't want to deal with Hanukkah. I'm not even talking about that right now. All right. Let's see. I want to get something else. Biblically accurate menorah. Oh, wait. No. Biblically accurate holy candlestick menorah with its knops and branches. That's crazy right here. This is what we're seeing right now in 2026. We're seeing these right now in 2026. I want to come back to that. I'm definitely going to come back to that. If anybody would like to study or do research on angels, you know what I'm saying? I know some good literature to read. Let's see this chart again. Biblically accurate depictions of the menorah with its knops and branches. Okay, there we go. Thank you, thou. This is a menorah that's in Jerusalem. This is a huge menorah that's in Jerusalem. It's really tall and it stands up high. And you see it, you're like, wow, that's really impressive. That's a small version of it. But let's get over here. This is where we are. Let's get to the real good nitty gritty. Okay. And all right. We're only going to open up a couple of them. And yeah, that's cool. Wow, that's really cool. But no, the answer is no. The answer is no. It's an infinitive no. It's a definitive no. It's absolute no. Now, flour, knops, cups. 3 knops, flour, knop, cup, flour. And then this is the base, right? That's the one in Jerusalem. This right here is a depiction. I like this one. We're going to use this one instead. There we go. I think we found what we were looking for, buddy. I think we found what we were looking for. All right, as they say. This depiction is really cool because it has a representation of the menorah being carried away by white people. That's what this is. All right. Just cut and dry, the Ark of the Covenant, the menorah. This is supposed to be the Ark of the Covenant. But this is the furniture of when the Romans and the Edomites defeated their brothers, the Israelites, how they carried away all of our all of our antiquities. All right, they carried away all of our antiquities, is what I meant to say. Okay, they carried away our artifacts. Okay, and as you see right here, 7 branches. You don't see 9 branches. Okay. Now, why are some of these menorahs different? Because people are weird. But aside from the menorah being different, this is what we want to look at. We want to look at this one more so. And the reason being is because it's just the symbolism is more accurate, is what I mean to say. Okay. So Britannica being one of my favorite websites. Okay. We're going to look at this menorah, but we're not going to look at it being the Hanukkah menorah. We're going to look at this menorah because it has these specific artifacts. Right? These images. All right, these knops. Okay. We're going to look at it because it has these knops. All right. It has the. I like that very much, man. That's very beautiful, man. The point is saying such to say, math is everything. Math is a universal language, and I love it that I understand math. But it also bothers me that numbers do a different thing for me. Like math, I understand because I understand science. I understand applied mathematics. I understand certain aspects of geometry. I understand visual things that have to do with math and how it correlates. But when it comes to numbers, they just look a different direction in my head. I'm going to try this real quick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 5, 6, 7, 9, 30, 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8. I don't know how to count this. Let's get straight to the point. I want to show y'all why I just did that. Let's get straight to the point. I want to show y'all why I said I don't know how to count that. Menorah, right? Redirect notice. What's this redirect notice? Y'all want us to see our page. That's haters. I know it can't be off from. Y'all from the camp of. All right, let's protect that. Not protect. Let's protect the children. Let's protect our integrity. Let's go to this right here. All right, verses on construction of the menorah. Now, planetary alignment, along with inferior conjunction of the sun and the moon, causes an eclipse. We're going to talk about that with the menorah. All right. Let me see. I want to look at this. Various menorah shapes with the 22 almond blossoms. I want to know what's the math on the 22 almond blossoms. Like, how do we come up to this number 70? Now, I know what I'm looking for. I just don't know how to find it yet. And I asked a couple brothers, which I won't do that no more. I will not ask no more of these. I asked some of these men questions, and they just totally turned my questions against me and demonized me. And I pray that the Most High bless them as they bless me, man. You know what I'm saying? But when it came to the studying and research, you know, it's okay to show and say different things because some of these people are just not doing it. You know, I don't even want to call them. They're just not doing it. But then if you do it, it's like, oh, we were waiting for you to say something about that so we can talk crap about you. Oh, yeah, you're an infidel. You're a heretic. Listen, I'm a studious man. Call me what you want. This menorah right here is a great representation. So we're going to hold on to that. All right, let me share this screen, and then you all will be able to see it. All right, let's share this screen instead. All right, you all can see, you have I think it's about 22 different representations. It's like, it's various representations of the menorah with its almond blossoms. Okay, so this is supposed to represent the bath that King Solomon made, which I don't understand. That's like hella big. That's like super big. I don't understand how that is super big. The bath that Solomon made, but I do know that Solomon made a bigger bath for the Levites to be able to use, and it had animals' heads going around it, etc. and such. But let's focus on the menorah. All right, so let's focus on the menorah. Right here, we have a lot of Roman numerals. We have J, 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 D, D, D. We have I, D, D, D. Now, E, I don't know what E is Roman numerals. LLL, right? All right, I got to go to this and find out what it is. So I'll show you. I'll get that. I'll get that and come back to it. But this right here, I can't show you. All right, this right here, I can't show you. So look at this. Now, listen to what this says and tell me what you think, okay? While you're observing that, tell me what you think about this. By branching out, the candlestick represented 70 parts. He secretly imitated the decani, or 70 divisions of the planets. And as to the 70 lamps upon the candlestick, they refer to the course of the planets, of which is the number. I'm going to stop right there. I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to paste it, and I'm going to give it to you. And I want you to go and do your own self-research. The same way that the menorah is lined up was the same way that the planets were lined up last night. And that's not something that's inconceivable. It's just something that's rare. It's very different. That don't commonly happen. The next planetary alignment or the next blood moon is supposed to be 2028, something like that. So I know people got stuff going on. I'm so grateful that my Benathian, right now they're in safety, they're in custody, they're in care, they're not in ward, and they have the ability, even being children, to look up at the sky and say, "Mama Moon." Grown-ups don't even do that. I like the fact that Michael Jackson kicked it with little kids in the industry. Going over the Epstein files, there's reports to show that Michael Jackson was trying to keep them safe, and that's why he made Neverland Ranch, because he was trying to combat Epstein Island. So he made Neverland Ranch for children to come to in safety, to be safe there. But the point of saying all that is that even children can see this. And I love that my children go outside and they say, "Mama Moon, Mama Moon." But what they don't know is that even with them observing the moon and learning the small details about it, they're learning what Flavius Josephus taught us, because the moon is involved in that. The sun and the planets are involved in that. And to not teach it to our people culturally, that's just, it's just wrong. I have a passion to teach it, and I'm called a witch or a warlock. Well, I have been, you know what I'm saying? That was my biological brother that called me that, which is weird, you know what I'm saying? But, you know, it's just weird. It's just weird. You know, if you show people something, they try to sometimes either they're not ready for it to perceive and understand, or they might try to demonize you because they're not there yet. You know, they're not there. They're just not there yet. They're not there yet. And that's what sucks. Well, let's read this real quick so hopefully we can be there. And don't let nobody put you down if you believe in studying. I'm standing in Most High's law, statutes, commandments, and judgments. Outside from that, you know what I'm saying, I study antiquity of our forefathers. This says fire is one of the four elements, light, and with greater tendency to ascend than others. In other words, it travels, fire goes up, light goes everywhere. It has power of burning and also giving light. It was made by the Creator on the first day, for the divine scripture says, and God said, let there be light, and there was light. Fire is not a different thing from what light is, as some maintain. Others, again, hold that this fire of the universe is above the air and it's called the ether. All right. And this is also what you see whenever we're paying attention to the atmosphere, not the atmosphere, excuse me, the ozone layer. All right. That thin layer that can't be seen, but it can be seen. You know what I'm saying? Like you might stand back on a sunny day, you might see the waves and the vapors moving. That's what you're seeing that. This is what the Most High made. In the beginning, then, that is to say, on the first day, God created light, the ornament and the glory of the whole visible creation. Or take away light, and all things remain in the indistinguishable darkness, incapable of displaying their own native beauty. And God called the light day, but the darkness he called night. Genesis chapter 1, verse 5. Further, darkness is not any essence, but an accident. For it is simply absence of light. The air, indeed, that has not light in its essence. It was then this very absence of light from the air that God called darkness. And it is not the essence of air that is darkness, but the absence of light, which clearly is rather an accident than an essence. And indeed, it was not night, but day that was first named. So that day is first, and after that comes night. Night, therefore, follows day. And from the beginning of day till the next day is one completed period of day and night. I don't care what your so-called elder said. I don't believe him. I don't agree with him. He is not smarter than what we read right now. And until he precepts things like that, I can't rock with him. And I'm okay that he don't rock with me. All right. The evening and the morning are the same. As the sun goes down and ends, that's the ending of that day portion, of that night portion of that day. But then the night portion of the next day starts. The night portion of the next day starts. And then you come over and you count all over again. Excuse me. It's super fun, barely an inconvenience. But for the scripture says evening and the morning were one day. Now watch this. Let's read down, and we're going to get into the part on planetary, etc., and the such. All right. The moon then and the stars were set to light the night. Not that they are in daytime under the earth, for even by day stars are in the heaven over the earth. But the sun conceals both stars and the moon by the great brilliance of its light, and prevents them from being seen. On the luminaries, the Creator bestowed the first created light, not because he was in need of other light, but that light might not itself remain idle. For a luminary, because people get mixed up on this when they read Genesis, they be like, and they'll read with such emphasis and be sounding dumb as a rock because they haven't looked at other things. A luminary, let me tell y'all this right now. A luminary is not a light. When you go to Genesis and the Most High say he created the luminaries and the great light, does it not say that there? Does it not say that there? Does it not say luminary right there? But they don't understand what a luminary is. A luminary is a light bulb. If you have a luminary, it's a light bulb. The moon is a luminary. It is not a light source of itself. It has light that it emits, but it is not light of itself. That's because light is its own element. The moon is its own element, and she reflects light. Man, I miss being in school. For the moon is not a luminary itself. The sun is not, is not a light itself. It's a luminary. A luminary is what? Is a vessel for containing light. That's why I relate it to a light bulb, because the light bulb isn't a light itself. If I unscrew this light bulb, the bulb is still there, but there's no light coming out of it because light is its own element. It's called AHWAR. War is the name for light itself. There are, we are told, 7 planets among these luminaries, and these move in a direction opposite of that of heaven. Guess what? There were 6 planets in the planetary alignment and not 7, even though there are 7 planets. The 7th planet was not in this planetary alignment. So there's 7 planets along with Earth. That makes 6 planets in the planetary alignment. Along with Earth, that makes 7, along with this week's Torah portion. So you got the menorah down on Earth, you got the menorah up in the sky, and these Negroes don't even damn look up or read down. They don't look up, and they don't look down to read. These are, we are told, 7 planets among these luminaries. And these move in a direction opposite of that of heaven. Hence the name planets. Talk to another elder. Please say to Yah. Jeremiah, please say to Yah. You better read this, Jeremiah. Please say to Yah. And understand that 1, the earth is not flat, Jeremiah. Please say to Yah. And 2, planets exist. You just got to read a little further. They're called, never mind. So you have a subject that's called wandering stars. And if you ever choose to read, you can find the phrase wandering stars meaning for planets. So planets are there. They've always been there. The Most High made them along with our earth, which is not flat with a half glass dome going over the top. That is stupid. For while they say that the heavens move from east to west, the planets move from west to east, but the heavens bear the 7 planets among it with this swifter motion. Now, these are the names of the 7 planets: Luna, Mercury, Venus, Sol, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn. And each zone of heaven is, we are told, one of these 7 planets. The first and brightest, Saturn. The second, Jupiter. The third, Mars. The first, Sol. The 5th, Venus. The 6th, Mercury. The 7th and lowest, Luna. Hold on one second. Hold that thought. Let me check out something real quick. What year was the book Ecclesiastical Histories written?
Around 324 AD, Eusebius of Caesarea likely completed the final version of the Ecclesiastical History just before the Council of Nicaea, though he worked on earlier volumes starting around 300 AD.
324 AD. Hold on, let's get this real quick. Hold on, I'm not going to open up too many windows. Man, somebody cooking, man. It smells all good, man. I smell warm food being made on the hearth. Let's close down a couple of these windows, and I want to show you all something. With this tab right here, of course, you have all these very pretty white people, very pretty painted white people on this checkered Masonic floor. Right? I don't know why they're doing the sacrifices inside. They're doing the sacrifices inside. No curtains. What is this? Well, is that supposed to be the altar of incense? What is over there? Because the menorah will be on this side. It wouldn't be a checkered floor. It would be a golden floor. King Solomon had a checkered floor. That's where the Masons get it from. The checkered floor get it from King Solomon in his tabernacle. He had black and white floors. Okay. Let's close that down. All right, let's close this window down. Let's go to this next one. All right. Not going to teach or talk too much about this one because that's just something I need to go back and research and study for myself. All right. in the month of Xanthicus, which is called Nisan, and in the beginning of our year, on the 14th day of the lunar month, when the sun is in Aries, for in this month it was that we were delivered from slavery under the Egyptians. The law ordained that we should every year slay a sacrifice, which I before told you we slew when we came out of Egypt, and was called the Passover. And so we do celebrate this Passover in companies, leaving nothing of what we sacrifice till the following day. The Feast of Unleavened Bread, to all my keto, I'm just now getting that keto diet ain't nothing but unleavened bread. You no bread, but it's unleavened bread. But oh yeah, I'm encouraging everybody this year, after you keep your feast of Passover, I'm encouraging you, don't go back to eating bread. You won't be fat. You'll lose weight if you stop eating bread, because I did. I stopped eating bread. I stopped eating pizza. When I'll get a hamburger, right? And then I would and this if I had a serious craving, I would get a hamburger. And you might not like this, but I don't care. It's what I did. It worked for me. I would work out. I would chew the hamburger, and I would spit it out. I would chew it out. I would suck the juices out of it, and I would spit it out because that's all I really needed. I just needed the taste. I just wanted the flavor. I would spit out the bread. I would spit out the burger. I wouldn't even digest it. I would give it to my dog. Yeah. I would give it to my buddy, my bun. Yeah. I'm not about to sit there and eat that. I don't want to digest it. I don't want to poop it out. I don't want it to come out of my drought. So I started paying attention to my body. I need to pay more attention to my body. My frame is okay, but it could be better. I have a lot of work to do, right? But we do see this. During the time frame of Pesach, the Passover, in the month of Xanthicus, the time of Nisan, 14th day of the lunar month, when the sun is in Aries, for this is when we were delivered out of the bondage of the Egyptians. The law ordained that we should every year slay and sacrifice, which I before told you we slew when we came out of the land of Egypt, and which was called the Passover. For we so do celebrate this Passover in companies. And that breaks my heart right there, because you have some Israelites who don't believe in keeping the Passover together. They're hardy, and I hate it. I want to say things about them, but I can't. It's not time to, and may the Most High judge them. I will say this: at no point in time should any man or any woman separate themselves purposefully to try to keep the Passover by themselves because they have a problem with another person. You don't really plan on keeping the Passover then. You just plan on not being around other Israelites. You fake as the first one. You're the fakest. Passover is supposed to be kept in parties and companies with everybody. You can't do it by yourself if you're around others. You can, but we're not mandated to. I think one of the biggest parts about this that really blesses me and that really helps me is, one, seeing the constellations in it, seeing the time frame of the months, seeing what we're ordained to do, seeing that the sun rises in Aries. Let me try something real quick. Let me see something real quick. Why? Okay. In the month of Xanthicus, which is called by us Nisan, in the beginning of our year, spring equinox, right? On the 14th day of the lunar month, when the sun is in Aries. Let's see. I want to see something real quick. What is the first day of spring equinox 2026 this year? Oh man, it's going too slow. Come on, I need you to work as quick as my brain works. Come on, computer, speed up. All right, you're supposed to be super smart AI. Keep up with me, right? What year is spring equinox 2026? What month, time, date, spring equinox 2026? All right, I'm just gonna hold on to that. Spring equinox 2026, March the 20th. All right, and we're gonna come back to it. And what I want to do is get Aries. I want to see what date will Aries be in the sun 2026. And watch over you. Spring equinox 2026 occurs. All right, that's March the 26th, when the sun enters into Aries. In astronomy. Yeah. All right. So we're looking at astronomy. Okay. Now, with astronomy is fun because you have to make sure you don't go into astrology, which ignorant dude that I knew said that to me. And I was like, bro, you so ignorant, man. You so dumb. Like, you just say stuff to insult people, and you're just not smart, man. You're smart because you hurt. Because that's what the word smart means. Smart means to sting, to hurt. Oh, that's smart. It's like you hit your bone, like and it keeps that's what smarts mean. They're smart, but not intelligent to the degree of what they would like, I guess. Point of saying such to say, as you're looking at the coming in of Pesach, you need to be looking at the constellation Aries. All right, if you're not looking at the constellation Aries, you're gonna be way off. And some of these dudes believe new moon is waxing crescent, so they wrong for that. You know what I'm saying? They're just wrong. I don't know how to further explain it. They're wrong for believing new moon. So the only thing that you can do is study to show yourself approved, right? And then maybe, if you're asked, you'll be able to give some information that will be able to help people with things that they didn't know, all right? And that's the only thing that you can really do, you know what I'm saying? So you have to know that the sun has to be in Aries. If you're not in this, then, you have to be 14 days in, all right? So I'm going to yield the floor on that. So let's get back to the Torah portion reading. The Feast of Unleavened Bread is what I encourage people to do. I lost so much weight cutting out bread, cutting out meat, cutting out sugars. I cut out these three things. And, it helps. I had a bit of stress that go along with it. Stress, it caused me not to want to eat. You know what I'm saying? It caused me not to be attracted to it. But then, a bunch of other stuff. You know what I'm saying? I had nobody cooking for me. So I'm not about to do that, whatever. So long story short, those specific three things will really help: cutting out sugar, cutting out bread, cutting out meat, and all that waste will leave from your body. And then once that waste leaves from your body, because I pooped it out. That's why I did Epsom salt. I pooped out all my waste, not all. I pooped out my waste. And then once I did that, I felt lighter, and I felt my skin tighten up, like skin around my belly. I felt that tighten up. I don't know why I don't do it. It should show comments on stage. Oh, I got to upgrade. Oh, man. I got to upgrade to a different. I'm not about to do that now, though. All right. So, anywho, let's get back to this. So, hopefully, that will be helpful. All right. I know that right now, like for my mashmacha, we're observing. We'll be watching for the Pesach and for the time frames coming up. So I pray, encourage that you all do also. All right, this week's Torah portion, Exodus chapter 29, verse 1. We didn't really go into the planetary breakdown like I wanted to of the Decanai. All right, we didn't really go into that because I left it there for you to do. All right, I really hope that you do. Please don't be like the rest of these polyparrot so-called Hebrew Israelites, and they feel like they have like more validation because it's like a group gaggle or a group of them that all agree together. But it's crazy. You got a whole bunch of people that's all wrong agreeing. That's madness. You got a whole group of people that's wrong about stuff agreeing together. I can't do that. So let's go back to this. So Exodus chapter 29, verse 1. And this is the thing that thou shalt do unto them, to hallow them, to minister unto me in the priest's office. Take one young bullock and 2 rams without blemish, and the unleavened bread and cakes unleavened, tempered with oil, and wafers unleavened, anointed with oil of wheaten flour shalt thou make them. So we're making cornbread. We're making tortilla shells. This is unleavened. So get off all of that icky, nasty, yuck, filling dough bread. For those of you who know me, y'all know the bread I like to eat. If you don't know me, you don't know. For those of you who know me, I'm not eating that. I'm not eating that. Don't hand me something with a whole bunch of dough on it. You feel me? It has to have the nuts, the grain. It has to have the nutrients. It can't be a big old thing of just dough, because that's not life. There's no life in that. And then if you eat that, you're gonna end up being a big old bag of dough. And I was a big old bag of dough, right? But let's get back to this real quick. Verse 3. And thou shalt put them in one basket and bring them in a basket with the the bullock and 2 rams. So right now, all you women, all you men should be learning how to make unleavened bread. Don't be like, I already got it. No, kick yourself into gear. Start making it now for yourself. For your family. They don't care. They don't flipping care because they only do stuff for show for themselves. Just stop faking. Just say, I'm not really a Hebrew Israelite. I was only doing that while I was around you and because it's what I was doing for a little bit of time. Some women, some men jump completely out the truth and they just be like, you know what? I'm gonna keep my name, but I'm gonna live as this. I have my mother, my friends, my brothers. No, tell me, yeah, that's in the Bible, but I'm not gonna do that. Don't even talk to me about it. And then come back and try to talk to me about the Bible later. You think I want to talk to you about it? After you just shot me down, say you're not gonna obey the Most High, but then want to have a conversation with me and applaud me, stop it. Stop it. Because they're not really about their walk with the Most High. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Everybody is to their own degree. Everybody is to their own degree. But you have some that are just tears. They're just hang-alongs. They're tagging along. They're only here until they're done with what they need, and then they're going to move on. They're going to go their way. Once they're satisfied, they're going to shake the spot. So that's why you have to do it for yourself. You got to teach about unleavened bread. You have to learn how to make unleavened bread. You have to be the one that says, hey, listen, I don't want that in my house. You know what I'm saying? Good luck with that. You know what I'm saying? But you should be at this time learning, making, producing the things that the Most High said. That's for your own. That's for your own soul. If the Most High said wheat, if He said no leaven, that's what you do. It's easy to live a lifestyle of that, don't you, man? So I love unleavened bread. You know what I'm saying? One of my sisters make the best unleavened bread. She make unleavened bread, pot pies. She make unleavened bread, everything. Unleavened bread. So unleavened bread is really good. So all right, Exodus chapter 29, verse 2. And unleavened bread and cakes, unleavened, tempered with oil, and wafers, right? Tortilla shells, unleavened, anointed with oil of wheat and flour, shalt thou make them. Man, imagine what that did for our bodies, man. Eating like that for real. And thou shalt put them into one basket and bring them in the basket with the bullock and with 2 rams. And Aaron and his sons shall bring unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation and shall wash them with water. And thou shalt take the garments and put upon Aaron the coat and the robe of the ephod and the breastplate and gird him with the curious girdle of the ephod. And thou shalt put the mitre upon his head. And look at this, the mitre upon his head. See, we didn't understand this before. And put the holy crown upon the mitre. Does it stand out now? It looks different now that you've read it from Josephus, that you've heard it from Elder Mathathawa, and that he actually said what? That there was a thin metal plate that had the name Holy of Holies, and then there was a crown of 3 layers that went upwards, along with a suave mitre. So the Levite was supposed to have a mitre on his head, and then he had the gold plate that said Holy of Holy, and then he had the crown on. Exodus 29, verse 7. And thou shalt take anointing oil and pour it over his head and anoint him. And thou shalt bring his sons and put coats upon them. And thou shalt gird them with girdles, Aaron his sons, and put bonnets on them. And the priest's office shall be theirs for a perpetual statute. This means forever. And thou shalt consecrate Aharon wa Banyimcha, Aaron and his sons wa Banyimcha. And thou shalt cause the bullock to be brought before the tabernacle of the congregation, while Aharon and Aaron and his Banyim, his sons, shall put their hands upon the head of the bullock. And this is why I tell people to be careful who you let lay hands on you, who you let pray for you. And thou shalt cause the bullock to be brought before the tabernacle of the congregation. So bring this animal that's about to be slaughtered, sacrificed. And Aharon and his sons, that's everybody, shall put their hands upon the head of the bullock. That's a scary sight. If you think about it psychologically, that's a scary sight. I should make an image like that. That's a pretty intimidating sight. So you got people coming, they lay hands on your church, and they eating pork. People lay hands on you in church and they faggots. They sodomites. They're bati boys. They're mama man. You got people laying hands on you in church and they just totally defiled by either menstruation, by whatever. And then they pray for you, and now X, Y, and Z, you got them demons on you. See, the animal that was slaughtered had their hands put on his head was put to death. It was killed after that. So be careful, man, who you let put your hands on, laying hands on you, stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? I'm just so grateful, man. Most High's brought me to a lot of situations, a lot of tumultuous, emotional heartbreak and things like that. And I'm very grateful because I got to see a lot of stuff. Exodus chapter 29, verse 12. Thou shalt take the food of the bullock and put it upon, the blood. Thou shalt take the blood of the bullock and put it upon the horns of the altar with thy finger and pour all the blood besides the bottom of the altar. And thou shalt take the fat that covered the inwards and the caul, and that is above the liver, and the two kidneys, and the fat which is upon them, and burn them upon the altar. Now, this is what I want to encourage you to do, because you may not have done it yet. It just might be time. I want you to go to early church fathers' writings. I want you to do research on the liver and on the kidneys. And I said this earlier, the early church fathers in the writings showed that we actually knew how to tell people had sicknesses or what was going on with them. If they were guileless person, if they had guile. A person called me guile the other day. Brother says, so anyway, if you look into that science, you'll find out that it's real, and the Hebrews did it for these reasons, and maybe more, probably more. The Most High said to put these upon his altar. Why? Why the kidneys? Why the liver? But the flesh of the bullock and his skin and his dung thou shalt burn with the fire without the camp. It is a sin offering. Thou shalt also take one ram, and Aharon, his sons, shall put their hands upon the head of the ram, and thou shalt slay the ram, and thou shalt take his blood and sprinkle it round about upon the altar. And thou shalt cut the ram into pieces and wash the inwards of him and his legs, and put them into his pieces. And put them unto his pieces and unto his head. And thou shalt burn the whole ram upon the altar. It is a burnt offering unto Yahweh. It is a sweet savory offering made by fire unto Yahweh. Don't tell me that the Most High God is a vegan. We're supposed to be vegans. I don't agree with that. Exodus chapter 29, verse 19. And thou shalt take the ram, and Aharon and his binding, his sons, shall put their hands upon the head of the ram, and thou shalt kill the ram and take his blood and put it upon the tip of the right ear of Aaron, and upon the tip of the right ear of his sons, and upon the thumb of their right hand, and upon the great toe of their right foot, and sprinkle the blood upon the altar round about. And thou shalt take the blood that is upon the altar and the anointing oil, and thou shalt take of the blood that is upon the altar and of the anointing oil, and sprinkle it upon Aaron and upon his garments and upon his sons and upon the garments of his sons with him, and he shall be hallowed, and his garments and his sons garments with him. Exodus 29, verse 22. Also thou shalt take of the ram the fat of the rump, and the fat that covered the inwards, and the caul above the liver, and the two kidneys, and the fat that is upon them, and the right shoulder, for it is a ram of consecration. And one loaf of bread, and one cake of oiled bread, and one wafer out of the basket of unleavened bread that is before Yahweh. And thou shalt put it in all the hands of Aaron and in the hands of the sons, and shall wave them for a wave offering before Yahweh. And thou shalt receive them of their hands and burn them upon the altar of the burnt offering for a sweet savor before Yahweh. It is an offering made by fire unto Yahweh. And thou shalt take the breast of the ram of Aaron's consecration and wave it for a wave offering before Yahweh, and it shall be thy part. And thou shalt sanctify the breast of the wave offering and the shoulder of the heave offering, which is waved and which is heaved up of the ram of the consecration. even of that which is for Aaron, and of that which is for his sons. Verse 28. And it shall be Aaron his sons by a statute forever from the children of Israel, for it is a heave offering, and it shall be a heave offering from the children of Israel of the sacrifices of their peace offerings, even their heave offerings unto Yahweh, and the holy garments of Aharon shall be his sons after him, to be anointed therein, and to be consecrated therein, and that the son that is priest in his stead shall put what? Hold on, wait a minute. Hold on, wait a minute. This is just for me. Be patient, y'all. And the holy garments of Aaron shall be his sons after him. So pass it down to Aaron's sons to be anointed therein and to be consecrated therein. So he's supposed to be anointed, he's supposed to be consecrated again. And that son that is priest in his stead shall put them on 7 days when he cometh into the tabernacle of the congregation to minister into the holy place. And thou shalt take the ram of consecration and see this flesh in the holy place. And Aharon, Aaron, and his sons shall eat the flesh of the ram and the bread that is in the basket by the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. And they shall eat those things wherein the atonement was made to consecrate and to sanctify them. But the stranger shall not eat thereof, because they are holy. And if aught of the flesh of the consecrations or of the bread remain until the morning, then thou shalt burn the remainder with fire. It shall not be eaten, because it is holy. Thus shalt thou do with Aharon, Aaron, Wabanyuha, and his sons, according to all things I have commanded thee. 7 days shalt thou consecrate them. And thou shalt offer every day a bullock for a sin offering of atonement. And thou shalt cleanse the altar when thou hast made an atonement for it. And thou shalt anoint it to sanctify it. 7 days shalt thou make an atonement for the altar and sanctify it. And it shall be an altar most holy. Whatsoever touches the altar shall be holy. Verse 39, Exodus chapter 29. Now this is that which thou shalt offer upon the altar, 2 lambs of the first year, day by day continually. 1 lamb thou shalt offer in the morning, and the other lamb thou shalt offer at even. And you all remember we read this, right? All right. Remember we read this? I'm going to send you a link in the room, and the link, what it's going to do is it's going to point you to Leviticus chapter 23. And Leviticus chapter 23, remember when we talked about that, everybody? And Leviticus chapter 23 is the Feast of the Most High. Remember? Right. So that was from Flavius Josephus, book number 3. Now we're reading it from the Torah. And with the 1 lamb, a 10th deal of flour mingled with the 4th part of a hin of beaten oil, and the 4th part of hin of wine for drink offering. And another lamb thou shalt offer at even, and shalt do thereto according to the meat offering of morning, and according to the drink offering thereof, for a sweet savor, an offering made by fire unto Yahweh. This shall be a continual burnt offering throughout your generations at the door of the tabernacle of the congregation for Yahweh, where I will meet you to speak there unto thee. And there I will meet with the children of Yahweh. And the tabernacle shall be sanctified by my Lord. And I will sanctify the tabernacle of the congregation and the altar, and I will also sanctify both Aharon, Wabanyimha, and his sons to minister to me in the priest office. And I will dwell amongst the children of Israel and be their God. And they shall know that I am the Lord God, Yahweh Elohim, that brought them forth out of the land of Montezadium, that they may dwell among them. I am Yahweh, their Elohim. Repeat after me, Bible Shah, please. At the end of each and every Torah portion of reading, we say the same phrase. The phrase is, all that the Lord has said will we do in here. But we know it's not Lord, because the word Lord means Baal. Hey, Yayaban, you come back in. Shalom, Yayaban. All right, so let's get this word real quick. The word Lord means Baal. So we say, Kol HaShaddai, the body Hawa Na'isha, wa Nashimai, all that the Most High has said will we do and hear. All right. All right. So let's get this real quick. So I'm looking this up. I want to show you this. So if you want to, go to this page, check this page out. This is called this this Torah portion is called let me start the whole sentence over. This page, this website, all right. It's called First Fruits of Zion. It's really cool. I like it. First Fruits of Zion, you can come here very easily. And you can see a weekly Torah portions. And this is the weekly Torah portion. This is the Torah portion for this week. So this is what everybody should be studying until we get to the Shabbat. Then we get to the Shabbat. That's what everybody should be on the same page as. Then the week after that, this is the next week's Torah portion. Okay. But if you're on this page, you can go to this right here. It says all Torah portion downloads. And you can go to all of the Torah portions. All of the Torah portions. So this is for February, the 27th of February. All right. 2026. And we're going to read, and let me put it in here so I'll be able to see it for myself. Oh, that's crazy. I didn't even know you can do that. Oh, I didn't even know you can do that. Yeah. All right, we'll copy this. And we copy this, and we'll put it on over here. I want you all to be able to see it, have it for yourself. I like people to know things. Like, I don't like being man, you got weirdos, man. Like, I understand hiding information to a certain degree of like, okay, well, we can't tell you that because you're not ready for it yet. I understand that. You know what I'm saying? But not helping people to actually find information, that sucks. You're really whack for that, buddy. All right. So let's go back to this. So this week's Torah portion, I'm going to end this off. Exodus chapter 30. Now, the rest of the Torah portion of the prophets, which is 1 Samuel chapter 15, verse 2 through 34, and then Mark chapter 6, verse 14 through 29. Chapter 6, verse 14 through 29. So I'm going to copy paste this, and then I'm going to actually encourage you, please go and read it to, listen to it yourself. And in the process of, you're going to be edified. You might even start, you might turn into me, like, you might turn into, will be better than me, you know what I'm saying, be an apocryphile, you know, really start researching and breaking this stuff down, you know what I'm saying? So, all right, there we go with that, and there we go with that. All right, let's finish this up. We're at the last part of this week's Torah portion, which is the book of Exodus, chapter 30, this verse 1 through verse 10. Torah portion recap, just talking about a few cool things. There's so much that's out there. There's so much more that's out there, but let's get this knocked out. The altar of incense. We are in the book of Exodus, chapter 30 and verse 30, verse 1. And thou shalt make an altar of burnt incense upon, of shittim wood shalt thou make it. A cubit shall be the length thereof, and a cubit the breadth thereof. 4 square shall it be, and 2 cubits shall be the height thereof. The horns thereof shall be of the same, and thou shalt overlay it with pure gold, to the top thereof, to the sides thereof, round about, and the horns thereof. And thou shalt make unto it a crown of gold round about. Verse 4. And 2 golden rings shalt thou make to it under the crown of it. By the 2 corners thereof, upon the 2 sides of it, shalt thou make it. And they shall be places for staves to bear it withal. And thou shalt make the staves of shittim wood, and overlay them with gold. And thou shalt put it before the veil that is by the ark of the testimony, before the mercy seat that is over the testimony, where I will meet thee. And Aaron shall burn thereon sweet incense every morning when he dresseth the lamps. He he shall burn incense upon it. Verse 8, and when Aaron lighted the lamps at even, he shall burn incense upon it, a perpetual incense before Yahweh throughout your generations. Verse 9, ye shall offer no strange incense thereon, nor burnt sacrifice, nor meat offering, neither shall you pour drink offering thereon. Hold that thought. Second Maccabees chapter 6, verse 2, KJV. Second Maccabees chapter 6, verse 2, KJV. Let's look at this real quick. I want you all to come and see what you're going to read with me out of the Bible. All right. So not long after this, we have the rulership of the king, right? Alexander the Greek. Not long after this, the king sent an old man of Athens to compel the Jews, Hebrews, to depart from their laws of their fathers and to not live after the laws of God, and to pollute the temple in Garrison, and to call it the temple of Jupiter Olympus. Now, real quick, just historical, temple of Jupiter Olympus. This was done by Caligula. Caligula was called the Mad Emperor. I love the Most High. You know what I'm saying? And it just really trips me out how there could be people so evil. Like Caligula would have been Epstein. You know, Caligula would have been like Epstein. Caligula had a boat that he had sex slaves on in the middle of the ocean. You know, and it was full of Hebrews. It was full of Israelites. It was full of other people too. People that owed him debt. People who he just had a problem with. People he just want to have sex with your wife, so he would put you on his sex slave boat. And they would do things like fill people with flagons of wine, like have them strapped down and fill their bellies with wine and rape them. It was terrible. They had torture instruments that were specifically for the body. I know people like to get drunk and have sex, but you couldn't imagine being forced to drink alcohol past the point of pain and being raped by men while it happening, and you're a man yourself. So you got to go watch the movie Constantine. You got to do some history on Constantine. I had a fun time researching it. During this time frame, the king sent the old man of Athens to compel the Jews to depart from the laws of their fathers and to not live after the laws of God, and to pollute the temple in Jerusalem. Whoa, we got to pollute the temple in Jerusalem. What you mean? We never had no unclean meats on this holy artifact that we have. We've never had anything, no shrimp, catfish, lobster, crab. We never had nothing like that on our holy artifacts. What do you mean? And to call it the temple of Jupiter Olympus, and that in Garrison. Garrison is a different Israelite location. We got another temple. And so pollute both of the temples of Israel and call that Jupiter, defender of the strangers. As they did desire that dwelt in that place, the coming of this mischief was sore and grievous to the people. For the temple was filled with riot and reveling by the Gentiles who dallied with harlots. Ain't that sad? The temple of the Most High was filled with wild parties. Woo! Yeah! I can't even do that. I want to be able to do it, but I can't. I always want to be able to. Woo! I can't do it. My voice doesn't let me. That woo! Woo! I can't do it. I tried to. I can't get it out. I keep trying. It sounds so crazy. For the temple was filled, our temple of our God. This is the God of the blacks, the African Americans, the Hebrews, the so-called Puerto Ricans, Cubans, Dominicans, the Mexicans, the North American Indians. He said he was our Allah, our Elohim. Is he not the creator of the whole world? He absolutely is. But he said he is the angel over us. For the temple was filled with riot and reveling by the Goyim, by the Gentiles. That hurts. Who dallied with harlots and had to do with women in the circuit of holy places. And besides that, brought in things that were not lawful. Besides that, brought in things that were not lawful. What are things that are not lawful? That's uncleanliness. That's bringing in things that are unclean. The altar was filled with profane things which the law forbid. Neither was it lawful for a man to keep Shabbat days or ancient feasts or profess himself at all to be a Jew. Talk about ice raids. Boy. Talk about freedom of religion. Boy. And today is so hurtful because you got black people that don't give a daggone pickle stick and lollipops about keeping the Shabbat day. They don't care about it. They don't care about professing themselves to be the Jews that the Bible speaks of. We are the Hebrews. We are the Israelites, the Yeladim Yash'al. We are the true Jews that the Bible speaks, but they don't call themselves that. Why? Because so long ago, we were so destroyed. We were so destroyed that we didn't, we were scared. We were terrified to call ourselves Israelites or to keep the Sabbath. This is terrorism at, whatever degree you want to call it. This is being terrorized. So we didn't keep the Shabbat, and the altar of the Most High, which we just read, was filled with profane things which the law did not permit. And that's so hurtful. That's heartbreaking. Right? Exodus chapter 30, verse 9. Ye shall offer no strange incense thereon, nor burnt sacrifice, nor meat offering, neither shall ye pour drink offering thereon, and Aaron shall make an atonement upon the horns of it once a year with the blood of the sin offering of atonement. Once in a year shall he offer atonement once in a year, make an atonement, right? Exodus chapter 30, verse 10. And Aaron shall make an atonement upon the horns of it thereof in a year with the blood of the sin offering of atonement. Once in a year shalt thou make an atonement upon it throughout your generations. It is most holy unto Yahweh. So we see we're referring to what? The Day of Atonement. We're referring to the Day of Atonement. We're referring to the altar. These things are called the furniture of the Most High. And Yahweh spake unto Mashah, saying, and this is where we end off, all right, just as far as the Torah portion, because that's in the law portion. So this is where we say, Hallelujah, 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 Kodash, 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 holy, 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 Kodash, 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 holy, holy, holy is the Lamb. Holy, 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 holy is the Lamb, Yahweh Shai. All right, so now let's go to Deuteronomy chapter 25, verse 17 through 19. Deuteronomy chapter 25. Now let's get there next. All right, let's type it in right up here. All right. Should start up. We could do it like this. Right, we do it just takes longer, so I don't want to. It just takes longer, so I don't want to. Let's do it like this. All right. Deuteronomy 25, KJV, Blue Letter Bible. Deuteronomy 25, 17. All right. Y'all like that? Y'all didn't even know that was like that, did y'all? Y'all like that music? You want that, don't you? You want to be able to play up for your children, don't you? You like that? I know, right? That's how I get down. You didn't know that, right? I know, right? These are some of the chants. This is White Hawk and Crow. White Hawk and Crow is dope. All right, so what they do is they sing the Nagayana, all right, in their native tongue, all right. White Hawk and Crow. And what they do is they sing their native tongue and then they sing it in English. Pretty cool, huh? Okay, let me share this with you because you might like it. And if you do, cool. If you don't, you know what I'm saying? No offense. But there's always a breakdown. I've had people ask me like, hey, why you listen to that? Because I like to listen to them praise the Most High. I like to listen to them praise the Most High, and their music is set apart. Okay? So now you got some of them a lot more that are doing rap. They get into rap. But overall, you know what I'm saying? The majority of music is praise. All right, so let's get back to this real quick. Boom. Put this right. All right, Deuteronomy chapter 25, and we're going to start at verse 17, 18, 19. That's it. Deuteronomy chapter 25. All right, let's get get this screen open. Deuteronomy chapter 25. Please help me. How am I so much? Deuteronomy chapter 25. All right, verse. Let's start at 17. Deuteronomy chapter 25, verse 17, and it reads 25, verse 17, it reads, remember what Amalek did unto thee, by the way, when you were come forth out of Mount Tetzaveh, and how he met thee, by the way, and smote the hindmost of thee, even all that were feeble behind thee, when thou wast faint and weary. He feared not Yahweh. Let me stop real quick. All right, so this is so super good, especially with this week's Torah portion. Let me pull it over here. We're gonna share the screen instead. I want y'all, in case you didn't know or you are unaware, the United States, along with Amalek, or as they call Amalek, Esau, the white man, what they did recently was bomb Dubai. You all know about Dubai, right? You all remember Dubai, right? People talked about how Dubai was so popular and how it's still popular, and it's a great tourist attraction around the world or over the world, and how people go there and you can live out your fantasies. You know what I'm saying? You can go and be a poo-poo girl. You can go to Dubai, you can be a poo-poo girl, or you can go to Dubai, you can go do something else. I don't know, whatever, you know what I'm saying? But if you're uber rich, you go to Dubai, and this is supposedly the land of the Ishmaelites. But remember, the other nations helped, assisted in building this tourist attraction named Dubai. So now recently, what's happened is the same cultures, the same nations, the same people, not only Amalek, because I know that they're not really all that Amalek, you know what I'm saying? And Esau, a lot of them are they instead of coming to the truth of Yahweh, they ran over to the dark side. Instead of them Gentiles coming over to the truth of the Most High, they ran over to the dark side, you know what I'm saying, which is actually the white side. It ain't that funny. So they ran over to that side, and the same abominations that was done when we were coming out of the land, they just did this. They bombed an airport. How does Donald Trump and his constituents put it in their mind that they're going to bomb the world's largest airport? Dubai is one of the world's, if not the world's largest airport, and they bombed it with innocent people in there? This is Deuteronomy chapter 25, verse 17. Remember what Amalek did unto thee, by the way, when you were come forth out of Mount Tetzaveh. I think the Most High is about to bring judgment. It just seems like, it feels like he's about to bring judgment. You know what I'm saying? And judgment is always coming. It's always on its way. A butt whooping is right at hand. Right at hand. I'm so grateful the Most High whooped my butt. I made poor decisions. I dealt with women that I should not have dealt with. They weren't married. They were just women of poor character. So the Most High gave me my judgment. I got my health. Hallelujah. I just got a couple haters circling around me talking crazy like some simps. I've never seen so many simpish men in my life. These dudes take women's sides over there. I think this is whack. Point is saying such to say, Deuteronomy chapter 27, 25, verse 17. Remember what Amalek did unto thee when ye came forth out of Mount Tetzaveh. They hit us from the back. They robbed us. They didn't just rob us. They waited till we walked past them, and then they slaughtered our old, our feeble. Feeble is weak. Could be a person that's ill. Our grandparents. That's ridiculous. So we're told to remember what Amalek did. Therefore it shall be, when Yahweh the Elohim giveth thee rest from all thine enemies round about in the land which Yahweh the Elohim giveth thee for an inheritance to possess it, that thou shalt blot out the remembrance of Amalek from under heaven. Thou shalt not forget it. Remember, Jeffrey Epstein was Jewish. Jeffrey Epstein was one of those Amalekite Jewish men. That's all I have to say. This week's Torah portion concluded. We have the law section that was just read, and we have the prophet portion that has to do with judgment, Christ coming back. That's, well, when he gives permission. Therefore it shall be, when Yahweh Elohim giveth thee rest from all thine enemies round about in the land which Yahweh Elohim giveth thee for a possession to possess it, thou shalt blot out the remembrance, the Zakardioth, the remembrance of Amalek from under Hashemayim. Thou shalt not forget it. See, one of the issues with this is Amalek is a bloodline of Esau, or excuse me, of Japheth. Excuse me, Japheth. Japheth. Yeah, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. So Amalek is a bloodline of Japheth, and I personally believe that Esau intermingled with them. Amalek will be wiped out for their atrocities, what they've done around the world, or what they've done to us specifically, as the Most High said. I gotta figure out a way of how to say, God, how do you want me to incorporate this in my life? Yes, I said God in English. Yes, I said, God, how do you want me to incorporate this in my life? You want me to incorporate this with, or just keep it in mind of what you want me to know, or what's happened in the past? Can I say that I'm relatable? This is relatable to me? Can I say that? I could, but I think I'd rather think nationally, like nationwide. I gotta think personal for myself, but national-wide also. And I believe each one of us can. I believe each one of us can say this. Each one of us can say that, we've had our own Amalekites follow us around. I got some Mexicans or Puerto Rican, Cuban. I don't know what these northern cats are. I got a northern cat dude that's an Amalekite straight up following me around right now. But the scope should be not to see the water that's spilled on the floor, but to see, how do I find the waterfall? How do I find the vast quantity? How do I go to the living waters? For myself, I tell myself, self, the Most High gave you everything you need to be able to do, follow, practice His principles. So I don't have to go to ask anybody that thinks their way is the way I should go. I don't have to do that. You don't have to do that. All you have to do is read the word. Read the word of the Most High, and you'll see the answers are right here. All right. Let's see what the Most High said. First Samuel chapter 15, KJV, Blue Letter Bible. Let's go over here and finish out this part of the Torah portion. First Samuel, and then we'll be done with the complete reading of the Torah portion. All right. All praise the Most High. Every synagogue, every city, in every city, the law of Moses is to be read. I've had people talking about me recently as if I'm up under somebody's jurisdiction or jurisprudence, something like that. Same Negroes that talk about me being up under people's jurisdiction. So don't put in an apple, or orange, a grape, or a banana to help teach or read. I want to encourage everybody for yourselves. I'm going to say it. I'll say it again. Study to show yourselves approved. Because the reality is, people really don't love you. They're just around you for a little bit until it's time for them to either leave you or until it's time for you to die. So people really don't love you. That's why you got to find something else to love, or you got to love the Most High even more. Because things feel good, but if they were really in a loving, position, situation, communication, then those things would show by actions. So if you're an Israelite, or if you're a Gentile, or you just say a believer in the way, Bahadara, in the way, my suggestion is when you get to this law, statute, commandments, and his judgments and his readings of it, go deeper than before, and it'll have everything to wash away. Like it'll literally wash away what other people think or what other people say. And that's how I heal myself. I heal myself by staying in the word of Yahweh. And then usually when an argument, something like that comes up, I'm already grounded in the Most High. All right. So I would encourage everybody, if you can, do the same thing. Stay grounded in the Most High. All right. Let's get to this. I want to read 1 Samuel chapter 2 through 34. And yes, I do believe that. I do believe that. Somebody might say, you can't believe that. I do believe that. I do. I've seen it by action, by pattern. Good kid, bad city. Good kid, bad people. Good kid, bad company. Thus saith Yahweh hosts, in the book of 1 Samuel chapter 15, verse 2. We're going to read down, I believe, 18. Thus saith the Lord of hosts, Yahweh Elohai of hosts. Remember what Amalek did to Yasharallah, and how he laid wait in him in the way when he came up from Egypt. Now go and smite Amalek and utterly destroy all that they have, and spare them not, but slay both man and woman, infant and suckling, ox and sheep, camels and ass. And Saul, our loving, salute to all of our Benjamite elders. Goodness gracious. I think I had 2 Benjamite elders in my walk, and I don't want to say shafted. I got played by both of them. Then once you see the character, it's like you make sense. You act like a Benjamite. You make perfect sense to me. King Saul had serious issues. And when I think about Benjamites to this day, I usually be like, oh, yeah, he acts like King Saul. Oh, yeah, bro, you act like King Saul. I think that in my head. I don't say that to people out loud all the time. I'm saying it on live right now. But, to who it may be concerned, there's a Benjamite woman right there. You act like Saul. There's a Benjamite man right there. You act like Saul, too. It just helps keep me grounded. So I can understand what was Saul's behavior. What was his mentality? We know that he had an unclean spirit on him. He had a lot of stuff going on. He had wrath. He had envy. He had jealousy. He was actually a diviner. Like my brother in the truth called me a diviner, which I am not. I'm a student. King Saul actually became a diviner. Context is so important. Now go and smite Amalek and utterly destroy all that they have, and spare them not, but slay both man and woman, infant, suckling, ox, and sheep, camel, and ass. And Saul gathered the people together and numbered them in Tilium, 200,000 footmen and 10,000 men of Judah. And Saul came to the city of Amalek and laid wait in the valley. And Saul said to the Kenites, this is very important, go, depart, get you down from among the Amalekites, lest I will destroy you with them. For ye showed kindness, lahayaladium yashar Allah, for you showed kindness to all, for you showed kindness to all the children of Israel when they came up out of Egypt. So the Kenites departed from among the Amalekites. I want to read that, go into it more. So let's kind of just do it. Now, let's read on. But Saul smote the Amalekites from Havilah until thou comest to Shur, that is over against Egypt, and took Agag, the king of the Amalekites, alive. He took him alive. I don't know, some people say like this was a show of his power. This was a demonstration of him, whatever he did, he should have killed this Amalekite. And Saul smote the Amalekites from Havilah until thou comest to Shur, that is over against Egypt. He was pushing them back. And he took Agag, king of the Amalekites, alive, and utterly destroyed all the people with the edge of the sword. But Saul and the people spared Agag, and the best of the sheep, and of the oxen, and the fatlings and the lambs, and all that was good. He was a covetous dude. He was a covetous man. Instead of destroying the items, he wanted to keep them. Instead of destroying the king, he wanted to keep the king. And the Most High said that we should have judges, officers, elders, such of men that are not covetous. I'm very grateful. I'm not a covetous man. I don't really want too much. I like having a little stuff. I'm a little play my little X, my PlayStation. You know what I'm saying? I got a little skateboard. You know, man. I like to have a new car. You know, my family, children. But I don't want what you got. I don't want your woman. I don't want what you got. If I see something and it looks like, oh yeah, that's messed up, I don't want it. The right thing to do, which I we can all say whatever. Hindsight is something else. Hindsight is 2020, boy. Hindsight is a cold mother sucker. So to be able to go back and say, if I was King Saul, I would have X, Y, and Z. I can't say that. I say I would like to do. King Saul had an unclean spirit on him. This man shot a shotgun at King David. What you think a javelin is? What you think a javelin is? You think a javelin is an ink pen? You think it's a number 2 pencil? A javelin is not a pistol. A javelin was an ancient shotgun. Throw that mug at you and wow, go straight through, pin you to the wall. And King Saul was cold with the javelin. And would not utterly destroy them. But everything that was vile and refuse, they destroyed utterly. You see that? Covetous. Sometimes you gotta throw away the good. It look good. You gotta throw that away too. That's not good, bro. That's a beautiful, that's a beautiful ox. That's a beautiful lamb. But then Yahweh say to kill it? You mean to tell me what? No Judites, no Benjamites, nobody was there to be like, hey, I don't think I want to take this stuff. Verse 10. Then the word of Yahweh, then the word of Yahweh came unto Saul, saying, it repenteth me to have taken up Saul to be king. Hey, man, it repented me to suggest, refer, include, and incorporate, introduce certain people that I knew. It repented me. And when I think about it, like, damn, back in the day, I remember when I was getting my stuff together, I had came out of, because, I didn't have the whole, I get another chance to have a better life. I'm going to go do this, go there. Man, I was stuck where I was. I had to fight the bullies, the people that my brother told him I was a faggot. They told him I was a gay. So the people in the hood, they had to fight them. I had to fight them. He wasn't there, but I still had to fight him. When we grew up, I got to see, I'm pretty sure you all did, that I regret incorporating and being around people in general. Specifically, a lot of Israelites, a lot of certain ones, not a lot of them, I love, but it's certain ones that's just super vile to me because of how they are, you know what I'm saying? But it repented me that I was, one, around them, 2, that I introduced other people to them, and 3, that people know that I'm associated or knew that I was associated with them because of their slander, because of their lack of righteousness, of good judgment. The Most High said it repented him to set up Saul to be king. For he turned back, Yahweh said this about Saul, for he turned back from following me and have not performed all my commandments. And it grieved Samuel, and he cried unto Yahweh all night. Verse 12, and when Samuel rose up early to meet Saul in the morning, and Samuel, when he rose early to meet Saul in the morning, it was told Samuel, saying, Saul came to Carmel, and behold, he has set up a place and has gone about and passed on and gone down to Gilgal. 13. And Samuel came to Saul, and Saul said unto him, blessed be Yahweh, Elohiah, I have performed the commandment of Yahweh. Verse 14, and Samuel said, what meaneth then is the bleating of the sheep in my ears? And what is the lowing of the oxen that I hear? If you say you did what the Most High said, then why do I hear sheep and ox? And Saul said, they have brought them from the Amalekites. This dude did not take responsibility for the people, not the king. He didn't say, oh, I spared. He didn't say, oh, I brought them from the Amalekites. He said the people did it. They brought it from the Amalekites, spared the best of the sheep and the oxen to sacrifice unto Yahweh the Elohim. And the rest we have utterly destroyed. That was a lame excuse. We bought all the rest, the best stuff, and the stuff that wasn't good, we destroyed. Nah, that's not what I said. I said kill everything. And Samuel said to Saul, stay, and I will tell thee what Yahweh have said to me this night. And he said unto him, say on. And Samuel said, when thou was little, in thine own sight, wast thou not made and heard the tribes of Israel? And Yahweh anointed thee over Israel. Verse 18. And Yahweh has set thee on a journey and said, go and utterly destroy the sinners, the Amalekites, and fight against them until they be utterly consumed. I pray this is a prophetic word that's going out to Amalek and the world powers that be there. They receive their judgment coming up because they performed atrocities. They performed some serious atrocities. Therefore it shall be when thou, I'm in Deuteronomy 25, verse 19. No, it's not. I'm tripping. How did I get back there? Because I didn't close the window. Extra special head. Extra special head, special ed, man. Retard. Deuteronomy chapter 25. Sorry, that's what I was called. I'm not calling nobody else. That's what I was called. I was called retarded. 1 Samuel chapter 12, verse 1 Samuel chapter 15, verse 18. Yahweh set thee on a journey and said, go and utterly destroy the sinners of the Amalekites and fight against them until they be consumed. Wherefore, when thou didst not obey the voice of Yahweh the Elohim, but didst fly upon the spoil and didst evil in the sight of the Most High. How'd you do that? I know that Amalek did that to us. Well, not Amalek, but Esau, other nations, they did that to us when we invaded them. King Saul, when they invaded us, King Saul, for whatever purpose he did not. He should have just obeyed what the Most High said. And I can use that for me. That resonates, that sticks with me, you know what I'm saying? Because, maybe sometimes we just got to be very careful or detail oriented, because sometimes it might be, hey, go give me a cup of water. Okay, I'll get you a cup of water. And while I'm at it, I'm also going to, do this. No, that's not what the Most High said to do. Just get the cup, come back. Kill all the Amalekites and come back. Your excuse or your reason for what it being, I hate excuses. I like reasons, I hate excuses. So like usually when people ask me stuff, sometimes I don't even answer because it's like it's an excuse. It's either an excuse or it's a reason, and either depending on whichever way it is, depending on wisdom, depends on how I will say it. But whatever reason King Saul had for the act that he committed, which was not the total slaughter, which is not obedience to most of the scriptures. It says obedience is better than sacrifice. And we've heard it be said, delayed obedience is better than disobedience. Delayed obedience is the same as disobedience. So I've heard that be said, and I think King Saul is an excellent example of this. King Saul is an excellent example of not only delayed obedience, but he's also an excellent example of oh shoot, where's my window at? Okay, there we go. All right, I shut down the window here. Let's start new. He's also an excellent example of delayed obedience and just all the way open disobedience. He just didn't do what he was supposed to do. And that brought a serious judgment upon us. That brought a serious judgment upon the Eladi and Yasharallah. Because again, we just weren't obedient. We didn't give it our all. We took. But we didn't give the Most High everything. All right. So that's it for the prophet portion reading. Let's go to the book No, that's not it. First time I'm in the wrong place. I'm in first. I was thinking one. Oh yeah, I was in the wrong place. I was supposed to read 1 Samuel chapter 15, verses 2 through 34. 15, 2 through 34. All right, let's pick it back up then. All right, 2 through 34. Let's get back here. 15, 2, 34. Verse 19. Wherefore didst thou not obey the voice of Yahweh, but didst fly upon the spoil, and didst evil in the sight of Yahweh? Why did you do that? And Saul said unto Samuel, Yea, I have obeyed the voice of Yahweh, and have not gone the way which, yea, I have obeyed the voice of Yahweh, and have not gone the way which Yahweh sent me, and have brought Agag, king of Amalek, and have utterly destroyed the Amalekites. But the people took the spoil and oxen and sheep, right? So then he says, oxen and sheep, which should have been utterly destroyed to sacrifice unto Yahweh thy God in Gilgal. And Samuel said, hath Yahweh as great a delight in burnt offerings and in sacrifices as in obeying the voice of Yahweh? Behold, to obey is better than sacrifice, and to hearken than that of fat rams. So remember earlier, you might have been knowing, you might not have known, earlier we read Isaiah chapter 1. In Isaiah chapter 1, the Most High says, bring no more vain oblations to me, bring no more pointless sacrifices to me. For rebellion is as the sin of witchcraft, and stubbornness is as the iniquity and idolatry. Because thou hast rejected the word of Yahweh, he has also rejected thee from being king. And Saul said unto Samuel, I have sinned, for I have transgressed the commandment of Yahweh and thy words, because I feared the people and obeyed their voice. Now, therefore, I pray thee, pardon my sin and turn again with me, that I may worship Yahweh. And Samuel said unto Saul, I will not return with thee. I will not return with thee, for thou hast rejected the word of Yahweh, and Yahweh has rejected thee from being king over Yasharal. And Samuel turned to go away and laid as Samuel turned about to go away, he laid hold upon the skirt of his mantle and rent it. And Samuel said unto him, Yahweh hath rent the kingdom of Yahweh from thee this day, and hath given it to a neighbor of thine that is better than thou. Benjamin, move out the way. Let Judah rule. Benjamin, get out the way. Get out the way, Benjamin. Move, little Benji. Move, little Benji. King Samuel told him straight up, Yahweh hath rent the kingdom of Israel from thee this day, and hath given it to a neighbor of thine that is better than thou. Guess who that neighbor was? King David from the tribe of Judah. Step to the side, Benjamin. You ain't doing this right. Verse 29. And also the strength of Yasharallah. Hold on, my bad. No, absolutely not. That is not that. No. My bad. Had to change that. Had to change that. All right. Excuse me. Let's get back to it. I apologize. And also the strength of Israel would not lie nor repent. Yahweh Shai is the strength of Yahweh. He will not lie nor repent, for he is not a man that he should repent. Verse 30. And he said, I have sinned, yet honor me now, I pray thee, before the elders of my people and before Yasharallah, and turn again with me, that I may worship Yahweh the Allahiyah. And Samuel returned again after Saul, and Saul worshiped Yahweh. Then said Samuel, bring ye hither to me Agag, king of the Amalekites. And Agag came unto him delicately. And Agag said, surely the bitterness of death is past. Oof. Goodness gracious. He think it's sweet. He think it's all good. He said, surely death is past. Not quite. And Samuel said, as the word had made, and Samuel said, as thy word hath made women childless, so shall thy mother be childless among men, among women. And Samuel hewed Agag into pieces before Yahweh in Gilgal. Samuel took the reins and did it. King Saul, you didn't do it. Samuel was about to leave. That's another part that I love. Samuel was about to go his way. King Solomon was so pressed to keep him there. He grabbed his skirt, his garment, his garment. You men should wear skirts. I wear skirts. We need somebody to make garments and skirts and stuff like that. I'm sick and tired of talking about that, man. Because that shows you the trashness of the women. It shows you that they don't care about you men of Israel, but they'll dress themselves. They won't dress your children, but they'll dress themselves. And sometimes they'll halfway do that. Go out in public looking like harlots of Israel, but then professing that they're virtuous and righteous. The men don't have righteous garments. The women don't have righteous garments. The children don't got righteous garments. Everybody just naked. King Saul held on to the skirt of Samuel so tough that he tore it out. What did Samuel say? Most High will take the kingdom from you the same way you just ripped my skirt. And Samuel said, as thy word hath made women childless, so thy mother be childless among men. And Samuel hewed. That means he yacked him. Yack, 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 yack. So imagine one shot. Boom! He's already down. Samuel stood over him and kept blasting. Bah, 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 bah. Samuel emptied the clip on him. That's what it means, hewed Agag into pieces. Then Samuel went to the Ramah, and Saul went up to his house to Gibeah of Saul, to the house of Gibeah of Saul, and Samuel came no more to see Saul until the day of his death. Nevertheless, Samuel mourned for Saul, and Yahweh repented that he had made Saul king over Yasharallah. Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. The water of Yahweh Bashem Mashak. It's not called Amari Matan Nathan now. All the words that you give to us, what call the body, all the sayings that you give to us, Lord. Call that decide to give all the world. Please bless my please bless and heal people. All right, let's go down to Mark chapter 6. We're going to go to Mark chapter 6 now. All right, let's start a whole new screen. That screen hot right there. Got to start a whole new one. Mark chapter 6. Didn't know I wasn't sharing. Screen share. All right. And from screen share, let's do. Let's cancel that out. Let's do a whole new one. We're going to open a new window and we're going to do Mark chapter 6, KJV, Blue Letter Bible. Pretty cool, huh? It's a lot of information that's in this word that's just life. It's consistent life. It's beautiful life. Mark chapter 6, we're going to start at verse 14 and read to verse 29. Mark chapter 6, we're going to start at verse 14 for everybody. Mark 6, 14. The book of Mark chapter 6, start at verse 14. Mark 6, 14. And King Herod heard of him, for his name was spread abroad. And he said, John the Baptist was risen from the dead. Excuse me. And he said that John the Baptist was risen from the dead, and therefore mighty works do show forth themselves in him. Others said that he is Elias. Others said that it is a prophet, or it is one of the prophets. So based off of what we know who this is talking about. It's talking about Yahweh Shai's son, whose name is known. It's talking about Yahweh's son, whose name is known as Yahweh Shai. Others said that he is Elias, and others said that he is a prophet, or as one of the prophets. But when Herod heard thereof, he said, "It is John whom I beheaded. He is risen from the dead." For Herod himself has sent forth and laid hold. For Herod himself had went forth and laid hold of John and bound him in the prison of Herodias. For Herodias' sake, his brother Philip's wife, for he had married her. For John said unto Herod, "It is not lawful for thee to have thy brother's wife." Therefore Herodias had a quarrel against him and would have killed him, but she could not. For Herod feared John, knowing that he was a just man and a holy man, and observed him. And when he was heard him, he did many things that heard him gladly. I'm sorry. And when he heard them, he did many things and heard them gladly. That's what I meant to say. Excuse me. I don't know how I did that. I put an extra word in there. I think that's how I came about with that. All right, verse 18. For John had said unto Herod, "It is not lawful for thee to lie with thy brother's wife." Here we go. And verse 21. When the convenient day was come, that Herod on his birthday made a supper to his lords, high captains, and chief estates of Galilee. And when the daughter of the said Herodias came in and danced and teased Herod, and them that sat with him, the king said unto the damsel, "Ask of me whatsoever thou wilt, and I will give it to thee." And he sware unto her, "Whatsoever thou shalt ask of me, I will give it thee unto the half of my kingdom." Dang, he must have been twerking hard. He must have been dancing mad. This man said, "I will give you up to half of my kingdom." Yeah, right. Here's a consolation prize. Shalawamist thou. I've never done strip clubs. I don't believe in strip clubs, stuff like that. I never did it. I didn't tip strippers, stuff like that. I did other things, but I just didn't do that. That wasn't my scene. And she went forth and said unto her mother, "What shall I ask?" And she said, "The head of John the Baptist." And she came in straightway with haste unto the king, and asked, saying, "I will that you give me by and by in a charger the head of John the Baptist." And the king was exceeding sorry. Why? Because he knew Yochanan. He knew Yochanan was a good man. He knew he was a chaste man. He knew he was a righteous man. He knew he was a man that was set apart for the Most High. You about to kill a righteous man? That's what these niggas do. There's none righteous. No, not one of them. All right, there's that scripture. And the king was exceeding sorry, yet for his oath's sake and for their sake, which sat with him, he would not reject her. And immediately the king sent for an executioner and commanded his head to be brought him. And he went and beheaded him in the prison and brought his head in the charge and gave it to the damsel. And the damsel gave it to her mother. And when the disciples heard of it, they came and took up the corpse and laid it in the tomb. And when his disciples heard of it, they came and took up his corpse and laid it in a tomb. And the apostles gathered themselves together unto Yahushua and told him all things, both what they had done and what they had taught. And he said unto them, "Come ye yourselves apart into the desert place and rest a while, for there were many coming and going, and they had no leisure so much as to eat." And when they had departed into the desert place by ship privately, Oh, wait, not when. It says, and then, excuse me. And they departed into a desert place by ship privately. Slackwater. That's what I should have said. All right. So that's it. Congratulations. That's it. We read past the segment of the Torah portion. All right. I want to say Yaparaka Kumiyah Bashamashak Yahweh. All right. The water for everybody, for the 1, 2 people. Pretty much, I'm pretty sure I know who you are because I'm, and those who leave, used to it. Shalom. All right. So I pray, I hope that something edifying is in here or was able to be brought out. And the reason being is because there's so much information we just don't know. I wanted to read more. I still want to read more. And I think that's enough for me. Anyab Lakam, Yabrakom, Yabasham Shai, Shalom Lakam, Kwam Yashar Allah. Babu Kushar Shabbat Tawab. Rest well. Blessing to you and yours. Gum also. The Most High bless you, keep you, make his face to shine upon you. And Babu Kushar, if at all possible, please be a light to somebody else. I pray this helped with the understanding of the Torah portion and also of the furniture, understanding the artifacts of the Most High, because that's what the subject was. Even if we touched on a few things, we got through the entire reading of the Torah portion, along with reading of Flavius Josephus, along with reading of St. John Damascus, like fire stars, luminaries. Study to show yourselves approved. All right. This is truly a wondrous walk that we're in. I'm gonna let this play out with this right here just because it's so beautiful. All right. In your studies of the tabernacle and the holy artifacts, I pray that you find something that grabs your interest and helps take the information to the next level. Shalom Lakum, Kwame Asherallah. This is a Torah portion recap. This week's Torah portion teacher was Shabar, and it's been an honor to be able to stand in. I encourage all you reach out to your local corresponding Zaquanium and find out if they have any help or assistance for you in your understanding. If you have trouble with that, you can always reach out to the Mashra'ah Yashra'Allah, which means the government of Israel. You can always reach out to them and find information too. All right. Shalom, Kwame Yashra'Allah. We're all being patient.
And 6 curtains by themselves, and shalt double the 6th curtain in the forefront of the tabernacle. And thou shalt make 50 loops on the edge of the one curtain that is outmost in the coupling, and 50 loops in the edge of the curtain which coupleth the second. And thou shalt make 50 taches of brass, and put the taches into the loops, and couple the tent together, that it may be one. And the remnant that remaineth of the curtains of the tent, the half curtain that remaineth, shall hang over the backside of the tabernacle, and a cubit on the one side, and a cubit on the other side of that which remaineth in the length of the curtains of the tent. It shall hang over the sides of the tabernacle on this side and on that side, to cover it. And thou shalt make a covering for the tent of ram skins dyed red, and a covering above of badgers' skins. And thou shalt make boards for the tabernacle of shittim wood, standing up. 10 cubits shall be the length of a board, and 1.5 cubits shall be the breadth of one board. 2 tenons shall there be in one board, set in order one against another. Thus shalt thou make for all the boards of the tabernacle. And thou shalt make the boards for the tabernacle, 20 boards on the south side southward. And thou shalt make 40 sockets of silver under the 20 boards, 2 sockets under one board for his 2 tenons, and 2 sockets under another board for his 2 tenons. And for the second side of the tabernacle on the north side there shall be 20 boards, and there 40 sockets of silver, 2 sockets under one board, and 2 sockets under another board. And for the sides of the tabernacle westward thou shalt make 6 boards, and 2 boards shalt thou make for the corners of the tabernacle in the 2 sides. And they shall be coupled together beneath, and they shall be coupled together above the head of it unto one ring. Thus shall it be for them both. They shall be for the 2 corners. And they shall be 8 boards, and their sockets of silver 16 sockets, 2 sockets under one board, and 2 sockets under another board. And thou shalt make bars of shittim wood, 5 for the boards on the one side of the tabernacle, and 5 bars for the boards on the other side of the tabernacle, and 5 bars for the boards of the side of the tabernacle for the 2 sides westward. And the middle bar in the midst of the boards shall reach from end to end. And thou shalt overlay the boards with gold, and make their rings of gold for places for the bars, and thou shalt overlay the bars with gold. And thou shalt rear up the tabernacle according to the fashion thereof which was showed thee in the mount. And thou shalt make a veil of blue, and purple, and scarlet, and fine twined linen of cunning work, with cherubims shall it be made. And thou shalt hang it upon the 4 pillars of shittim wood, overlaid with gold. Their hooks shall be of gold, upon the 4 sockets of silver. And thou shalt hang up the veil under the taches, that thou mayest bring in thither within the veil the ark of the testimony. And the veil shall divide unto you between the holy place and the most holy. And thou shalt put the mercy seat upon the ark of the testimony in the most holy place. And thou shalt set the table without the veil, and the candlestick over against the table on the side of the tabernacle, towards the south. And thou shalt put the table on the north side. And thou shalt make an hanging for the door of the tent, of blue and purple and scarlet, and fine twined linen, wrought with needlework. And thou shalt make for the hangings 5 pillars of shittim wood, and overlay them with gold, and their hooks shall be of gold. And thou shalt cast 5 sockets of brass for them.